Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The beautiful woman soon departed, leaving only the 7 little ones standing there in complete bewilderment. Little 36 looked up. Above the sea of books, countless stars twinkled. Simply gazing at them would pour streams of inheritance knowledge into one's mind. Immortal dragon body, golden immortal level physical inheritance. Supreme solar dragon radiance, Tai golden immortal level dragon flame inheritance. Eternal eyes, great Luo golden immortal level ocular technique inheritance. Little 36 gasped sharply. These inheritances were displayed before him completely unveiled, without the slightest concealment. The Dragon Clan's method of nurturing descendants was astonishingly unrestrained. No elders teaching, just letting young dragons choose and learn by themselves, absorbing as much as they wished. But clearly, the inheritances in the sky were too profound. He could only comprehend fragments of the introductions, feeling dizzy after just glancing at the subsequent contents. This is so complicated. Which inheritance should I choose? Little 36 sighed. If only Master were here, I could ask for his advice. The moment his words fell, in the next instant, a consciousness traversed endless distances, crossed boundless spatial barriers, penetrated through the Dragon Clan's layered arrays, and appeared directly above Little 36's head. Su Yuan's voice emerged inexplicably in Little 36's mind. Little 36, where have you run off to? Don't speak aloud. Just communicate with me mentally. Little 36 froze momentarily before his eyes lit up, thinking inwardly. Master, where are you? I'm right beside you. Where exactly is this place? Su Yuan expanded his consciousness, observing his surroundings. The sight of countless books stretching before him shocked him profoundly. The quantity was practically infinite, overwhelmingly, unimaginably vast. I'm in the Dragon Clan's myriad books sea. The elders told us to read here and choose a dragon inheritance to learn those stars in the sky. Su Yuan looked up at the celestial sphere, seeing the myriad stars, but averted his gaze after just a glance. Because his Daoist techniques naturally, trade allowed him to perceive the profound restrictions on each star, undoubtedly containing warnings against non-dragon observers. Su Yuan said, in that case, you should study these books diligently. But Master, there are too many books here. It's impossible to read them all, and many are useless. I don't want to waste time. Little 36 hurriedly replied. Master, could you help me choose an inheritance? Su Yuan responded, no need to rush. I can't immediately select a suitable inheritance for you right now. First, read the books, and remember to call out to me mentally at intervals. Understood, Master. Little 36 obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan gazed at this endless sea of books, his main body's eyes turning red with desire. Knowledge. Inheritances. This was genuine treasure. The ocean-like collection of books was staggeringly immense. Looking skyward again, he saw hundreds of millions of stars densely covering the firmament. Just the introductory content naturally emanating from each star made Su Yuan's eyes burn with excitement. From these inheritance introductions, one could discern the hierarchy of immortal realms. First were human immortal, including demon immortal, ghost immortal, rogue immortal, etc., earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, and mystic immortal, the 5 realms of longevity. Next came golden immortal, immortal lord, Tai golden immortal, immortal king, great Luo golden immortal, immortal emperor, and primordial golden immortal, immortal sovereign, the 4 realms of eternity. Beyond these were primordial great Luo golden immortal, primordial supreme great Luo golden immortal, and primordial ultimate great Luo golden immortal, the three realms of supreme power. Su Yuan noticed one star's introduction mentioning the Dragon Clan having three primordial great Luo golden immortals as backing. No wonder they were so arrogant. With three supreme powers safeguarding their fortune, no wonder the Dragon Clan flourished so magnificently. Su Yuan hadn't expected the immortal Origin Realm's waters to run so deep. The sheer depth of these cultivation realms startled him. He was merely at the nascent soul stage, still only in the second of the four mortal realms, with 12 more realms above the immortal levels. Su Yuan hastily withdrew his perception from the celestial stars, not daring to examine their contents further. Yet his heart still itched with curiosity. Suddenly, he remembered his corridor of time trait. He maintained absolute confidence in his system's traits. Su Yuan's main body activated the corridor of time. Entering this temporal passageway, he located a recent point in time and plunged into it. His consciousness seemed to return to the myriad books sea. Looking up, he saw the same hundreds of millions of stars existing simultaneously. Slowing down the corridor of time's playback speed, Su Yuan focused on one inheritance, perceiving its main contents. Immediately, a flood of spiritual text poured into his soul. Su Yuan was profoundly shaken. The corridor of time was truly miraculous. The corridor didn't merely record superficial images. It captured every aspect of reality's structure at each moment. For books and inheritances, every captured instant contained their complete contents. Thus, by extracting a single second's temporal reflection, he could acquire all its knowledge. The experiment succeeded. Through the corridor of time, he gained the ability to read dragon inheritances. He quickly exited the temporal state and checked the sky. No dragon claws appeared. Everything remained peaceful. His surreptitious acquisition had truly worked. Su Yuan gradually calmed down. Although I can access these techniques, I mustn't be hasty. Step by step, I'm completely unqualified for post-immortal techniques. First, I'll examine the ordinary books in this sea. Actually, most books in the myriad books sea were immortal level or above, with fewer mortal level ones. Re-entering the corridor of time, Su Yuan extracted 1 second and stretched its flow. At level 1, the corridor could extend time perception 100-fold. Thus, 1 second became 100 seconds. During this period, Su Yuan rapidly perceived and mentally recorded book contents using his nascent soul. Then he exited again. Taking blank jade slips, he transcribed all roughly recorded content from his nascent soul. After considerable effort, he produced 10,000 jade slips. Using magic, he converted these into physical books. Randomly selecting one, Su Yuan began reading carefully. That portion of his consciousness remained anchored in the myriad books sea, continuously gathering temporal reflections. Impossible to finish. Absolutely impossible. He spoke using the power of his Thunder Spirit giant avatar. His voice resounded throughout the entire Tianyuan realm, whether it was the newly formed continents or the original Green Vine continent. Countless living beings were shocked beyond measure. Within the demonic sects, numerous demonic cultivators turned pale with fright. The sixth Great Spirit treasure was already outrageous enough, but now a Great Ascension realm cultivator appearing. What were they trying to pull? Moreover, did they intend to rename the entire world? Such an action left countless beings utterly astonished. In the skies of Tianyuan realm, a layer of golden clouds rapidly manifested. Within these golden clouds, a majestic, towering, emotionless will of the heavenly Tao condensed into form. Su Yuan could see countless threads of natural laws overlapping, forming a net-like structure, layer upon layer of legal webs stacking until they resembled an eyeball. The heavenly Taos will seem to glance at the Thunder Spirit giant avatar. Then a thought reverberated throughout the world. Approved. A thunderous proclamation echoed across Tianyuan realm. From its core to its outermost reaches, the world's name was changed in this instant. Countless living beings seemed to mysteriously receive this information. Tianyuan realm was renamed Seven Stars Realm. It actually worked. Countless beings began chanting Su Yuan's name. A sea of reputation points came surging in. Su Yuan's reputation as the supreme overlord of a realm skyrocketed. Ding, level increased. Ding, reputation level has reached the current world's level cap. Su Yuan glanced at his reputation points, but wasn't in a hurry to select new traits yet. He turned his attention to the Thunder Spirit Giant, where the heavenly Tao was undergoing further changes. Within the golden clouds, a seal was gradually taking shape. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He recognized that object, as he had one in his consciousness see. Heaven-Earth status. This wasn't a divine position, but rather Heaven-Earth status. Under Su Yuan's astonished gaze, the heavenly Tao seemed to reach a decision. That cyan Heaven-Earth status instantly descended from the heavens, merging into the core of the Thunder Spirit Giant avatar and fusing with the second nascent soul. Heaven-Earth status, 7-star supreme. The 7 stars here didn't refer to the Big Dipper, but rather to the 7 stars realm. Possessing this status was equivalent to becoming the ruler of 7 stars realm, equal in standing to the heavenly Tao itself. This was similar to the previously seen trait, Heaven's proxy, but went even further. This wasn't acting on behalf of heaven. He now possessed this status himself. The heavenly Tao was placing him on equal footing. What a grand gesture! Was this something an emotionless, selfless, impartial heavenly Tao would do? There must be some major catch here. Crap, the heavenly Tao is clinging to me, trying to bind me to it. Good thing it's just the second nascent soul. Su Yuan sighed quietly, but didn't refuse this generous gift. This was a supreme status, the highest status a world could offer. In other words, he could now be called the Lord of 7 Stars Realm. Now even the heavenly Tao couldn't control him. Though you've given me this benefit, if danger comes that I can't handle, I'll still have to flee. Su Yuan declared to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao didn't respond, but instead dissipated on its own, its will merging back into heaven and earth without a trace. But Su Yuan was now the 7-star supreme. He could summon the 7 stars realm's heavenly Tao at will, while also borrowing some of its powers, such as calling down heavenly punishment, adjusting the intensity of heavenly tribulations, altering terrain, determining the direction of world advancement, and more. I wonder if renaming will help 7 stars realm avoid detection by the Thunder Giants. Su Yuan muttered to himself. He genuinely didn't know if this method would work, but he intended to try it. If it worked, great. If not, there was nothing more he could do. Only now did he have time to check his system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Location, 7 stars realm. Level, Supreme Overlord of a realm, 10E/10E. Realm, Early Nascent Soul, 20 out of 100. Trait 1, Work-Life Balance LV3, 71/100 current rest time, 32 days. Trait 2, Daoist Techniques Naturally LV3, 13 out of 100. Trait 3, 7 stars Shine Bright LV3, 1 out of 100. Trait 4, Mind Echo LV2, 2 out of 10. Trait 5, Great Being's Demeanor LV2, 2 out of 10. Trait 6, Rise to Crisis LV2, 2/10 lifespan, 232,071 years. Trait 7, World Traveler LV2, 2 out of 10. Trait 8, Corridor of Time LV2, 2 out of 10. Trait 9, to be selected. Su Yuan examined his traits. Work-life balance had already reached level 3 and wasn't far from level 4. The 7 stars disciples sent to other worlds had more or less spread his reputation, and the first level of reputation points was the easiest to achieve. It was normal for Trait 1 to reach level 3, and even Trait 3, 7 stars Shine Bright, had barely made it to level 3. The effects at level 3 were twice as potent as level 2, showing significant improvement. Su Yuan focused on Trait 9 and mentally selected it, causing 3 lines of text to appear. Transcend mundanity, sever all worldly ties, achieving a supremely detached mental state. Tempered in mundane fires, experience all worldly affairs to automatically elevate mental state. Breakthrough in crisis, reach mental breakthroughs at every life and death juncture. Looking at these three traits, Yuan was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, for the ninth trait, instead of granting some divine ability or power, it focused on strengthening mental state. This was something Yuan had previously overlooked. In many ways, mental state was the most difficult to improve. Many cultivators became stuck at mental bottlenecks they couldn't overcome. Among these three traits, the first and third were too extreme. The first resembled the path of supreme detachment, which didn't suit a worldly person like Yuan. He had no desire to become emotionless. As for the third, only breaking through at life and death moments was pointless. Yuan felt that waiting until a crisis to improve was too late. Why not improve normally? The second trait was perfect. His mind echo could take him through many experiences, naturally elevating his mental state. Select tempered and mundane fires. Yuan confirmed. The moment he made his choice, this trait was incorporated into his system panel. Now, Yuan's trait system was completely constructed. 9 traits, 9 great abilities, complementing each other and capable of elevating Yuan to unimaginable heights. Finally feeling at ease, Yuan took out a book and began reading seriously. Long-Eared Race Divine Ability Secret Records, Volume 1. Yuan flipped through the pages with interest. This book recorded 7 secret divine abilities of a minor race called the Long-Eared Race, whose strongest member only reached Earth Immortal realm. Though Earth Immortal was actually a respectable immortal realm. Surprisingly, they had 7 divine ability legacies. Reading the first volume, Yuan found a divine ability called Eavesdropper's Ear. This technique is incredibly profound, ultimately comprehending the laws of wind and sound. The combination of these 2 laws forms this divine ability. TSK, even with my current talent, I still can't fully understand it. No wonder they were exterminated. Poor rating. After flipping through a few pages, Yuan realized these were racial divine abilities developed specifically for the long-eared race's characteristics, which greatly diminished his interest. Still, he skimmed through it as casual entertainment. Time flowed swiftly by as Yuan casually read. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. On this day, outside the Black Demon Realm, on an island, a teleportation light suddenly flashed. The Thunder Giant stepped out with a gloomy expression. How could that junior Lei Yuanqing, not even at a mortal realm, possibly infiltrate the dragon's territory at Dragon Transformation Island? The Dragon Clan is utterly unreasonable. The Thunder Giant was frustrated. Apart from receiving some resources from his master, he hadn't gained any greater benefits. Fortunately, after all these years guarding Tianyuan realm, if there were no merits, there was at least hard work. His master permitted him to switch posts, allowing another race to take over guarding Tianyuan realm. The Thunder Giant looked back at the teleportation array. With another flash of light, another figure appeared, a strange creature covered in thick fur that seemed to be aflame. Red-haired ghost, this will be your new post. You just need to crush any ascendants from Tianyuan realm. If anything unusual happens in Tianyuan realm, deal with it appropriately. Just don't anger the heavenly Dao. The red-haired ghost ignored the nickname the Thunder Giant gave him. Frowning, he looked beyond the island into the skies below and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that's Tianyuan realm down there?" "Of course. How many years have I guarded it?" The Thunder Giant instinctively looked down. Then his stone face showed confusion. He walked to the island's edge to look down and was completely dumbfounded. "What's going on?" The Thunder Giant looked left, then right. He was utterly flabbergasted. The red-haired ghost looked at him strangely. "This is the result of your many years of guarding? Impressive. You even changed the world's fundamental nature." "Wait, no. This can't be." The Thunder Giant roared. He quickly performed divination on the world below. World name, Black Demon Realm. The Thunder Giant's mind short-circuited again. "You'll need to explain this to the master." The red-haired ghost shook his head and stepped back into the teleportation array, returning immediately. No, wait. Seeing the red-haired ghost disappear, The Thunder Giant couldn't contain his agitation. He impulsively approached the heavenly boundary. Suddenly, within Black Demon Realm, chains of natural law materialized out of nowhere, blocking his path. Scram! The Thunder Giant slammed down violently. His massive, icy blue palm collided with the heavenly Tao's laws. Boom! The tremendous destructive force shattered the law chains link by link. Across Black Demon Realm, numerous earth veins ruptured. The heavens and earth split open with dozens of massive gashes filled with terrifying thunder energy. However, Black Demon Realm had powerful backing too. The moment the Thunder Giant struck, he realized his mistake. Beyond the heavens, an enormous dark shadow came rushing over. A black cloud condensed directly above the Thunder Giant's head. Demon Realm's heavenly Tao. The Thunder Giant's expression changed drastically. Without another word, he immediately charged into the teleportation array. Just as the teleportation light flashed, a black lightning bolt struck down from the black cloud. Despite being a Thunder Giant with innate lightning resistance, he was still severely wounded by that single strike. Fortunately, the teleportation activated successfully and the Thunder Giant escaped. However, the black lightning still struck the island. The incredibly sturdy island was now covered with dense cracks. With its target gone, the Demon Realm's heavenly Tao dissipated, and the island began repairing itself. But shortly after, a terrifying demonic figure radiating overwhelming power appeared outside the island. Seeing the island, the demonic figure immediately declared sternly, "How dare those from the Immortal Realm abandon their observation platform in my Demon Realm's territory? This is outrageous. The Immortal Realm has violated our agreement and encroached upon our lands." Yet as he spoke, his tone gradually filled with excited bloodlust. Yuan silently watched as the towering demonic figure disappeared with laughter. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered, "What does this mean? Is this a declaration of war?" Yuan took a sharp breath. He had just sensed an intense mental signal and followed it to investigate. What he saw were the Thunder Spirit Giant and a red-haired fire entity appearing together, their conversation revealing the existence of a powerful figure behind them. This unknown powerhouse seemed hostile toward the Yuan realm, intending its destruction, an overt enemy of their world. However, subsequent developments surprised Yuan. The Demon Realm had actually sent envoys, and they appear to be using this incident as pretext to launch a war. Yuan frowned, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Fortunately, the Yuan realm had evaded the Thunder Spirit Giant's pursuit. Judging by circumstances, the giant and its master likely had no time to bother with Yuan realm now. The duty in crisis, entry flickered slightly. Ding! Lifespan plus 10,000 years. The danger has truly passed, Yuan contemplated. But how will this immortal demon war affect me? Perhaps I can use this opportunity to elevate my fame level across both realms. His eyes brightened at the thought. Currently, his fame levels only came from the mortal realm. He hadn't yet gained recognition in higher worlds like the immortal realm. He believed achieving fame in such supreme worlds would bring extraordinary changes, but until now he'd hesitated, feeling insufficiently prepared and the timing inopportune. Now, with war brewing between immortals and demons, the perfect opportunity for profiting from chaos had arrived. An ideal time to spread his name and harvest fame points. Having decided this, Yuan resolved to enhance his strength, particularly his comprehension of cosmic laws. His consciousness returned to his physical form as he sank into deep thought. Nearby, Xiao Ju served Yuan a cup of ice soul spirit tea that slightly boosted comprehension. Taking a sip, Yuan felt his mind clear marginally and remarked approvingly, "Not bad. This specialty tea from the cold spirit realm tastes decent. Long-term consumption has increased my comprehension by 40%. Master, we're running low on this tea," Xiao Ju informed. "Oh, already? No matter. The effects have become negligible anyway," Yuan dismissed casually. He then examined Xiao Ju's cultivation level and was surprised to find she'd reached the early nascent soul stage. Xiao Ju, you've broken through? Good, caught the last train. With Master's generous resources, reaching nascent soul only now shames me before your nurturing. Xiao Ju replied with visible embarrassment. Su Yuan paid no mind. His gaze turned toward cave number 6, where all 35 spirit fish had reached at least nascent soul stage. Suda led them at late nascent soul stage, his cultivation rocketing upward like a blazing arrow. This was because they'd assimilated lower-tier bloodlines of the 9-colored celestial fish, gaining the ability to enhance themselves by devouring spirit stones and materials, hence their astonishing decade-long progress. But little Kai was even more astounding. Having undergone her 7th hibernation cycle, she grew stronger simply by eating and sleeping. Her aura now radiated at the early soul transformation stage, as if cheating the system. Under the 7-star sex fortune baptism, Xiao Li's grade had steadily risen to mid-7th tier. Not dramatic improvement, but consistent. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron had reached peak 8th tier after devouring a 9th tier treasure. Rather pathetic progress considering what it consumed. As for Su Yuan himself, his main body had effortlessly reached early soul transformation stage, pulled along by little Kai's growth. Yes, his cultivation had passively leaped an entire major realm to early soul transformation. Fortunately, his profound law comprehension and mental fortitude prevented any instability in his foundation. Most exaggerated was his second nascent soul. Driven by the Thunder Spirit Giant's physique, this secondary soul had matched its host body's level in just 10 years, forcibly elevated to peak 9th tier strength, without a single heavenly tribulation, since Su Yuan now controlled those himself. Yet despite such progress, Su Yuan considered none of it his greatest achievement. He examined his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: 7 stars realm. Level: World Sovereign 10E/10E. Realm: Early Soul Transformation 12 out of 100. Entry 1. Work-Rest Balance LV7 100880/1M. Current rest time 10.1 years. Entry 2. Daoist Techniques Naturally LV6 19997/100K. Entry 3. 7 stars Shine Bright LV6 11571/100K. Entry 4. Mind Echo LV5 3233/10K. Entry 5. Great Being's Demeanor LV4 812/1K. Entry 6. Duty in Crisis LV4 133/1K. Lifespan 281,511 years. Entry 7. World Traveler LV3 15/100. Entry 8. Time Corridor LV2 3/10. Entry 9. Mortal Tempering LV2 2/10. The Work-Rest Balance entry had skyrocketed to level 7. Its effects amplified 128-fold. Across 100,000 worlds, Su Yuan's name spread, not just through 7-star sect disciples, but also practitioners who'd obtained Big Dipper cultivation methods and chose to propagate his fame. Given only a decade, most learners had barely begun their 7 extremes techniques. The true explosion in entry levels would likely come in another 20 or 30 years. Daoist techniques naturally in 7-star Shine Bright had also seen 64-fold effect boosts with astonishing results. The level 5 Mind Echo proved incredibly powerful too, allowing 32 location markers anywhere his consciousness had reached, enabling instant mental projection without requiring other summons. Finishing his tea and setting aside a book, Su Yuan announced, "I'm preparing for seclusion. Guard the cave during this period. Admit no one." "Yes," chorused the attendant youths. With a nod, Su Yuan stepped directly into the floating light pot. Inside, Xiaoli was playing with little Kai and immediately invited, "Master, come play." Waving them off, Su Yuan declined. "I need to cultivate." Xiaoli gasped in exaggerated shock. "Master, You actually cultivate? Su Yuan's eye twitched. Is that disbelief genuine? A white-haired youth floating nearby nodded. Xiao Li's reaction is justified. I've never seen you cultivate. Sighing, Su Yuan countered. What do you call reading, then? I've read for 10 years. Farmed for 10 years. Refined pills, artifacts, talismans, and formations for 10 years. I'm practically a cultivation maniac. Old Qian shrugged. All I've seen is you playing. Your reading was mostly miscellany. Your pills oddities like glow-in-the-dark bulb pills that ended up in my stomach. Rolling his eyes, Su Yuan dismissed Philistines before declaring, Prepare. I begin cultivating now. Old Qian straightened as the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron transformed into a radiant seven-star magic altar shimmering with stellar light. Stepping onto it, Su Yuan assumed meditation posture. Xiaoli activated the cave treasures formation arrays, constructing a massive Yuan pool formation centered on Su Yuan that extended beneath the cave, interlinking with the seven-star Sex mountain protection arrays and ley lines to create a super formation. Ambient spiritual energy began converging spontaneously toward the sect. Little Kai, now glowing in 9 colors, exhaled a multicolored bubble encapsulating Su Yuan, instantly multiplying his comprehension 9-fold. Su Yuan's consciousness locked onto a newly ascended 9th-tier demonic cultivator in the Black Demon realm. His aura surged to immortal level. Not just pressure, but his entire presence now indistinguishable from a true immortal when inactive. This state deepened his connection to heaven and earth, sharpening his law perception. A beam of starlight rose from the altar, piercing the sky to connect with the Big Dipper. All preparations complete, Su Yuan's eyes flashed as he activated work-rest balance, twice immediately. His cultivation period extended to 36 days with 12,800-fold effect enhancement. The Daoist techniques, naturally, entry's effects amplified equivalently by 10,000 times. Su Yuan's consciousness instantly projected to the Tian Shu star, perceiving the Big Dipper's mysteries while simultaneously activating Time Corridor. Countless temporal reflections flooded his soul as he contemplated a decade's collected celestial phenomena. Infinite realizations cascaded upon him, triggering immediate enlightenment. 10 years of accumulated knowledge from the myriad books C and elsewhere became endless inspiration, sustaining his enlightened state indefinitely. The Big Dipper's profound meanings emerged and rapidly crystallized into law comprehension. Stellar laws advancing at staggering speed, followed by thunder laws, then the 5 elements and sword laws. Like rivers merging into the sea, countless law comprehensions poured into Su Yuan's consciousness, elevating his cultivation exponentially. Just one day later, Su Yuan had comprehended over 3,000 different laws of Tao, though each was only at the initial threshold level, just a strand or a few strands. The sheer quantity was astonishing. In truth, Su Yuan hadn't deliberately sought to comprehend more laws. His main focus remained on the stellar laws, while the others were merely incidental insights that flashed through his mind. Within Su Yuan's dantian, the 9 golden cores continued orbiting along the celestial path of the Big Dipper. But after successfully comprehending numerous laws, each golden core split off tiny golden specks. These specks absorbed magical energy, gradually condensing into smaller golden cores. Every small golden core bore the imprint of a law's Tao pattern, exuding a wondrous aura. The over 3,000 small golden cores transformed into 3,000 tiny stars, naturally orbiting around the central 9 golden cores. They automatically found their positions, moving in tandem with the Big Dipper formation as if they had always been part of it. With the addition of 3,000 tiny stars, the rotation speed of the 9 large golden cores suddenly multiplied several-fold. This was the phenomenon of the Lord of multitudinous stars. The already incredibly fast circulation of magical energy accelerated yet again. Su Yuan noticed these changes, but paid them no mind. His comprehension still focused primarily on stellar laws. His consciousness entered the corridor of time, stepping into a temporal reflection. He arrived at the myriad books C, his gaze settling on one particular cultivation inheritance. Big Dipper Star Lord's Dao Attainment Method, a mixed-origin golden immortal level Star Lord attainment method. The Big Dipper consists of 7 primeval stars with 7 mixed-origin golden immortal fruition positions. Comprehending the stellar great Tao and condensing the fortune of all realms can attain mixed-origin golden immortal fruition. Originally obscure and difficult to understand, the method's contents gradually became clear to Su Yuan. This was a method perfectly aligned with the Big Dipper. It took the Big Dipper as its attainment goal, ultimately reaching mixed-origin golden immortal fruition. The method noted that all 7 Big Dipper fruition positions were currently vacant and could be cultivated. While this reassured Su Yuan, it also created urgency. Many cultivators surely had their eyes on the Big Dipper. Su Yuan didn't cultivate according to the method's instructions because he had already obtained a heaven-earth status, a higher-level position than fruition. Fruition merely represented Tao attainment, proving one's great Tao had reached a certain level by lodging one's Tao fruit within it, whereas heaven-earth status meant dominion, direct control over the Big Dipper. The two were fundamentally different, yet also significantly conflicting. For instance, Su Yuan could accept, reject, or strip away others' Tao fruits attained through the Big Dipper. To those seeking attainment, this was no different than having a master above them. This would inevitably lead to Tao conflicts. These thoughts flashed through his mind briefly. Using this method as reference, Su Yuan continued comprehending stellar laws. The method categorized pre-golden immortal comprehension targets as insights. Comprehending 129,600 strands of laws would directly lead to golden immortal attainment. After golden immortal, law cultivation shifted to law control, gradually fusing laws into 118 essential forms to attain Tai golden immortal, then fully fusing them into one to attain Great Luo golden immortal. Beyond Great Luo, mixed origin involved expanding stellar laws into the stellar Great Tao, with one Tao merging 10,000 methods. This was mixed origin. Looking at the method, Su Yuan wondered, why wait until fully comprehending before fusing? Why not comprehend and fuse simultaneously? This was because law fusion was extremely difficult. Before Golden Immortal, cultivators faced lifespan limits. Golden Immortals had near-endless lifespans, allowing time for fusion. Without reaching Golden Immortal early, one risked lifespan exhaustion. Why would normal cultivators attempt fusion? But Su Yuan had no lifespan concerns, so he decided to comprehend and fuse simultaneously. The Big Dipper revealed its mysteries to him. Standing mentally on Tian Shu star, comprehending the star itself, stellar laws practically laid themselves bare for his understanding. 129,600 strands formed one complete law. In one day, Su Yuan astonishingly comprehended 3,000 strands of stellar laws. Over the following days, he comprehended another 6,000 strands, totaling 9,600 strands. The more he comprehended, the harder it became. So Su Yuan stopped seeking more strands and began combining his 9,600 stellar law strands according to the Big Dipper's movements, forming more complete law comprehensions. However, the fusion process suddenly became hundreds, thousands of times harder. Su Yuan responded decisively, activating his third, work-life balance trait. His comprehension increased tenfold again, with cultivation time shortening to 3 days. Law fusion accelerated dramatically. Various law characteristics took shape one after another. Extreme speed characteristic, radiant characteristic, mind characteristic, explosive characteristic. These characteristics represented different developmental directions of stellar laws. Su Yuan accepted them all. Over the remaining 3 days, through layer upon layer of fusion, his 9,600 stellar law strands actually condensed into 9 law essences, forming 9 Law Dao inscriptions. The 9 inscriptions merged into Su Yuan's 9 large golden cores. The core's surfaces became covered with incredibly complex Law Dao patterns. The 9 large golden cores shone with endless starlight in his dantian, illuminating the surrounding 3,000 small golden cores. Under the starlight, the small core's law patterns actually grew slowly. Faintly, Su Yuan sensed a hint of mixed-origin Dao implication. His path forward became much clearer. The immortal path had widened. In his final cultivation time, using his current law comprehension, Su Yuan enhanced his self-created divine abilities and elevated several other techniques to corresponding divine ability levels. All this was just his main body's cultivation. Simultaneously, Su Yuan's second primordial spirit also benefited from the trait's effects. The Thunder Spirit Giant Avatar focused on comprehending thunder laws. It similarly comprehended 9,600 thunder law strands but hit a wall at fusion. The heaven-covering thunder from before, despite its might, contained no fused law comprehension, a great disappointment. So the Thunder Spirit Giant Avatar turned to absorbing accumulated immortal thunder within. Strand by strand, the immortal thunder was refined as the Avatar's body began transforming into an immortal physique. During this process, the second primordial spirit merged into every crystal of the immortal body, achieving complete integration. This immortal physique transformation was extremely difficult, but under work-life balance, it proceeded smoothly. Within days, all accumulated immortal thunder was consumed, and the second primordial spirit fully merged. The Thunder Spirit Giant's body shone brightly, transforming from crystalline to flesh, gradually taking Su Yuan's form. Finally, the transformation succeeded. The Avatar now perfectly resembled a human. Of course, Su Yuan could revert to Thunder Spirit Giant form for maximum combat power. As Su Yuan's cultivation neared completion, right when he began cultivating, demonic cultivators in the demon realm reacted swiftly, as if preparing for years, just waiting for this opportunity. They immediately expressed vehement displeasure at the immortal realm's provocation, mobilizing hundreds of millions of troops at the border within a day. This alarmed immortal realm factions, who rushed to the border to condemn the demon realm for violating agreements. But the demon realm claimed the immortal realm had violated first. A great Luo golden immortal level demonic cultivator even eagerly charged across first, launching a suicidal attack. Millions of immortal realm cultivators perished instantly, though the demonic cultivator was also killed by joint immortal efforts. Within days, a great Luo golden immortal had fallen on the battlefield, escalating tensions dramatically. Thus began a low-intensity war between the two realms. As long as supreme beings didn't intervene, it wasn't considered full-scale war, just minor skirmishes. In the immortal origin realm, at a remote corner of a mortal nation, Su Yuan's avatar arrived after traversing vast distances. Four maids accompanied him, along with Su De, Su Air, and Su San. He'd also brought the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Xiao Li and Little Kai stayed home to watch things. Old Qian stood nearby, surprised. Su Yuan, I didn't expect you'd dare go out. Aren't you afraid? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. This is an avatar. If it's lost, no big deal. You're here in your real body. Shouldn't you be afraid? Old Qian's expression changed, warily scanning their surroundings. Where is this? The world feels incredibly stable, with dense spiritual energy. The immortal realm. The immortal realm? Everyone gasped in shock. Isn't this dangerous? Su San stammered. Su Yuan waved dismissively. Relax. Not everyone in the immortal realm is an immortal. In fact, immortals are the minority. Most are still mortals or mundane cultivators. Hearing this, everyone relaxed. With a wave, Su Yuan transformed the cauldron into an extravagant carriage with a spacious compartment for him and the four maids. Su De dutifully took the driver's seat while Su Air and Su San summoned spirit horses from beast pouches to flank the carriage. "Let's head to the nearest town," Su Yuan said. "Yes, master," Suda responded. "Hiya." Suda flicked the reins. The horse rolled its eyes. "Suda, are you stupid? That's me transformed." "Or I forgot." Suda chuckled awkwardly. "Quit the act," Su Yuan said flatly. "You're right beside me. That's just your main body's illusion." "Well, whatever," Old Qian grumbled. Suddenly remembering something, Old Qian said, "What about that green ox? Your mount. Have it pull the carriage." Su Yuan paused, then mentally located his old ox mount. Having stayed home so long, he'd never used it until now. The ox appeared before them, bewildered as a horse draped reins over it. Thus, the carriage became an ox cart. "Wait, what's going on?" The ox turned, then quieted upon seeing Su Yuan. The ox cart moved forward, nearing town when they spotted a crowd gathered by the river. Su Yuan's carriage still attracted considerable attention. Many people glanced in their direction while whispering among themselves. A middle-aged man dressed relatively well stepped forward from the crowd and approached from a distance, bowing respectfully. "I am Wang Fugue, the town chief of Shishui Town. Might I ask what instructions the exalted Immortal has for us? What are you all doing here?" Su Yuan glanced toward the riverside where a tall platform stood. "Esteemed Immortal must be unaware. In half a day, it will be the Dragon King Festival that occurs once every 4 years on the Tonggu River. We're preparing the sacrificial ceremony. Since you've come from afar, would you be interested in observing the rites?" Wang Fugue chuckled. Su Yuan's eyes flashed. "How did you know I came from afar?" The 3 prefectural cities, dozens of major cities, and thousands of towns along the Tonggu River are all preparing for this Dragon King Festival. Since you're unaware of this event, you must have come from over 10,000 li away, Chief Wang explained. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "I'll come observe later. First I'll rest in town." Wang Fugue quickly waved to someone in the crowd. A chubby young man came running over. The town chief patted his shoulder. "This is my son. Please feel free to ask him for anything you need. I must continue overseeing the ceremony preparations. I beg your forgiveness." Su Yuan waved his hand. "No matter. Go attend to your duties." Wang Fugue repeatedly apologized and bowed before carefully retreating. Su Yuan could tell Wang Fugue had traces of crude qi refining cultivation, barely reaching the first layer, just barely qualifying as a cultivator. The chubby young man before him had actually reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, though his cultivation method was equally rudimentary. Cultivation techniques in the immortal realm couldn't possibly be worse than the mortal world. This could only mean the transmission of techniques here was strictly controlled. "Exalted Immortal, this lowly one is Wang Xingye. I know every corner of our town." Lead the way then." "Show me around town," Su Yuan said. Right away, Wang Xingye jogged ahead as the ox cart followed him into town. A strange light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, instantly revealing the fortune energy of heaven and earth before him. The entire town was covered by a thin layer of crimson fortune clouds, ordinary clouds with a strand of fortune energy connecting to somewhere distant. At the town center, the government office was enveloped in orange fortune energy, with a small seal floating among the clouds protecting the building. This wasn't particularly surprising. What did surprise Su Yuan were 2 larger fortune clouds on either side of the government office. One crimson like the rest, but the other actually yellow in color, which greatly interested him. Pointing left, Su Yuan asked, "What special building is there?" Wang Xingye immediately replied, "That's the Earth God Temple. And there..." Su Yuan pointed the other direction. "That's the Dragon King Temple." Wang Xingye answered carefully. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "Let's visit both," Su Yuan said. "Of course. Please follow me, exalted Immortal." Wang Xingye first led Su Yuan outside the Tonggu Dragon King Temple. Though Su Yuan didn't enter, the temple's grandeur was evident even from outside. Towering halls, independent courtyard walls, multiple ornate buildings with lavish decorations and patterns, and 2 majestic stone carvings flanking the entrance. Many humans could be seen inside offering incense with utmost reverence. After a glance, Yuan said, "Let's go to the other one." Soon they arrived near the Earth God Temple, a lonely, humble structure dwarfed by comparison. While larger than surrounding houses, the Earth God Temple was less than one-tenth the size of the Dragon King Temple. Its plain exterior revealed a simple earthen idol inside, with only a couple townspeople casually offering incense without particular devotion. Seeing this, Yuan seemed thoughtful. He turned to leave without entering. After Yuan departed, within the Earth God Temple, a kindly elderly figure emerged from the earthen idol. This remote town actually has cultivators visiting, the aged Earth God murmured as he observed Yuan's group's cultivation levels. 7 fish demons at early middle chi refining, simplified as refined spirit realm, and 1 ox demon at early refined spirit stage. How dare this cultivator directly command demonkind? The Earth God's expression changed to one of alarm. When he tried examining Yuan himself, it was like viewing flowers through fog, indistinct. Just as he grew suspicious, the human cultivator suddenly turned his head. Their gazes met across the distance through buildings. Yuan smiled slightly and nodded in greeting before turning away. The Earth God looked shocked. He hadn't sensed any divine consciousness. How had the cultivator detected his observation? He'd been using his divine domain perception, which shouldn't be detectable. The Earth God hesitated, clearly conflicted. Under Wang Xingye's guidance, Yuan settled in a courtyard. Noticing Wang Xingye's hesitant demeanor, Yuan asked, "Is something the matter?" Wang Xingye immediately knelt with a thud. "This lowly one has long yearned for the immortal path. Meeting you today, I beg you to accept me as your disciple." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you already cultivating?" Wang Xingye quickly explained. "I practice the basic breathing technique, just fundamental breathing methods that can't progress beyond the 3rd chi refining layer." "Oh, you never joined a sect?" Yuan asked. "A sect? I once attended an immortal sect's disciple selection 1,000 li away, but my aptitude was insufficient to enter," Wang Xingye said dejectedly. Yuan's eyebrow rose. An upper-grade spiritual root counted as insufficient aptitude? Seeing Yuan lost in thought without answering, Wang Xingye showed disappointment. Yuan said, "Taking disciples isn't necessary. I have a method I can teach you, but you must devoutly worship the Big Dipper afterward. Are you willing?" "Willing. Absolutely willing." Wang Xingye was overjoyed. Yuan nodded and extended a finger toward Wang Xingye's forehead when, "Exalted Immortal, please wait," came an urgent voice. Looking down, Yuan saw an old Earth God emerge from the ground, bowing respectfully. Wang Xingye's expression soured at the interruption, but when he saw who it was, he froze in shock. This elderly man looked exactly like the Earth God idol. Yuan regarded the Earth God with interest. At merely 4th-stage power, he wasn't impressive, but his divine position intrigued Yuan. "And you are?" "This humble one is Zhou Jiqing, current Earth God of Shishui Town, responsible for safeguarding this area. Why stop me from transmitting techniques?" Yuan asked. Zhou Jiqing took a deep breath. "Demons dominate here. The Western Mountains outside town team with them. They don't normally attack thanks to my protection, the Imperial Seal's deterrence, and the Dragon King Temple's influence. But if humans cultivate profound techniques, their enhanced essence and spiritualized flesh become targets, attracting demonic attention. I fear I couldn't protect the town then." Wang Xingye was stunned. He'd never known this was why techniques were so hard to obtain. "Are humans so weak here?" Yuan frowned. The Earth God sighed. "Humans are indeed a powerful race in the immortal realm. No demon dares act in core territories. But this is the borderlands. Caution is necessary." He glanced at Su Dao and others, hesitating to speak further. Yuan waved dismissively. No need for concern. In truth, Yuan was well-versed in these matters from extensive reading about the immortal realm's general situation. But book knowledge paled compared to first-hand experience. What really mattered was fame points. Checking his fame level, it still hadn't reached 2. What's the strongest demon nearby? Su Yuan asked. At least early stage refining void to Dao realm, the earth god said gravely. Su Yuan nodded. He pointed, sending a starlight into Wang Xingye's forehead. Wang Xingye thrilled as a complete 7 stars inheritance appeared in his mind. Thank you for this technique, exalted immortal. Wang Xingye kowtowed reverently. This, earth god Zhou Jiqing looked utterly perplexed. You may leave, Su Yuan said. Wang Xingye happily withdrew while the earth god sighed inwardly. Without explanation, Su Yuan continued inquiring about local demons. A nearby spirit mountain housed a 3-tailed cat demon clan whose patriarch was at least refining void to Dao realm. The 4 maids thoughtfully prepared tea, spirit fruits, and snacks. Their conversation lasted half a day. Outside town, Wang Fugui solemnly led the townspeople in beginning the ceremony. Shishui Town has prepared 300 adult spirit livestock, 300 millennium spirit herbs, 300 gene of rare spirit ores, 300 june of spirit rice, and 300 premium spirit stones. We humbly offer these to the Dragon King. May the Dragon King bless Shishui Town with peace and favorable weather. Tens of thousands of townspeople knelt toward the platform. Su Yuan frowned slightly at the sight. Invisible incense, energy, and fortune power rose from each person, condensing into a red-yellow cloud containing the essence of hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, a cloud drifted over the Tonggu River, revealing glimpses of a several hundred-meter-long 4-clawed Dragon King within. Passing Shishui Town, it inhaled sharply, consuming all offerings along with the gathered incense and fortune energy. Casually exhaling some of its own energy over the town, the Dragon King marked his territory, like an animal urinating to claim ground, serving only as warning without real protection. Noticing unfamiliar spiritual energy as he passed, the Dragon King instinctively looked toward that courtyard. For a moment, Su Yuan and the Dragon King locked eyes. Tonggu Dragon King frowned slightly. A mere human cultivator actually dared to meet his gaze. The Dragon King's expression darkened, a flash of displeasure appearing in his eyes as a streak of fire shot from his dragon pupils, transforming into a fire-tipped spear that shot straight towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan also frowned. He hadn't expected that a dignified Dragon King would so casually attempt to kill a human cultivator, especially when that human was himself. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold as a wisp of starlight, sword energy infused with lightning aura condensed before shooting toward Tonggu Dragon King. Both attacks were minimal, containing no substantial magical power. The Dragon King believed a casual strike could crush the human cultivator, while Su Yuan was confident his attack could block the Dragon King's strike. The lightning sword and fire spear clashed midair, instantly illuminating the sky. Laws of lightning, stellar laws, and sword principles instantly formed a web of laws that enveloped the fire-tipped spear, grinding it into dissipating sparks within moments. Then Su Yuan's attack reformed into a lightning sword that shot toward Tonggu Dragon King. The Dragon King reached out and grabbed. The sword energy became trapped within his claw. With a light squeeze, he attempted to crush the minor sword energy, but in a breath's time, the energy split into 9 parts that arranged themselves into a mysterious 7 stars formation, actually resisting the Dragon King's casual grip. A flash of light appeared in the Dragon King's eyes, as if he saw 9 supremely profound Dao characters evolving within the formation, containing numerous mysteries of stellar laws. These Dao characters sent Tonggu Dragon King, seeing them for the first time, into momentary daze. He quickly regained clarity and forcefully crushed the lightning sword formation in his claw. At this moment, Tonggu Dragon King felt uneasy. He stared suspiciously at Su Yuan, his expression shifting uncertainly. These were Law Dao characters. Could this person actually be at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? For the first time, Tonggu Dragon King felt intense unease, deeply imprinting Su Yuan's appearance in his mind. Ding! Fame value plus 13. Surprise flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. This Dragon King actually gave him 13 fame points? What realm was this? At this moment, dangerous mission, highlighted brightly, indicating the extreme threat level of the Dragon King before him. Su Yuan glanced at his system panel without panic, calmly activating the entry, Great Being's Demeanor. His pressure, aura, and temperament began rapidly approaching a certain realm. The Dragon King paused briefly, sending out an avatar clone to continue patrolling Tonga River. His true body, however, transformed into a young man with dragon horns after a flash of light. He quickly appeared above Su Yuan's courtyard, immediately releasing powerful dragon might to probe Su Yuan's limits. Yet when he did so, Su Yuan simply raised his teacup at that moment, sending back an immense, condensed pressure that instead suppressed Tongu Dragon King. Not only did this effortlessly dissipate the dragon might without the nearby maids noticing anything as they continued preparing tea, but Su Yuan's pressure also countersuppressed the Dragon King. The Dragon King's aura suddenly stagnated, his power suppressed by 10%. This made Tongu Dragon King's expression completely change. Su Yuan was extremely surprised. His Great Being's demeanor had broken records, his pressure reaching golden immortal level. This meant the Dragon King's cultivation had reached mystic immortal level. This was somewhat unbelievable. Su Yuan's second nascent soul had only just entered human immortal initial stage. In a real fight, even with Great Being's demeanor, he'd be instantly defeated without resistance. Yet Tongu Dragon King now regarded Su Yuan with deep wariness. Taking a deep breath and seeing Su Yuan didn't press further, the Dragon King descended after a moment's thought, landing in Su Yuan's courtyard. He bowed respectfully. Tongu pays respects to the human Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord? The local Earth God gasped, looking at Su Yuan in terror. He hastily stood up, not daring to remain seated, quickly moving aside. Immortal Lord typically referred to golden immortals. Eternal golden immortals capable of establishing massive domains in the immortal world. Ding! Fame value plus 0.0001. Ding! Fame value plus 0.001. Ding! Fame value plus 0.01. Ding! Fame value plus 0.1. Su Yuan glanced at the meager fame values from the Earth God. After 4 increases, it only totaled 0.1. I dare not claim to be an immortal lord. My power is weak. I was nearly killed by you, Su Yuan said calmly. Tongu's expression changed. He forced a smile. The immortal lord jests. This matter was indeed my mistake. I'm willing to compensate your losses. He continued. My grandfather is a golden immortal. As long as the exalted immortal makes requests, I'll fully compensate the immortal lord. Tongu Dragon King's words carried hidden thorns, subtly mentioning his background. Su Yuan frowned. Tongu Dragon King's heart leapt to his throat. While his grandfather was indeed a golden immortal, their relationship wasn't close. The atmosphere instantly froze. Nearby maids and guards stiffened. Only the old ox remained calm as it happily ate celestial fodder, completely ignoring their conversation. Noticing the green ox's relaxed demeanor made Tongu Dragon King even more nervous. Su Yuan snorted coldly. You've taken my human clan's worship and fortune, yet care little for their safety. Is this proper? Tongu Dragon King secretly relaxed. What does the immortal lord suggest? I want you to protect these humans' safety, at least ensuring towns and cities remain secure for 10,000 years. Do you agree? Su Yuan stared at Tongu Dragon King, oppressive might forcefully pressing down. The Dragon King sighed in relief. This incident was indeed my fault. I'm willing to pay the price, protecting the humans under my care. Checking his system panel and seeing no additional fame values from the Dragon King, Su Yuan continued. Additionally, I'll spread a cultivation method. All humans in your territory may learn it. Tongu Dragon King's expression changed. This, if humans cultivate, ensuring their safety becomes difficult. Su Yuan calmly watched, his oppressive might intensifying. The Dragon King sighed and nodded, as the exalted Immortal commands. Ding, fame value plus 130. Ding, fame value level up. Su Yuan immediately checked his system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Immortal Origin Realm. Level, Minor Fame, 145/1000. Realm, Peak Void Refining, 100 out of 100/Initial Human Immortal, 1 out of 100. Entry 1. Work-Rest Balance, LV7, 101100/1M. Current rest time, 1 day, modifiable. Su Yuan mentally clicked, modifiable. Instantly, the work-rest balance entry's description reappeared. Work-rest balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer you rest, the better your cultivation results. Current rest time, 1 day. Staring at this description, Su Yuan realized he could add, delete, or modify parts of it, but with extreme limitations, only changing 1 or 2 characters. He tried changing longer to shorter. A red flash crossed the system panel. The modification failed. After brief consideration, his gaze fell on the latter part. He modified 1 phrase. A green flash appeared. Entry 1 instantly changed. Work-rest balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer you rest, the better your cultivation results. Total accumulated rest time, 1 day. Su Yuan's heart surged with joy at this description. Though only 2 characters changed, the actual effect had transformed completely. Su Yuan's main body immediately tested it. He began cultivating, and he could truly choose not to activate work-rest balance. The accumulated rest time didn't decrease or disappear. Cultivating didn't affect the ongoing accumulation. At this moment, Entry 1 achieved an epic breakthrough. This surpassed level upgrades. It was a fundamental, revolutionary improvement. He never imagined the Immortal Origin Realm's fame system could modify entry descriptions. Even 1 or 2 character changes could produce astonishingly different effects. His experiment confirmed his long-held suspicion. The Immortal Origin Realm truly lived up to being a higher world. Tonggu Dragon King noticed Su Yuan's sudden good mood, but he sensed it wasn't due to their agreement. Something else pleased him. Noticing the Dragon King's gaze, Su Yuan smiled. Tonggu Dragon King, thank you for your hospitality. Having obtained what I wanted, there's no need to linger. The Dragon King quickly asked, might I know the Exalted Immortal's honorable title? I am the 7 Stars Daoist. The Big Dipper illuminates Earth to stabilize mountains and rivers. 7 stars shine upon heaven to grasp the starry river. Ha ha, this Daoist takes his leave. We'll meet again if fate allows. Amidst Su Yuan's laughter, his voice vanished like bubbles. Along with him disappeared 4 maids, 3 guards, the old ox, and its cart. Everything Su Yuan brought vanished without trace. Tonggu Dragon King scanned thousands of miles, but found no sign of Su Yuan, as if he never existed. Bewildered, he looked at the Earth God. The terrified Earth God said, Dragon King, I don't know either. The Dragon King waved him off, flying into the clouds as he gazed at his domain and sighed. Should have checked the almanac before leaving. Met a human old monster today. Ding. Lifespan plus 1 million years. Su Yuan's main body suddenly erupted with immense vitality. Waves of life energy materialized within his flesh and blood, causing his physique to rapidly evolve. His spiritual sense turned inward to observe his deepest core. His original human bloodline was undergoing its most fundamental transformation at this moment, not awakening some hidden ancient lineage, but rather his current human bloodline itself was experiencing a qualitative leap. Countless law patterns manifested out of thin air, imprinting themselves deep into his bloodline, supporting the potential corresponding to a million-year lifespan. The heaven and earth formation seals originally imprinted in his spiritual acupoints now completely merged with his bloodline, becoming his innate talent. His comprehension aptitude for cosmic laws skyrocketed once more, with clarity increasing over tenfold. This is dangerous mission, taking effect, perfectly avoiding a life-or-death crisis from the mystic Immortal Dragon King at the early human immortal stage. Lifespan increased by 1,000,000 years. His lifespan had become so long, its end was no longer visible. Tisk, great being's demeanor and dangerous mission are such a perfect match. If I'm willing, I could even artificially create life-or-death crises, then smoothly overcome them with great being's demeanor. Could this be considered exploiting a bug? Yuan glanced at his system panel and saw no reaction whatsoever, which he took as implicit permission. System panel. Now I can cultivate normally. With my bloodline transformation complete, let's test my own cultivation effects. With this thought, Yuan sat cross-legged and began cultivating. An astonishing suction force erupted within him, devouring massive amounts of spiritual energy, but he soon stopped actively cultivating his magic power. His 7-star supreme cosmic status made him aware that the 7 stars realm's origin was too depleted. While its upper limit had been raised, the world's total spiritual energy had actually decreased. To elevate the limit, most of the world's origin had been consumed, and it was now absorbing spatial energy from beyond the 9th heaven to replenish itself. If he cultivated normally, the 7 stars realm's recovery would become indefinitely delayed. Normally, the realm could support a void refining or body unity cultivator just fine. But now he possessed a supreme bloodline, nearly comparable to immortal beasts. His spiritual energy requirements had increased dozens or even hundreds of times, combined with his magic power quality being 100 times greater than others at the same realm and his cultivation speed being hundreds of times faster. This made his personal energy absorption rate absurdly excessive. The 7 stars realm simply couldn't sustain his cultivation, at least not yet. Not enough spiritual energy. The 7 stars realm is just a mortal world with severely damaged origins. Yuan sighed, then suddenly looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper was an ancient celestial constellation whose starlight was also a form of energy, perfectly suited to his cultivation path. He could absorb it directly. With this realization, he immediately activated the trait, 7 stars shine bright. An intangible connection between him and the Big Dipper strengthened manifold. As if answering his call, the Big Dipper immediately projected starlight across the vast distance. Beyond the 9th heaven of the 7 stars realm, within the spatial turbulence, a starry channel materialized out of nothingness. Torrents of stellar energy poured into the 7 stars realm through this channel, as if free for the taking. The 9th heaven of the 7 stars realm automatically opened a passage to guide the descending stellar energy. Above the 7 stars sect, the sky tore open into a massive void spanning thousands of miles, enveloping the sect's vicinity. Endless starlight cascaded down like an inverted Milky Way, pouring toward the earth. As it descended, the starlight increasingly concentrated toward the center, ultimately gathering above cave number 6 before pouring into Yuan's cultivation chamber. During this descent, some starlight naturally dispersed, slowly enhancing the 7 stars realm's foundation. Most was absorbed by Yuan's body, transforming into his magic power cultivation, nascent soul cultivation, and physical cultivation. The excess starlight that even he couldn't absorb all spread throughout cave number 6. The cave's stellar energy density skyrocketed, with some of the overly rich energy merging into the earth veins, improving the quality of the entire 7 stars sect's spiritual arteries. The sect's overall spiritual energy concentration was gradually increasing. Yuan's solitary cultivation was actually elevating the entire sect, even the entire world, an utterly inconceivable feat. As Yuan grew accustomed to this cultivation state, he gradually freed more mental focus to contemplate the mysteries of cosmic laws. Cultivation progress required simultaneous advancement in 3 areas: magic power, law comprehension, and mental state. Among these, magic power cultivation was simplest, while law comprehension was most difficult. Many immortals would refine their magic power and stabilize their mental state, only to be completely stuck at the bottleneck of law comprehension. Thus, the more laws one comprehended, the better. There could never be too much. Amidst this stellar downpour, Yuan's comprehension speed of stellar laws increased dramatically. He soon became completely immersed in profound contemplation, utterly lost in it. In the sect's main hall, Gu Qingzhu swallowed a drop of thunder essence. The yang-rich essence began tempering his nascent soul. Combined with his cultivation technique, Yin finally gave birth to Yang, nascent soul transforming into spirit. His nascent soul underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, officially stepping into the nascent soul realm. The world before his eyes became many times clearer. Previously obscure insights now sparked understanding. Seizing this breakthrough opportunity, he successfully reached the great achievement stage of conceptual comprehension. I broke through. I succeeded. Gu Qingzhu cheered excitedly like a child. I'm probably the fastest among my peers to reach nascent soul. This thunder essence is incredibly effective. To think I achieved 2 realm breakthroughs, including a major realm, in just over a decade. Excited, he stepped out of the hall, feeling refreshed. Then he froze. The sect was enveloped in dense spiritual mist. A single deep breath contained spiritual energy equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. He was utterly baffled. Then he noticed the gigantic stellar vortex in the sky, with endless starlight pouring down toward cave number 6. Meanwhile, spiritual energy was gradually diffusing outward from cave number 6, contained within the sect by the mountain protecting formation, causing the sect's spiritual concentration to rise steadily. Gu Qingzhu was stunned. Others drained spiritual energy when cultivating, but Ancestor Master not only doesn't consume it, he actually emits it. Unbelievable. But he quickly recovered. Yuan's feats no longer surprised him. Ancestor Master said, I could practice his supreme techniques after reaching nascent soul. Now that I've broken through, it's finally my turn. Composed, he flew toward the scripture pavilion. Arriving before it, he paused in surprise. Beside the pavilion stood a spatial portal with disciples queuing to enter, while the actual pavilion stood empty. Formation Spirit, what's going on? Having secluded himself for months, Gu Qingzhu found his own sect somewhat unfamiliar. That portal leads to a secret realm where Ancestor Master Su stores his supreme techniques. Oh, why go through the trouble of putting them in a secret realm? Gu Qingzhu wondered. After a brief silence, the Formation Spirit said, see for yourself. Nodding, Gu Qingzhu bypassed the line of disciples to enter first. Disciples bowed respectfully. Greetings, Sect Master. Gu Qingzhu waved them off and stepped into the portal. In a blink, he found himself in a silvery white world. Looking up, he saw dozens of massive tiers ascending upward. Each tier was extremely wide, filled with countless books. Glancing right from his current tier, he saw endless shelves extending beyond sight. The books varied. Some stood alone on stone platforms, clearly Yuan's supreme techniques, while others filled shelves, annotations, and derivative works by others. Spotting a familiar figure, Gu Qingzhu sent a mental message. Guyu? Weren't you in another world? Noticing Gu Qingzhu, Guyu hurried over. Sect Master, I returned for advanced study. Impressive, already at late golden core stage. Your progress is astonishing. Why are you reading on the first tier? Gu Qingzhu asked, puzzled. The beautiful woman soon departed, leaving only the 7 little ones standing there in complete bewilderment. Little 36 looked up. Above the sea of books, countless stars twinkled. Simply gazing at them would pour streams of inheritance knowledge into one's mind. Immortal dragon body, golden immortal level physical inheritance. Supreme solar dragon radiance, Tai golden immortal level dragon flame inheritance. Eternal eyes, Great Luo Golden Immortal Level Ocular Technique Inheritance. Little 36 gasped sharply. These inheritances were displayed before him, completely unveiled, without the slightest concealment. The Dragon Clan's method of nurturing descendants was astonishingly unrestrained. No elders teaching, just letting young dragons choose and learn by themselves, absorbing as much as they wished. But clearly, the inheritances in the sky were too profound. He could only comprehend fragments of the introductions, feeling dizzy after just glancing at the subsequent contents. This is so complicated. Which inheritance should I choose? Little 36 sighed. If only Master were here, I could ask for his advice. The moment his words fell, in the next instant, a consciousness traversed endless distances, crossed boundless spatial barriers, penetrated through the Dragon Clan's layered arrays, and appeared directly above Little 36's head. Su Yuan's voice emerged inexplicably in Little 36's mind. Little 36, where have you run off to? Don't speak aloud. Just communicate with me mentally. Little 36 froze momentarily before his eyes lit up, thinking inwardly. Master, where are you? I'm right beside you. Where exactly is this place? Su Yuan expanded his consciousness, observing his surroundings. The sight of countless books stretching before him shocked him profoundly. The quantity was practically infinite, overwhelmingly, unimaginably vast. I'm in the Dragon Clan's myriad books sea. The elders told us to read here and choose a dragon inheritance to learn those stars in the sky. Su Yuan looked up at the celestial sphere, seeing the myriad stars, but averted his gaze after just a glance. Because his Daoist techniques naturally, trait allowed him to perceive the profound restrictions on each star, undoubtedly containing warnings against non-dragon observers. Su Yuan said, in that case, you should study these books diligently. But Master, there are too many books here. It's impossible to read them all, and many are useless. I don't want to waste time. Little 36 hurriedly replied, Master, could you help me choose an inheritance? Su Yuan responded, no need to rush. I can't immediately select a suitable inheritance for you right now. First, read the books, and remember to call out to me mentally at intervals. Understood, Master. Little 36 obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan gazed at this endless sea of books, his main body's eyes turning red with desire. Knowledge. Inheritances. This was genuine treasure. The ocean-like collection of books was staggeringly immense. Looking skyward again, he saw hundreds of millions of stars densely covering the firmament. Just the introductory content naturally emanating from each star made Su Yuan's eyes burn with excitement. From these inheritance introductions, one could discern the hierarchy of immortal realms. First were human immortal, including demon immortal, ghost immortal, rogue immortal, etc., earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, and mystic immortal, the 5 realms of longevity. Next came golden immortal, immortal lord, Tai golden immortal, immortal king, great Luo golden immortal, immortal emperor, and primordial golden immortal, immortal sovereign, the 4 realms of eternity. Beyond these were primordial great Luo golden immortal, primordial supreme great Luo golden immortal, and primordial ultimate great Luo golden immortal, the 3 realms of supreme power. Su Yuan noticed one star's introduction mentioning the Dragon Clan having 3 primordial great Luo golden immortals as backing. No wonder they were so arrogant. With 3 supreme powers safeguarding their fortune, no wonder the Dragon Clan flourished so magnificently. Su Yuan hadn't expected the immortal Origin Realm's waters to run so deep. The sheer depth of these cultivation realms startled him. He was merely at the nascent soul stage, still only in the second of the 4 mortal realms, with 12 more realms above the immortal levels. Su Yuan hastily withdrew his perception from the celestial stars, not daring to examine their contents further. Yet his heart still itched with curiosity. Suddenly, he remembered his corridor of time trait. He maintained absolute confidence in his system's traits. Su Yuan's main body activated the corridor of time. Entering this temporal passageway, he located a recent point in time and plunged into it. His consciousness seemed to return to the myriad books sea. Looking up, he saw the same hundreds of millions of stars existing simultaneously. Slowing down the corridor of time's playback speed, Su Yuan focused on one inheritance, perceiving its main contents. Immediately, a flood of spiritual text poured into his soul. Su Yuan was profoundly shaken. The corridor of time was truly miraculous. The corridor didn't merely record superficial images. It captured every aspect of reality's structure at each moment. For books and inheritances, every captured instant contained their complete contents. Thus, by extracting a single second's temporal reflection, he could acquire all its knowledge. The experiment succeeded. Through the corridor of time, he gained the ability to read dragon inheritances. He quickly exited the temporal state and checked the sky. No dragon claws appeared. Everything remained peaceful. His surreptitious acquisition had truly worked. Su Yuan gradually calmed down. Although I can access these techniques, I mustn't be hasty. Step by step, I'm completely unqualified for post-immortal techniques. First, I'll examine the ordinary books in this sea. Actually, most books in the myriad books sea were immortal level or above, with fewer mortal level ones. Re-entering the corridor of time, Su Yuan extracted 1 second and stretched its flow. At level 1, the corridor could extend time perception 100-fold. Thus, 1 second became 100 seconds. During this period, Su Yuan rapidly perceived and mentally recorded book contents using his nascent soul. Then he exited again. Taking blank jade slips, he transcribed all roughly recorded content from his nascent soul. After considerable effort, he produced 10,000 jade slips. Using magic, he converted these into physical books. Randomly selecting one, Su Yuan began reading carefully. That portion of his consciousness remained anchored in the myriad books sea, continuously gathering temporal reflections. Impossible to finish. Absolutely impossible. He could tell the first tier contained only Volume 1 techniques. At Golden Core Realm, one should study between the 19th to 27th tiers. Guyu sighed. No choice, Secmaster. The higher tiers require broader knowledge I lack, forcing me to relearn basics here. But didn't you master all of Volume 1 already? Gu Qingzhu asked. Guyu looked surprised. Secmaster, are you that out of touch? Do you know how many Volume 1 books there are now? How many could there be? Gu Qingzhu said dismissively. Now that I've reached nascent soul, mastering them all will be effortless. Guyu's gaze held sympathy for the ignorant. I've lost count, Guyu sighed. What do you mean? Gu Qingzhu frowned. Why not count yourself? Guyu suggested. If you're starting cultivation here, I recommend focusing on what interests you most. Little you, what riddles are you speaking? Gu Qingzhu shook his head. Last I checked, there were about 200 supreme techniques. Standing at the first tier's starting point. Walk right and prepare to be amazed. Guyu said. Curious, Gu Qingzhu began walking right along the first tier. Su Yuan's techniques were obvious. Each rested on a stone platform, easy to count. Resisting the urge to scan ahead with spiritual sense, he strolled leisurely. Soon, the count reached 300. Unfazed, he continued. 600. Now suspicious, he summoned a flight spell and sped forward. Su Yuan's techniques kept appearing. 800, 900, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Upon reaching the end, the count stood at 100,700. But staring at the 100-tiered staircase's terminus, Gu Qingzhu stood utterly dumbfounded. Before him, a stone platform rapidly rose from the ground. Where there had been nothing, an ultimate technique manual materialized out of thin air. Introduction and preliminary understanding of contract magic. Immediately after, a second volume of the technique appeared on the second step. Overview and basic practice of contract magic. What followed was like a chain reaction. New ultimate techniques continuously emerged on each ascending step. When even the highest step gained its own technique manual, a brand new stone platform slowly rose from the first step, beginning to condense another complete cultivation inheritance. He stood there silently watching the spectacle for a full half-hour. Yuan's collection of ultimate techniques had just increased by 15 volumes out of thin air. Swallowing hard, he looked back at the path he'd come with difficulty. The endless array of ultimate techniques left him utterly bewildered. How had he gotten here? He seemed to have flown over. If he had to examine each one to select desired techniques, the rate at which new manuals were appearing would far outpace his reading speed, let alone actually learning them. What in the world is going on here? Gu Qingzhu inhaled sharply through clenched teeth. Suddenly, he heard a tremendous rumbling. Looking up immediately, he saw a completely new step forming above what had been the highest stair. Amidst the roaring sounds, a brand new stair took shape. Hundreds of thousands of stone platforms rose simultaneously as an equal number of ultimate technique manuals condensed into existence. Clearly, this represented the emergence of higher-level techniques. Then Gu Qingzhu realized something. Every time Patriarch Su updated his techniques, he released 9 volumes at once. Sure enough, the rumbling continued relentlessly. Layer after layer of new stairs took shape at astonishing speed. New ultimate technique manuals appeared simultaneously with each new level. By the time Gu Qingzhu regained his composure, he saw that all the stairs had already produced 3 complete new sets of techniques. Gu Qingzhu felt completely numb. Shaoli materialized beside Gu Qingzhu and asked curiously, "Sect leader, why are you standing here dumbfounded? With your contribution points, you can study these techniques to your heart's content. Why aren't they all released at once instead of appearing gradually?" Gu Qingzhu pointed at the still-forming techniques. "It's simple. Master is currently comprehending these techniques. Usually when he gains insights, he has the formation spirit process them before placing them on these library stairs." Shaoli explained. Gu Qingzhu looked shocked. "You mean these constantly appearing techniques represent Patriarch Su's real-time comprehension?" "Exactly. Don't let the rapid appearance fool you. That's just Master's second nascent soul at work. When he's not contemplating, no new books appear." "Don't worry," Shaoli replied. "Wait, why would I worry? What I mean is..." Gu Qingzhu ultimately couldn't form a coherent sentence, sighing instead. "Any recommendations? I need to start learning the Patriarch's techniques." "Oh, I suggest mastering volumes 1 through 9 first. That'll give you basic proficiency. After that, just keep climbing higher and expanding rightward according to your interests and abilities," Shaoli said. Gu Qingzhu sighed. "I understand." With heavy steps, he began walking back, glancing repeatedly over his shoulder where new techniques continued appearing at the far right end of the stairs. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Was this the Patriarch's true power? He was completely awestruck. Upon flying back to the starting point, he immediately immersed himself in the first technique manual. As a nascent soul cultivator, mastering the foundational volume came easily. Within just a few hours, he'd grasped it completely, gaining confidence in channeling the Big Dipper starlight. The corner of Gu Qingzhu's mouth lifted. His comprehension abilities remained excellent. But when he realized several hours had passed, he instinctively looked toward the distant right end. Though he couldn't see it, he knew dozens more techniques had appeared. Looking up again at the towering staircase, its layers stretched like an insurmountable chasm, breathtaking in scope. He spotted Nangong Xianweng's figure. The elder was currently buried in study at the 124th technique on the 42nd stair, his silhouette radiating utter desolation. Just as Gu Qingzhu considered offering comforting words, Nangong Xianweng suddenly sighed deeply, visibly agitated. The elder stood and began walking toward the secret realm's exit. The beautiful woman soon departed, leaving only the 7 little ones standing there in complete bewilderment. Little 36 looked up. Above the sea of books, countless stars twinkled. Simply gazing at them would pour streams of inheritance knowledge into one's mind. Immortal dragon body, golden immortal level physical inheritance. Supreme solar dragon radiance, Tai golden immortal level dragon flame inheritance. Eternal eyes, great Luo golden immortal level ocular technique inheritance. Little 36 gasped sharply. These inheritances were displayed before him completely unveiled, without the slightest concealment. The Dragon Clan's method of nurturing descendants was astonishingly unrestrained. No elders teaching, just letting young dragons choose and learn by themselves, absorbing as much as they wished. But clearly, the inheritances in the sky were too profound. He could only comprehend fragments of the introductions, feeling dizzy after just glancing at the subsequent contents. This is so complicated. Which inheritance should I choose? Little 36 sighed. If only Master were here, I could ask for his advice. The moment his words fell, in the next instant, a consciousness traversed endless distances, crossed boundless spatial barriers, penetrated through the Dragon Clan's layered arrays, and appeared directly above Little 36's head. Su Yuan's voice emerged inexplicably in Little 36's mind. Little 36, where have you run off to? Don't speak aloud. Just communicate with me mentally. Little 36 froze momentarily before his eyes lit up, thinking inwardly. Master, where are you? I'm right beside you. Where exactly is this place? Su Yuan expanded his consciousness, observing his surroundings. The sight of countless books stretching before him shocked him profoundly. The quantity was practically infinite, overwhelmingly, unimaginably vast. I'm in the Dragon Clan's myriad books sea. The elders told us to read here and choose a dragon inheritance to learn those stars in the sky. Su Yuan looked up at the celestial sphere, seeing the myriad stars, but averted his gaze after just a glance. Because his Daoist techniques naturally, trade allowed him to perceive the profound restrictions on each star, undoubtedly containing warnings against non-dragon observers. Su Yuan said, in that case, you should study these books diligently. But Master, there are too many books here. It's impossible to read them all, and many are useless. I don't want to waste time. Little 36 hurriedly replied, Master, could you help me choose an inheritance? Su Yuan responded, no need to rush. I can't immediately select a suitable inheritance for you right now. First, read the books, and remember to call out to me mentally at intervals. Understood, Master. Little 36 obediently agreed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan gazed at this endless sea of books, his main body's eyes turning red with desire. Knowledge. Inheritances. This was genuine treasure. The ocean-like collection of books was staggeringly immense. Looking skyward again, he saw hundreds of millions of stars densely covering the firmament. Just the introductory content naturally emanating from each star made Su Yuan's eyes burn with excitement. From these inheritance introductions, one could discern the hierarchy of immortal realms. First were human immortal, including demon immortal, ghost immortal, rogue immortal, etc., earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, and mystic immortal, the 5 realms of longevity. Next came golden immortal, immortal lord, Tai golden immortal, immortal king, great Luo golden immortal, immortal emperor, and primordial golden immortal, immortal sovereign, the 4 realms of eternity. Beyond these were primordial great Luo golden immortal, primordial supreme great Luo golden immortal, and primordial ultimate great Luo golden immortal, the 3 realms of supreme power. Su Yuan noticed one star's introduction mentioning the Dragon Clan having 3 primordial great Luo golden immortals as backing. No wonder they were so arrogant. With 3 supreme powers safeguarding their fortune, no wonder the Dragon Clan flourished so magnificently. Su Yuan hadn't expected the immortal Origin Realm's waters to run so deep. The sheer depth of these cultivation realms startled him. He was merely at the nascent soul stage, still only in the second of the 4 mortal realms, with 12 more realms above the immortal levels. Su Yuan hastily withdrew his perception from the celestial stars, not daring to examine their contents further. Yet his heart still itched with curiosity. Suddenly, he remembered his corridor of time trait. He maintained absolute confidence in his system's traits. Su Yuan's main body activated the corridor of time. Entering this temporal passageway, he located a recent point in time and plunged into it. His consciousness seemed to return to the myriad books C. Looking up, he saw the same hundreds of millions of stars existing simultaneously. Slowing down the corridor of time's playback speed, Su Yuan focused on one inheritance, perceiving its main contents. Immediately, a flood of spiritual text poured into his soul. Su Yuan was profoundly shaken. The corridor of time was truly miraculous. The corridor didn't merely record superficial images. It captured every aspect of reality's structure at each moment. For books and inheritances, every captured instant contained their complete contents. Thus, by extracting a single second's temporal reflection, he could acquire all its knowledge. The experiment succeeded. Through the corridor of time, he gained the ability to read dragon inheritances. He quickly exited the temporal state and checked the sky. No dragon claws appeared. Everything remained peaceful. His surreptitious acquisition had truly worked. Su Yuan gradually calmed down. Although I can access these techniques, I mustn't be hasty. Step by step, I'm completely unqualified for post-immortal techniques. First, I'll examine the ordinary books in this C. Actually, most books in the myriad book C were immortal level or above, with fewer mortal level ones. Re-entering the corridor of time, Su Yuan extracted 1 second and stretched its flow. At level 1, the corridor could extend time perception 100-fold. Thus, 1 second became 100 seconds. During this period, Su Yuan rapidly perceived and mentally recorded book contents using his nascent soul. Then he exited again. Taking blank jade slips, he transcribed all roughly recorded content from his nascent soul. After considerable effort, he produced 10,000 jade slips. Using magic, he converted these into physical books. Randomly selecting one, Su Yuan began reading carefully. That portion of his consciousness remained anchored in the myriad books C, continuously gathering temporal reflections. Impossible to finish. Absolutely impossible. Elder Nangong, where are you going? Gu Qingzhu couldn't help asking. Nangong Xianwen glanced at him. To crush some weaklings and regain confidence. Gu Qingzhu looked puzzled. Nangong Xianwen simply waved dismissively. Leaving the scripture pavilion, Nangong Xianwen arrived at the spatial transfer area and waited. After half an hour, space distorted around him. He reappeared in another world, one saturated with demonic energy, clearly a demonic mortal realm. Soaring into the air, Nangong Xianwen flew randomly until locating a major demon city. With a casual wave, 7 flying swords materialized around him. Demonic cultivators below immediately noticed. A spiritual cultivator? Daring to appear here. Sound the alarm. A spiritual cultivator has come. Several figures shot skyward from the city. The leader radiated power equivalent to peak nascent soul cultivation. A mere mid-stage nascent soul spiritual cultivator dares attack our fallen god city? You seek death. The demonic cultivator sneered, slashing out with his blade. Nangong Xianwen casually flicked his sword. His blade light, condensed like meteoric iron, met the demonic attack. To everyone's shock, Nangong Xianwen's strike, though 2 minor realms weaker, completely neutralized the demon's attack. The sword light dissipated the demonic energy and continued toward its caster. The demonic cultivator barely blocked it in frantic movements. Meanwhile, Nangong Xianwen had already connected with the Big Dipper. Starlight descended. His 7 swords shot upward, merging with the falling starlight. Instantly, a 7 stars formation took shape. Divine ability, meteor, annihilation. Nangong Xianwen guided the 7 swords downward. Block it, quickly. Multiple nascent soul demons activated defenses as the city's protective array activated. Expressionlessly, Nangong Xianwen whispered, "Annihilate," with earth-shaking force. The seven stars' sword formation accelerated suddenly, bypassing the demonic experts to strike the city directly. The city's defenses shattered like glass as the formation disintegrated into countless smaller swords, transforming into a storm of blade energy that ravaged everything below. Demons screamed as sword light tore through them. Even the nascent soul demons, caught unprepared, were shredded to pieces. 15 minutes later, the city had become a sea of blood. Peak nascent soul demons and multiple late-stage experts all perished to a single technique. The overwhelming blood energy was terrifying. Nangong Xianwen produced dozens of small banners that flew up, each emitting suction force that drew in blood energy, resentment, and souls while absorbing bone essence to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, he collected spoils of war. These banners and resources should fetch good rewards from Su Qian. The 7 stars banners double the gains. Excellent. After storing everything, he left several large characters carved into the ruins, destroyed by a disciple of 7 stars. Then Nangong Xianwen departed contentedly. His previously frustrated mood from studying Su-style techniques had brightened considerably. This direct demonstration of his enhanced power, effortlessly slaying enemies 2 minor realms stronger, proved the value of his studies. Normally, such combat prowess would breed arrogance, but remembering that endless staircase of techniques left no room for pride. Better to study 2 more basic manuals. Perhaps they provide insights into higher techniques. After destroying several more cities and gathering sufficient resources, Nangong Xianwen invoked the Patriarch's name. His figure vanished from the demonic world. The slaughter he left behind ignited unprecedented demonic fury across the realm, with disciples of 7 stars becoming the most wanted criminals. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's notoriety in that world increased slightly, adding negligible experience to his reputation. Su Yuan cared little about the consequences of letting 7 stars sect members rampage through demonic mortal realms. The Immortal Demon War had begun, not just between their main realms, but across subordinate mortal worlds too. The conflict spanned countless worlds. Any negative effect from Su Yuan's actions could be attributed to this larger war. No one would suspect a third party. He was merely profiting from the chaos. Within the turbulent spatial currents, an immortal arc was traveling in reverse along the Ascension Passage. Damn it, what's going on? How many years has it been since anyone used this Ascension Passage? Inside the immortal arc, a blue-eyed octopus demon was struggling to maintain the vessel's course. A journey that should have taken 1 month now required at least 3. The Master's mission can't be completed quickly now. The octopus water demon was frustrated. He glanced at the red-haired fire demon inside the ark. "Aren't you going to help me? Why the rush?" The red-haired fire demon said calmly. "It's just a mortal world. Their strongest cultivators were only at the nascent soul stage before. We're both at the Great Ascension realm. What could possibly go wrong?" The blue-eyed octopus demon sighed. "You don't understand. In a mortal world, we'll have to endure the immortal ascension tribulation. Who knows how long we'll be stuck there by the time we return." "Huh, you still think we're returning?" The red-haired fire demon smirked, flipping his palm to release dense demonic energy. "We're demonic cultivators now. After destroying the Tianyuan realm, we won't be returning to the immortal realm immediately. We might even need to reincarnate." The fire demon had already seen through their fate. The Master has long wanted to destroy Tianyuan realm, though I don't know what he's been hesitating about. Now we're disguised as demonic cultivators to do the job. Even if we succeed, huh? The octopus demon's expression changed. Both demons fell silent. Finally, the octopus demon spoke. "My clan has produced a promising successor. With the Master's resources, our clan's rise is certain. In the future, perhaps I can return too. Give it up. Think about how to survive in the underworld instead." The fire demon said nonchalantly. The Immortal arc continued its bumpy journey through the Ascension Passage. 3 months later, they reached the end of the passage. As they approached Yuan realm, the Immortal arc suddenly disintegrated as if completing its mission. Both demons jumped out in alarm. Erecting defensive barriers, they broke through the final layer of spatial turbulence and entered the mortal world's outer boundary, a buffer zone between the world and spatial currents where turbulence couldn't reach them. Both demons looked pale. The spatial turbulence was terrifying. Even at Great Ascension Realm, enduring it had been extremely difficult. Fortunately, only a short distance remained, though their energy expenditure had been massive. The octopus demon realized his earlier hopes were naive. There was no chance of return. Would an Immortal arc's quality really be this poor? He understood the fire demon's words now. They were expendable pawns. Their merits would benefit their clans, but for themselves? The two demons exchanged glances. Let's go. Send out an avatar to destroy Yuan realm, the fire demon said calmly. Wait, look, what's that? The octopus demon pointed at something in the distance. The fire demon looked and was equally shocked. What is that? They saw a passage torn open in the spatial turbulence outside the world, with massive amounts of stellar energy pouring through into the world. The octopus demon was baffled. Is this Yuan realm? Something feels off. The fire demon frowned. Investigate the situation. From beyond the 9 heavens, they observed the world below. Gradually, their confusion grew. Wait, this world's level has reached the peak of mortal realms. This can't be Yuan realm. Also, records said Green Vine continent was only the size of a prefecture city. Look at that continent below. It's sizable even for a mortal world. Let me calculate. The octopus demon's tentacles intertwined as he performed calculations, then exclaimed, Wait, this is the 7 stars realm. 7 stars realm? The fire demon was stunned. After verifying, he confirmed it was true. Did we get the wrong target world? The fire demon sighed helplessly. Impossible. This was Yuan realm's Ascension Passage. The octopus demon was puzzled. What do we do now? Make cold squid salad, the fire demon sighed. The octopus demon glared. The fire demon spread his hands. Without the Immortal arc, unless we ascend back, what else can we do? As expendables, we weren't even given communication methods. The octopus demon wondered, what secrets does Yuan realm hold? Why would the master value a mere mortal world so much? Enough, the fire demon said after a pause. Now we must revert to spiritual cultivation and find a way to ascend back to report. This might be our chance. If we return, we might avoid being sent again. The octopus demon's eyes lit up. Great idea. Both demons looked at each other with sudden excitement, then dove toward the 7 stars realm, rapidly descending toward land. Su Yuan's consciousness silently observed the two demons falling toward the earth. Stroking his chin, he pondered their conversation. His 7 stars supreme status had alerted him when unknown beings crossed dimensions. Initially unconcerned about 2 Great Ascension Realm demons, their conversation revealed they were agents of that unknown enemy. His world renaming strategy had worked. Neither demon suspected 7 Stars Realm was the former Yuan realm. The changes were indeed drastic. The once mighty Green Vine continent had become a minor region, now called 7 Stars Prefecture, exclusively controlled by 7 Stars sect, while other sects led humans to newly emerged continents. The two demons landed on an unremarkable mountain. Intending to begin their cultivation reversal, they soon found the local spiritual energy too sparse for their needs. Following increasing energy concentrations, they noticed the towering stellar pillar connecting heaven and earth. Gazing at the bright Big Dipper in the sky, the fire demon murmured, "No wonder it's called 7 Stars Realm, truly blessed by the Big Dipper." As they traveled toward 7 Stars Prefecture, gathering information, they learned it was 7 Stars Immortal Sect's territory, rumored to have great ascension cultivators and be the world's strongest power. I heard 7 Stars sect disciples can fight above their level, with geniuses defeating opponents a major realm higher. Their techniques must be extraordinary, likely advanced immortal realm heritage. The octopus demon speculated. The fire demon nodded. If true, joining Seven Stars sect would give us both powerful techniques and abundant spiritual energy, perfect for our needs. Listening in, Yuan had an idea. He needed to learn about this master figure. Perhaps these demons could provide leads. Summoning Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu, he ordered them to capture a golden core peak stage demon beast. What? We're only at Foundation Establishment Peak, Ancestor. You want us to fight a golden core peak beast? Zhuge Jian exclaimed. Is it difficult? There are two of you, Yuan said. 2 against 1 gives you the advantage. After a pause, Zhuge Jian nodded. Understood, Ancestor. Nangong Huiyu added. Don't worry, Ancestor. We'll use strategy, not brute force. She side-eyed Zhuge Jian, her gaze saying, Are you an idiot? Only thinking of brute force. Zhuge Jian smiled awkwardly, realizing his mistake. Yuan smiled without comment. As the 2 disciples departed, the demons observed them from above. Look, 2 Seven Stars sect disciples. Only Foundation Establishment Peak, though their aura is stronger than usual, the fire demon noted. Why do they have 7 nascent golden cores? The shocked octopus demon exclaimed. 7 nascent golden cores? The fire demon was equally astonished. I've never even heard of such a thing. This must be incredible immortal realm heritage. As they marveled, the 2 disciples began fighting the golden core peak beast. Within half an hour, using arrays, pills, talismans, and formidable techniques, they killed the beast despite the realm gap. Are these 7 Star sect's top geniuses? The octopus demon was stunned. Probably just regular talents. We couldn't have randomly encountered their strongest disciples. Even so, it proves 7 Star sect's techniques are extraordinary. Joining them would be perfect for our cultivation reversal, the fire demon said. The blue-eyed octopus demon and the red-haired fire demon found a remote location near the 7 Stars prefecture. The blue-eyed octopus demon was the first to begin its transformation. Meanwhile, the red-haired fire demon stood guard during this process. Once the blue-eyed octopus demon completed its cultivation, it would then protect the red-haired fire demon during its turn. Soon, the blue-eyed octopus demon fully transformed, taking the form of a young man. It then began dispersing its cultivation. Wisps of demonic energy dissipated from its body, colliding with spiritual energy and causing intense reactions that corroded the surrounding land, leaving it pockmarked. After completely dispersing its cultivation, the blue-eyed octopus demon directly fell to the mortal realm. Even its physical body had become ordinary flesh and blood due to the transformation, though its soul strength and cultivation insights remained. Recovering its cultivation wouldn't be difficult. Yin Xinming, why does it feel like all my demonic energy has completely disappeared? The blue-eyed youth exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's true. It seems repeated cleansing by both spiritual and demonic energy has purified your foundation to an extraordinary degree, Yin Ximing marveled. Lanji, we might have discovered a great method to improve one's foundation, though the cost is quite steep. Does this mean I can reach the celestial immortal realm in the future? Lanji asked excitedly. Indeed, your talent has definitely improved. Your future path will be much smoother. Yin Ximing sighed. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon such an opportunity? If that 7 Stars sect truly possesses powerful immortal heritage, we might actually achieve something significant. Lanji immediately grew confident. I'll become a celestial immortal, even a golden immortal. Half a day later, the 2 arrived at one of the 7 Stars sect's outposts, where Lanji applied to join the sect. Yin Ximing hid within Lanji's portable spiritual treasure to protect him. Be careful not to draw too much attention, Yin Ximing warned. I know. With my talent, I'm bound to shock the entire sect. It can't be helped. I'll try to keep a low profile, Lanji replied. Yin Ximing nodded. He didn't think Lanji was wrong. Both of them had reached the Great Ascension realm. In a mortal world, Such talent was undoubtedly top tier. Joining the Seven sect would surely astonish them, and the sect's heritage would practically beg them to take it. At the outpost, a Seven sect disciple glanced at Lan Ji and said casually, "You want to join the Seven sect? Test your spiritual roots." "All right." Lan Ji calmly placed his hand on the spirit testing platform. A pillar of water blue light immediately shot into the sky, illuminating the entire outpost. All the cultivators present stopped what they were doing and surrounded Lan Ji, staring in amazement. Heavens! A heavenly spiritual root. It surpassed the limit for measuring top-grade spiritual roots. We actually have a heavenly water spiritual root here. Senior brother Guyu has a heavenly metal spiritual root and reached late golden core stage in just 10 years. That's the power of a heavenly spiritual root, far superior to top-grade ones. This will surely alert the sect elders. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Lan Ji remained completely calm inside, his confidence in his talent bolstered by a sense of superiority from the immortal world. "Make way! What kind of behavior is this?" The outpost's managing elder immediately flew over, pushing through the crowd with a smile. "Young friend, what's your name?" "Lan. Lan Ji." Lan Ji pretended to be nervous. "Haha, relax. Don't be nervous. I am not nervous. Your talent is exceptional. The sect will send elders to escort you. From now on, you're a disciple of the Seven sect." Lan Ji nodded happily. Sure enough, within half an hour, Elder Nangong Xianweng arrived personally. "Where is this genius?" Nangong Xianweng called out as soon as he landed. "Elder, this is him." The managing elder immediately presented Lan Ji. Nangong Xianweng examined Lan Ji, particularly his blue eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a heavenly water spiritual root, even his eyes are extraordinary. Lan Ji lowered his head and clutched his clothes. I was abandoned by my parents because of my eyes and have been wandering since childhood. Don't worry. From now on, the Seven sect is your home." Nangong Xianweng patted his shoulder. Lan Ji was displeased by this gesture from a mere divine transformation junior. How old was he? Such disrespect. Nangong Xianweng took him flying toward the main sect. Lan Ji was immediately shocked. Nangong Xianweng's flying speed was incredibly fast, comparable to early void refining stage. His soul could clearly sense that this old man was only at mid-divine transformation, yet he didn't seem to be exerting himself at all. Instantly, Lan Ji's condescension toward Nangong Xianweng vanished. He began to wonder, could the Seven sect truly possess immortal heritage? How else could a random elder he encountered be so formidable? "Elder, may I ask a question?" Lan Ji inquired curiously. "Oh, what is it?" "Go ahead," Nangong Xianweng replied casually. "Are you the strongest in the Seven sect?" Nangong Xianweng immediately shook his head. "Of course not. Don't speak nonsense. My strength ranks at least beyond the top 50,000. I must warn you, some things are better left unsaid." Lan Ji's eyes widened in shock. "Elder, you're this powerful yet rank beyond 50,000? Are you trying to scare me?" Nangong Xianweng waved his hand. "Why would I lie? You're just a new disciple. What do you know? Our Seven the sect, isn't as simple as it appears. The waters run deep here. You'll understand in time." "Then, who is the strongest in our sect?" Lan Ji asked. "Naturally, it's the Seven Patriarch." Nangong Xianweng's expression turned reverent and admiring. "What realm has the Patriarch reached?" Lan Ji couldn't resist asking. "I don't know," Nangong Xianweng admitted. Lan Ji was stunned. "Rumors say there's a great Ascension realm expert in the Seven sect. Is that the Patriarch?" Nangong Xianweng chuckled. "The Seven Patriarch? How could his strength be merely at the Great Ascension realm?" Don't ask such naive questions. You've just entered the cultivation world. There's much you don't understand. You'll comprehend more as you progress. Truthfully, Nangong Xianweng genuinely didn't know Su Yuan's current realm. Ever since being surpassed in cultivation, he couldn't fathom Su Yuan's level anymore. The techniques alone were enough to keep him occupied. Moreover, he wondered why the patriarch had specifically assigned him to handle this newcomer. What was the deeper meaning behind this? Nangong Xianwang concluded. Just consider the 7 Stars Patriarch to be the reincarnation of a supreme expert. Lan Ji was puzzled. A supreme expert? It's pointless explaining. You wouldn't understand. Nangong Xianwang waved dismissively. But internally, Lan Ji was horrified. In the immortal world, supreme expert wasn't a term used lightly. It specifically referred to those at the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm or above. Such an existence reincarnating? Impossible. Inside the portable spiritual treasure, Yin Xinming was equally terrified. These words made the 7 Stars sect sound like a dragon's den and tiger's lair. Yin Xinming immediately suppressed his aura, observing the situation solely through Lan Ji's senses, not daring to reveal even a trace of his power. Can I become the patriarch's disciple? I want to learn his techniques. Lan Ji asked eagerly. Nangong Xianwang gave an odd smile. You want to learn? No need to become his disciple. You'll have access to them eventually. I hope you can maintain your current mindset. Seeing Nangong Xianwang smile sent a chill down Lan Ji's spine. What exactly did that mean? Before long, they arrived at the 7 Stars sect. From midair, Lan Ji observed the sect's entirety. It appeared ordinary, with an unremarkable surface area. But the moment he passed through the sect's protective formation, incredibly dense spiritual energy assaulted his senses. At the mountain peaks, the spiritual energy was so concentrated it had liquefied. The sect's spiritual energy levels were dozens of times richer than the outside world, even surpassing ordinary regions of the immortal world. This 7 Stars sect was impressive. As he marveled, a figure suddenly materialized before them, unleashing overwhelming pressure. Nangong Xianwang immediately bowed. Greetings, Elder Su Qian. Lan Ji's heart shook. This person's aura had reached 9th stage initial level, the Great Ascension realm. The 7 Stars sect truly hid dragons and crouched tigers. What shocked him more was that he couldn't perceive how this person had appeared. Despite his soul strength remaining at peak Great Ascension, where few techniques of the same realm could escape his senses, this person seemed to have manifested from thin air. Nangong Xianwang pressed Lan Ji's head down. Quickly greet the elder. Only then did Lan Ji snap out of it and bow respectfully. Greetings, elder. Su Qian coldly glanced at Lan Ji. Who is this? A newly recruited talented disciple. Nangong Xianwang quickly explained. At least a human-grade spiritual root. Su Qian nodded slightly. Some potential. Test him to see if he can reach true grade, mystic grade, or even golden grade. Nangong Xianwang hesitated. Elder, this child will probably only reach heaven grade. True grade would be too much for him. Heaven grade? Mediocre talent. Hardly worthy of true inheritance. Su Qian's interest visibly waned. With a flick of his sleeve, he dissipated like a breeze, vanishing without a trace. Lan Ji gaped, looking around in astonishment. Where did the elder go? Sure, don't ask about the elder's affairs. Nangong Xianwang warned. Lan Ji carefully asked, Elder, what did Elder Su mean by true grade and mystic grade? Nangong Xianwang explained, it's simple, our sect's talent evaluation system. Beyond top-grade spiritual roots, one enters human grade, indicating potential to reach human immortal realm. Earth grade corresponds to earth immortal, heaven grade to celestial immortal, and so forth. Lan Ji's eyes widened. Human immortal? Our sect. Nangong Xianwang tapped his head. Don't aim too high too soon. Talent is just the starting point. While the 7 Stars sect values talent, we value temperament even more. With exceptional temperament, you might even earn an audience with the patriarch. His tone was encouraging. Lan Ji gulped, suddenly feeling apprehensive. He had thought his immortal world origins would make him a peerless genius in this tiny mortal world. Yet the 7 Star sect had even higher talent classifications. Dazed, Lan Ji allowed Nangong Xianwang to lead him to a grand hall. Come, let's test your exact talent level first. Nangong Xianwang led him before a mirror. Step forward and stand there, Nangong Xianwing instructed. Upon seeing the mirror, Lan Ji, being quite knowledgeable, recognized it as something similar to a heart-viewing mirror or mind-testing stone. He calmly stepped forward without hesitation. After all, he harbored no ill intentions toward the Seven Stars sect. He merely sought to learn its heritage. Wasn't that why everyone joined sect? However, the moment he stood before it, the mirror suddenly revealed the image of a blue-eyed octopus demon. Lan Ji's expression changed dramatically. Inside the cave treasure, Yin Shiming was equally shocked and panicked. Their true forms had been exposed. Yet Lan Ji soon noticed that Nangong Xianweng remained completely unfazed, showing no sign of surprise. Excellent. It seems your special bloodline has awakened. No wonder you possess a heavenly water spirit root. Could this be some kind of divine beast? Nangong Xianweng studied the octopus form with interest. Lan Ji forced a dry laugh, though inwardly, he grew wary of the Seven Stars sect. What kind of mirror could reveal his true form? Fortunately, in the mortal realm, many humans carried traces of mixed bloodlines, so such a revelation wasn't too unusual. The octopus image in the mirror gradually faded, replaced by lines of text. Earth-grade immortal beast bloodline, blue-eyed water-avoiding fish. Proficient in water-based laws. Its eyes can repel water and serve as the primary material for the immortal artifact, water-avoiding spirit pearl. Flaw. The fish eyes possess chaotic properties, which reduce bloodline intelligence and comprehension. 7 evolutionary paths exist, one of which leads to Xian immortal bloodline. That's it. Lan Ji grew excited upon seeing the evolutionary paths, but his enthusiasm deflated when he noticed the trailing ellipsis. The rest requires contribution points to unlock, Nangong Xianweng explained. Such bloodline evolution is still far beyond your reach. No need to dwell on it. More text appeared in the mirror. Special bloodline ranking within sect. 8,284th, top 10,000. Eligible for core disciple nomination. Lan Ji's eyes widened. 8,284th? To his surprise, Nangong Xianweng looked envious. Your talent is remarkable. Bloodline gifts like yours manifest more easily than spirit roots. Your cultivation speed will skyrocket. Congratulations. Lan Ji's lips twitched as he nodded silently. Internally, he marveled at the Seven Stars' sect's hidden depths. This was the mortal realm. How could there be so many bloodlines surpassing celestial immortals? A bloodline represented an entire race. Was this ranking equivalent to a racial hierarchy? Naturally, he had higher expectations for his own bloodline standing. Next comes tests for temperament, comprehension, and the like. Pay attention, Nangong Xianweng suddenly announced. Before Lan Ji could react, a beam of light from the mirror enveloped him. He felt momentarily dazed before regaining clarity. What just happened? He mentally asked Yin Shiming. I don't know. Your consciousness blanked out briefly. Even your soul couldn't withstand it. Truly bizarre, Yin Shiming replied gravely. As they tensed, a dot appeared at the mirror's center. 4 lines extended from it, representing willpower, comprehension, temperament, and awareness, each scaled from 0 to 100. Soon, 4 red dots traveled along the lines, stopping at 37, 25, 45, and 18. Nangong Xianweng nodded approvingly. Not bad. Your temperament is acceptable. Lan Ji stared at the numbers in disbelief. How are my scores this low? Impossible. You're actually above average. Most disciples score single digits, Nangong Xianweng remarked, raising an eyebrow. The mirror displayed another line. Temperament, passable. Overall new disciple ranking. 5,871st. Lan Ji bristled at the ranking. How could a mere mortal sect have so many elites? Outstanding. Top 6,000. Your future looks bright. Nangong Xianweng gave him a thumbs up. Lan Ji didn't know whether to thank him or curse. It sounded like praise, yet his pride smarted. How could his talents be so mediocre? 3 days later, he was led to a valley. This is Immortal Seed Valley. You'll train here for 3 months alongside this batch of 1,000 seedlings. Aim for the top 10, Nangong Xianwing said, patting his shoulder before leaving. Alone, Lan Ji surveyed the valley square filled with youthful faces. Yin Xinming, can you sense these disciples' aptitudes? He asked inwardly. Silence. Hello, Ket got you tongue. Lan Ji frowned. Lan Ji, we might have stumbled into an extraordinary sect. Yin Ximing finally whispered, voice trembling. What? Every disciple here surpasses supreme-grade spirit roots. Some might genuinely outmatch you, Yin Ximing admitted, swallowing hard. Impossible. How could a mortal realm host so many supreme talents? Lan Ji exclaimed. In truth, these prodigies hailed from myriad worlds. The Seven Stars sect dispatched disciples across realms on unrestricted talent-gathering missions. With infinite worlds, exceptional geniuses inevitably congregated in the Seven Stars realm, creating this staggering concentration. A youth noticed Lan Ji's blue eyes and approached. Hi, I'm Zhang Ji from Huangming Realm. Which realm are you from? Realm? You mean continent? Lan Ji blinked. Ah, you're local. Zhang Ji grinned. We elites come from countless worlds. Only those with immortal potential enter Immortal Seed Valley. Let's get acquainted. I wield a heaven-grade spirit root. Lan Ji's worldview shattered. Now, he understood. The Seven Stars sect recruited across the cosmos. But how? Even great ascension cultivators like them needed immortal arcs for inter-realm travel, which took ages. How did the sect gather so many geniuses? The Seven Stars sect's profundity stunned him. No wonder Elder Nangong warned that the sect's waters ran deep. This was an abyss. Yin Ximing fell silent, too awed to speak. Suddenly, a radiant pillar descended from the sky, its light coalescing into a divine figure radiating boundless starlight and majesty over the 1,000-odd disciples. A god! Lan Ji gasped internally. This was no minor local deity, but a true eternal celestial, the kind only seen in heavenly courts. What was such a being doing in the mortal realm? Lan Si retracted his pressure and smiled. I am Lan Si, Valley Master of Immortal Seed Valley, a third-rank star official, an eternal celestial. For 3 months, I'll guide you in Seven Stars Sect's supreme arts to broaden your horizons, temper your wills, and cultivate wisdom. I hope you'll advance through self-improvement, unlike me, limited by exchanging contribution points for a divine title. Lan Ji froze. Did he hear correctly? Celestial titles could be requested from the sect? This implied the Seven Stars sect housed a being who controlled heavenly authority, someone at least at immortal emperor level. Was the Seven Stars ancestor such a figure? An actual great power? Celestial titles granted immortality, yet here they were, casually obtainable through sect requests. Even more shocking, the sect seemed to disdain such titles, whereas immortals begged to join heavenly courts. Lan Si continued, Now, receive your foundational cultivation technique. With a wave, divine light flooded the disciples' minds. Lan Ji's consciousness absorbed a manual. Seven Stars Mystic Truth Qi Refining Art. Skimming it, he gasped. Though only covering Qi refining, its profundity surpassed anything he'd encountered. Using natural formations as spiritual apertures, alchemy cauldrons as foundations, Dao insights as roots, heaven-earth inscriptions as mana imprints. This is Qi refining material. These were nascent, soul-level concepts. Yet the sect expected new disciples to master them immediately? Absurd. Odd. Lan Ji grew increasingly reverent toward the Seven Stars sect. Its founder must truly be a reincarnated great power. Above him, Su Yuan's consciousness hovered unseen. Finger seals dancing, he calculated future developments. Through Lan Ji and Yin Xinming, he would propagate his great power persona across the immortal realm, a smokescreen to deter interference while he grew stronger. Why? Preemptive deception. His multiversal ventures would inevitably attract immortal scrutiny. By fabricating a supreme identity, he could stall opponents through doubt and caution, buying time while harvesting reputation points. 2 birds with 1 stone. Essentially, a shell company. If an actual great power exposed his ruse, well, he'd just have to flee. Immortal Origin Realm. Within a grotto heaven world. A young cultivator sat cross-legged, comprehending certain Tao rhythms within this pocket dimension. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he began performing finger calculations. He was divining the current state of the Yuan realm. Soon, he obtained a result. The Yuan realm has been erased. A faint smile appeared on his face as he chuckled lightly. The divination results of the ancient immortal king were overrated. He claimed some existence within Yuan realm would become the source of my future calamity, yet now that realm no longer exists. Where then lies my great tribulation? He had previously consulted the ancient immortal emperor, who warned that directly destroying Yuan realm would merely cause the existence bringing his death calamity to manifest in another world. Therefore, he had gradually weakened Yuan realm until the prophesied time arrived, when he dispatched Great Ascension realm experts to obliterate it completely, eliminating the foretold threat along with it. Had the mortal world been able to withstand immortal level power, he would have sent immortal stage experts directly. Still, Great Ascension realm was sufficient. Yuan realm had been weakened to the point of having no void refining cultivators left, utterly incapable of resisting Great Ascension realm extermination. Pleased, he attempted to divine his future calamity once more. Yet contrary to expectations, instead of disappearing, the impending tribulation became even clearer. The youth's expression changed drastically. What's happening? Yuan realm is gone. So why does the calamity remain? His face darkened. Those two idiots, what exactly have they done? Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Su Yuan's world renaming maneuver, an approach that defied conventional thinking, leaving him momentarily baffled. Unacceptable. I must investigate personally. With a grim expression, the youth rose and strode from the hall. Guards outside immediately bowed. We greet the star-seizing immortal lord. Waving them off, his body transformed into a streak of light that shot beyond the grotto heaven in an instant. Within mere hours, he arrived at an ascension platform in the immortal realm. 9 massive teleportation arrays stood here, cross-realm formations established by mighty experts, capable of reaching all 9 immortal domains, border regions, or descending to mortal worlds. Selecting a formation at random, he addressed its guardian deity. I wish to descend to the lower realm. My lord, apologies, descent is currently restricted, the guardian replied. Star-seizing immortal lord frowned. Explain. With the immortal demon war underway, new descent rules have been established. Golden immortals and above may not leave the immortal realm or interfere with mortal affairs. Those already below must return immediately. Though mortal regions are now battlegrounds, participation is restricted to below golden immortal level. Only those beneath golden immortal may descend now. Understanding dawned. Though at war, both immortal and demonic realms maintained certain combat protocols. Mortal regions would host battles between mystic immortals and below. Typically, spatial turbulence zones would become battlefields for longevity 5 realms experts, while internal mortal regions hosted ordinary cultivators. Golden immortals and above would fight along the borderlands. Both realms tacitly prohibited golden immortals from interfering below. Cursed oversight, Star-seizing inwardly swore. His brief cultivation seclusion had caused him to miss the descent window. Some unseen force seemed determined to block his path downward. But surrender wasn't in his nature. With a thought, a duplicate body emerged from his form, an avatar of star-seizing immortal lord. Does this suffice? He demanded. Even avatars are restricted to true immortal level, my lord. You still exceed. The guardian shook his head. Next time, explain everything at once. Darkening his expression, Star-seizing's avatar summoned a sword and slashed at its own origin. Severing away most of its power, the avatar's cultivation plummeted to true immortal level. Teleport. Star-seizing commanded impassively. 1,000,000 top-grade immortal stones, my lord, the guardian smiled. What? 10 times my original descent cost. Star-seizing exclaimed angrily. The guardian explained, private descent during wartime incurs 10,000-fold fees. Alternatively, you could enlist in combat forces for a 99% discount. merely 10 top-grade stones. Your choice. After brief silence, Star-Seizing growled. Other options? Speak quickly. Apologies, Mighty One, but as a heaven-protected deity, I advise caution. You could also complete Celestial Court missions for standard rates. Show me the tasks. Star-Seizing refused to be extorted. 1,000,000 stones would bankrupt him. He'd hesitated at 100,000 previously. The Guardian displayed mission options: scout demonic movements, assassinate demonic experts, infiltrate demonic realms, eliminate demonic cultivators, etc. Selecting a mission to slay 10 true immortal-level demonic cultivators, Star-Seizing tossed down 1,000 stones to Yuan realm. Apologies, Yuan realm doesn't exist, the Guardian replied. After a pause, Star-Seizing manifested 2 Great Ascension realm demonic beasts. These 2 descended recently. I'll use their return channel, he declared. Upon confirmation, light flashed, his avatar vanished instantly. Long after Star-Seizing departed, an almost imperceptible dark glint flashed through the Guardian deity's eyes as information transmitted beyond the immortal realm. Demonic realm. A new assassination mission appeared on task lists. Captain, a new target, true immortal level but mystic immortal rewards. Claimed, the demonic shark squad leader, an early-stage mystic immortal with 7 true immortal subordinates. Immediately accepted. Their flying vessel tore through spatial turbulence toward the target location. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Star-Seizing's avatar, operating at true immortal level, neared Yuan realm's former location. Piercing through spatial turbulence, an enormous mortal world came into view, the 7 Stars realm. Confusion flickered through his eyes as world information flooded his divinations. The continental configuration completely mismatched Thunder Giant records, bearing no resemblance to Yuan realm, yet occupying its exact coordinates. Realization began dawning when sudden danger screamed through his senses. 8 devastating attacks converged from all directions with lightning speed. Ambush. Though startled, Star-Seizing remained composed. With a wave, starlight erupted as complete stellar laws formed a mystical mirror barrier around him. The incoming attacks plunged into the star mirror like illusions, vanishing completely. Stellar reversal. Star-Seizing coldly commanded as the mirror spat back 8 transformed attacks, now blazing stellar sword beams radiating lethal intent. The demonic shark squad recoiled in shock at this counterattack technique. Despite alarm, their captain's eyes burned with savage light. Formation, activate. Instantly, overwhelming demonic energy engulfed the area, trapping Star-Seizing and his reflected attacks alike. Those stellar sword beams punctured 8 holes in the formation. The demonic cultivators had already repositioned. Star-Seizing's expression soured. This complication exceeded expectations. How does 7 Stars Realm have 8 true to mystic immortal demonic guardians? Mistakenly assuming them world protectors, he hastily divined 7 Stars Realm's origins. The truth emerged. 7 Stars Realm was Yuan Realm reborn. Damn it, not only undestroyed, but restored. What existence could achieve this? Who exactly is this future calamity? Glowering at 7 Stars Realm, he sensed his 2 dispatched demonic beasts still alive inside, undoubtedly unaware of the renaming. Divination revealed one had even begun recultivating spiritual energy, likely planning immortal ascension. Morons. Absolute morons. Though knowing these demonic guardians would thwart any efforts, their incompetence still infuriated him. Returning focus to his attackers, he reasoned, a mystic immortal team implies golden immortal backing. Could demonic golden immortals become my predicted calamity on future battlefields? Captain, I feel something's off. That attack just now seemed to contain extremely profound laws. A demon cultivator immediately transmitted through sound. Damn it. No wonder the mission reward is so high. That's a golden immortal clone. The demon shark captain cursed. What do we do then? Kill it. If we manage to kill this clone and hand it over, it's worth more than 10 Shin Immortals. Although it's a golden immortal clone, its magical power isn't limitless. We grind it down. Got it. The 8 demon cultivators' expressions were filled with frenzied, killing intent. One terrifying demonic divine ability after another was unleashed, violent attacks sweeping across the formation's range. The star picker's expression turned cold. He immediately took out a formation plate, resisting the demon cultivator's attacks while simultaneously setting up a formation. He was also skilled in formations. Seeing this, the demon cultivators increased their output, unleashing various one-time use treasures as if money were no object, pouring them towards Star Picker Immortal Lord. However, the demon cultivators grew increasingly alarmed because Star Picker Immortal Lord was calmly setting up formations right under their attacks, completely unaffected. If the opponent finished setting up the formation, they might be counterkilled. At this moment, they truly witnessed the terror of a golden immortal. The true immortal realm, seemingly injured by the Tao, yet using law comprehension to push them back relentlessly. If they hadn't set up their own formation early, they would have been wiped out. Their battle stirred the outer space beyond the 7 stars realm, causing turbulence in the 9 heavens within. Attack aftershock waves, though weakened by the heavenly Tao, still fell into the 7 stars realm. The sky looked as if it had been torn apart, a huge hole ripped open, revealing terrifying black clouds and star clouds clashing beyond the heavens. This scene stunned many powerful cultivators across the world. Cultivators above the transformation stage hurried beneath the 9 heavens to gaze toward the disturbance. Each cultivator was panic-stricken, all sensing an impending catastrophe. At this moment, Yuan calmly glanced at the system panels highlighted, "Respond to danger." Then he looked at the outside heavens. What's going on? The war between immortals and demons actually spilled into my 7 stars realm? How unlucky. Yuan was annoyed, not expecting to run into such trouble. He knew about the immortal demon war, but didn't expect it to affect him here. With so many worlds out there, why do they have to mess around in mine? Yuan thought he had to drive these 2 factions away to avoid damaging the 7 stars realm and harming innocent bystanders. He glanced and found a demon cultivator in the early Xian immortal stage, which made his eyes light up. Great Being's demeanor activated. At this moment, the heavenly and earthly rank also unleashed its power, and the heavenly might infused into him. The next moment, Yuan seemed to teleport, appearing out of thin air at the edge of the 9 heavens. When he appeared, the 9 fighters froze and looked over. They hadn't expected reinforcements. At that moment, a golden immortal pressure suddenly burst from Yuan, spreading over both sides of the battle. Both sides simultaneously felt a terrifying, oppressive pressure bearing down on them. It was as if they had entered a deep sea, unable to breathe, weighed down, struggling to move. I'm the 7 stars Tao Lord. You disturb my peace, unaware of your fate. Leave immediately. Golden Immortal. Both sides members widened their eyes, never expecting a golden immortal to emerge out of a mortal world. That aura, temperament, pressure, it was unmistakably golden immortal level. Such an existence shouldn't appear in the lower realms, right? The next moment, an aura unique to the heavenly and earthly rank radiated, causing both sides to turn pale again. Heavenly and earthly rank, supreme of the realm? At this moment, they finally understood why a golden immortal could be accommodated in a lower realm. The mortal world couldn't hold a golden immortal, but this golden immortal was of heavenly and earthly rank, essentially the master of the mortal world. Such a being naturally wasn't restricted by the mortal realm. Furthermore, the mortal realm would be propelled by the golden immortal to gradually ascend toward the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm referred to the level between the mortal and immortal realms. The highest cultivation limit in the top spiritual realm was golden immortal, and achieving golden immortal would be equivalent to stepping into the immortal realm. This world was obviously a golden immortal's personal domain, a world for proving the Tao. They were fighting fiercely right at the golden immortal's doorstep, and not being instantly killed was quite lucky. Demon Shark suddenly realized the reason the opponent hadn't acted, because among them existed a golden immortal clone. With a clone of the same realm present, there was no way to strike directly. That was normal human nature. Star Picker Immortal Lord also recognized this. He knew this was the golden immortal predicted by his calculations. The fact it was a golden immortal existence irritated him greatly. He even guessed the cause of their enmity. He had once dealt with the Yuan realm, and this golden immortal would inevitably investigate why Yuan realm had weakened. Eventually, the investigation would lead to him. Then, as a golden immortal meddling with Yuan realm, he would naturally become the enemy. Wait, if I don't interfere with Yuan realm, wouldn't I avoid enmity? Star-Picker Immortal Lord felt trapped by the ancient Immortal King's scheme. He felt as if he was being led by the nose. Was the ancient Immortal King doing this just because he disliked him? Sorry to disturb you, Dao friend. I deeply apologize. Please forgive me. I will leave immediately. Star-Picker Immortal Lord finally said nothing more. As a mere, true immortal clone, he was powerless to do anything. He retreated into the spatial turbulence and quickly departed. The 8 demon cultivators also withdrew their formation midway, not blocking Star-Picker Immortal Lord's retreat. They respectfully bowed. We were ignorant. Please forgive us, Dao Lord. Scram, Yuan said calmly. Yes, yes. The 8 demon cultivators, all at least true immortals, nodded repeatedly, their expressions full of fear, terrified that the golden immortal might act. The golden immortal clone's restraint was understandable. These 8 ordinary demon cultivators would be wiped out with a flick of the hand. Hearing Yuan's words, Demon Shark was delighted, bowed deeply, then led his team swiftly into the spatial turbulence, escaping at full speed away from the 7 Stars realm. Once they were far enough, Demon Shark cursed, "Damn it, who gathered this intelligence? Such a powerful being here, and there was no news at all. Captain, we got this intel and reported it. We should get a reward, right?" One team member's eyes brightened. Demon Shark was stunned, falling into thought. That is good news. He continued. If I sense correctly just now, there was no mark of the immortal faction on that person, nor from the demon faction. In other words, this golden immortal powerhouse doesn't belong to either side in the immortal demon war. His golden immortal realm isn't within the war's scope. His eyes flicked as if he had a good idea. Wait, if he acts, wouldn't he automatically join one side? Demon Shark slapped the team member's head. You're dumb. That happens after he acts. Before that, he's still third party. He can fully unleash once, creating unimaginable effects. Report this up. The higher-ups will definitely care, and our reward won't be small. The demon cultivators fell into thought. The immortal demon factions stipulated golden immortals couldn't fight in the lower realms, yet here was a golden immortal present. This was strange. On the other side, Star-Picker Immortal Lord also considered this. He even deduced some possible developments. The 7 Stars Dao Lord might be recruited by the demon faction. Before joining, he might commit a massacre in the lower realm, becoming a thorn in the immortal faction's side, who would then dispatch someone to deal with him. He would be sent to the battlefield and eventually perish at the opponent's hands. Reasonable. A very reasonable follow-up. In this case, the situation couldn't develop in other directions. If the opponent joined the immortal faction, he would naturally be highly valued, a heavenly and earthly rank immortal lord active in the mortal realm, greatly influencing the region, possibly rising to even higher realms. Then the 7 Stars Dao Lord would settle old scores, possibly sabotaged and sent to the immortal demon battlefield to perish in war. Reasonable. Also very reasonable. Both outcomes would bring him great tribulation. Toxic. How to solve this? Star-Picker Immortal Lord felt troubled by so many problems. This clearly prophesied calamity was impossible to resolve, making him very uneasy. He pondered deeply again. Even if the opponent rejected the immortal demon faction's invitations and grew in place, once the Yuan realm transformed into the spiritual realm, it would inevitably aid the opponent's growth, strengthening them. And the cause and effect between Yuan realm and him would naturally shift onto the 7 Stars Dao Lord. They would inevitably have to confront the cause and effect. So, this development was also unfavorable to him. Unsolvable? How could it be unsolvable? Star-Picker Immortal Lord worried deeply. He hadn't expected things to evolve this way. His idea was to find a powerful backer, but he was only an ordinary golden immortal. After racking his brains, he suddenly had an idea. Since opposition leads nowhere good, why not join the other side? If I join and persuade him to remain neutral, not participate in the immortal demon war, wouldn't that solve the problem? Why must he be enemies with the other? They had no real conflict. The Yuan realm matter had little to do with this golden immortal. After joining, he could compensate the heavens and earth, repaying the cause and effect. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. So, he turned toward the Seven Stars realm again. Along the way, his true body kept calculating future developments and various endings. In the end, no matter how he analyzed it, joining the other side seemed the most perfect choice. With a conflicted heart, he once again arrived outside the Seven Stars realm. Yuan's attention remained focused on the demonic and immortal realm cultivators. His mind echo technique could be activated at any moment. Soon, the demonic cultivators quickly departed. However, the immortal realm cultivator unexpectedly returned, reappearing at the edge of the Seven Stars realm. Yuan frowned in confusion. What was this person returning for? Under his observation, the cultivator performed a special technique, establishing contact with the two demonic cultivators within the Seven Stars realm. This surprised Yuan. At this moment, Lanji was still cultivating the Seven Stars mystic truth chi refining art, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. I'm plucking stars. Are you two currently within the Seven Stars realm? Lanji was startled. Simultaneously, Yin Xinming, who was in a dormant state within Lanji's cave treasure, also awakened. Both responded mentally. Reporting to Immortal Lord, we are indeed within the Seven Stars realm. Have you heard of the Seven Stars, Dao Lord? Plucking Stars asked. Lanji hurriedly replied. Immortal Lord, I have currently restarted my spiritual cultivation and joined the Seven Stars sect. The sect's strongest member is the Seven Stars Patriarch, who should be the Seven Stars Dao Lord you mentioned. Oh, what do you know about the Seven Stars Dao Lord? Plucking Stars Immortal Lord immediately inquired. Lanji quickly explained. According to sect rumors, the Seven Stars Patriarch is the reincarnation of a great being with the ability to traverse myriad realms. After joining, I discovered that all 1,000+ new disciples in my batch possess heavenly spirit roots, with most not being native to the Seven Stars realm. The foundational chi refining art I'm cultivating is the most profound I've ever encountered. Its heritage is definitely not from the mortal realm. Lanji transmitted the complete cultivation method to Plucking Stars, Immortal Lord. When Plucking Stars saw the Seven Stars mystic chi refining art, his brow immediately furrowed. The entry-level technique was extremely basic, yet its conceptual foundation directly pointed toward the Big Dipper mixed-origin golden immortal fruition position. Reaching the peak of chi refining required establishing a connection with the Big Dipper. How was this possible? Chi refining stage cultivators shouldn't be capable of connecting with the Big Dipper. Yet since the Seven Stars sect practiced this method, there must be a solution. More critically, his own cultivation also involved the Big Dipper, creating potential Dao conflict with the Seven Stars Dao Lord. So that's it. The true reason isn't the karma from Yuan realm, but Dao conflict. Plucking Stars suddenly understood. Yet he smiled bitterly. He knew his own limitations. Becoming a great Luo golden immortal would already be beyond his wildest dreams. He had never considered contending for a mixed-origin golden immortal fruition position and was completely unqualified for such Dao conflicts. Could it be that my Dao title violates some taboo? Plucking Stars suddenly wondered. After pondering, this seemed quite possible. Setting aside this thought, he considered Lanji's mention of cross-realm travel. This made him cautious again. Only cultivators at the great Luo golden immortal level or above could freely traverse realms. If the other party truly possessed this ability, claiming great being reincarnation wasn't an exaggeration. Try to verify whether those new disciples truly come from myriad realms, Plucking Stars instructed. Lanji immediately responded, Immortal Lord, we've already confirmed this. Since Yin Xinming retains his Great Ascension realm cultivation, he can clearly sense residual foreign realm laws within those new disciples. All 1,000-plus individuals recently entered the Seven Stars realm. Those law auras haven't yet dissipated. Yin Xinming added, Indeed, Immortal Lord. I've carefully inspected them all. Plucking Stars frowned. As a demonic cultivator infiltrating a golden immortal sect, how have you remained undiscovered? Both Lan Ji and Yin Xinming's expressions changed. Lan Ji was startled, then realized something. Currently, I haven't formally joined the Seven Stars sect yet. I'm still in the 3-month probation period for new disciples. Only after probation will we be formally assigned to various peaks. So far, I've only encountered one Great Ascension Realm Elder and haven't been exposed. But if this is truly a golden immortal sect, there will inevitably be higher-level inspections later when Yin Xinming might be discovered. Lan Ji grew visibly anxious. Yin Xinming was also shocked. How could a golden immortal sect emerge in the mortal realm? But considering all these disciples came from different realms, wasn't it natural for the sect to be at golden immortal level? Realizing this, Yin Xinming felt chills down his spine, an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Plucking Stars nodded in understanding. They hadn't formally joined yet. He immediately began divining the truth of their words. With his golden immortal true body remotely assisting, his clone's full-power divination confirmed everything. Those disciples indeed came from other realms. This made Plucking Stars realize this might be his heaven-defying opportunity. A great being's reincarnation, just recovered to golden immortal realm, while he himself was also a golden immortal. Allying with such a being would guarantee significant benefits. Once the great being fully recovered, wouldn't he gain at least a great Luo golden immortal backer? His precarious existence could be permanently resolved. Golden immortals were nearly immortal, but could still be killed. His expression turned solemn. Decisive action was needed. Manipulating his clone to tear through spatial turbulence, he truly entered the Seven Stars realm's outer space. Then, Plucking Stars cupped his hands and bowed toward the realm. This humble Daoist hidden star seeks audience with the Seven Stars Dao Lord. Su Yuan's figure materialized beside him. Currently restraining his aura, Su Yuan's pressure appeared completely internalized. Su Yuan spoke calmly. You returned for what purpose? Still in great being's demeanor state, but limited to Xian immortal level pressure, since the other party was only true immortal. Su Yuan kept his aura tightly controlled. Plucking Stars steadied himself. Hearing of Dao Lord founding the Seven Stars sect, I, a mere wandering cultivator from the immortal realm, wish to join your flourishing sect if the Dao Lord permits. Su Yuan fell silent, considering whether this was some trick. Why suddenly request to join? He'd previously witnessed this person's techniques containing complete stellar laws, undoubtedly a golden immortal. Yet now they wanted to join his sect? His strongest clone had barely reached human immortal realm, an enormous gap. As Su Yuan remained silent, Plucking Stars grew nervous. Clearing his throat, he said, Dao Lord, please state any requirements. Su Yuan studied him. You truly wish to join? My sect is currently weak. A golden immortal joining would be beneath your status. With the Dao Lord present, how could it be beneath me? I sincerely wish to join. Please agree. Plucking Stars, no. Hidden Star Immortal Lord, pleaded earnestly. Su Yuan felt conflicted. He wasn't actually a golden immortal. His true body hadn't even reached immortal realm. A golden immortal requesting to join would be hilarious if exposed later. But this was a golden immortal. With one present, his safety would be guaranteed, ending his precarious existence. As long as great being's demeanor remained in use in combat, exposure could be avoided. Deciding to boldly accept, Su Yuan coughed. Since you're sincere, the Seven Stars sect welcomes you. You shall be our guardian elder. Hidden Star's face lit up. Greetings, Seven Stars Patriarch. As he bowed, His fate energy merged into the sect's fate cloud above. The original single, first-grade, green lotus of sect fate suddenly churned violently. The green lotus transformed into a cyan lotus, its grade skyrocketing from first directly to sixth grade. Two additional first-grade cyan lotuses manifested beside it. Three lotuses now floated on the fate cloud. The seven-star sect's fate had experienced explosive growth. As the fate-suppressing treasure, the floating light pot rapidly ascended in grade under this powerful fate energy's tempering. However, its seventh-grade foundation couldn't withstand such massive fate energy. Some began dispersing. Yuan frowned. Hidden Star also noticed this, looking surprised. He hadn't realized the sect's fate treasure was only seventh grade, far too weak to suppress a golden immortal's fate. How had the seven stars Dao Lord's fate been stabilized before? Before he could ponder further, a seal flew from Su Yuan's brow, materializing above the fate cloud. The seal pulsed with starlight, profoundly mysterious. As it gently pressed down, all dispersing fate energy was forcibly suppressed. Hidden Star's pupils contracted. Heaven and Earth status. He'd known Su Yuan possessed Seven Stars Realm's Heaven and Earth status, but now realized this wasn't realm-specific status, but something millions of times more profound. His stellar laws trembled, terrified yet worshipful. Connecting this with the Seven Stars Dao Lord title, he guessed this status might relate to the Big Dipper. This shocking realization overwhelmed him. The Big Dipper. Could the great being reincarnation claim be true? Was the Seven Stars Dao Lord truly at mixed origin, great, Luo, golden, immortal level, or beyond? As he marveled, the noble seal vanished, stabilizing the sect's fate. The main cyan lotus, having absorbed the two smaller ones, advanced to seventh grade. The seventh grade cyan fate, lotus radiated boundless cyan light, showering all seven stars sect members across all realms. Their personal fates underwent astonishing transformations under this terrifying radiance. At this moment, all cultivators stuck at bottlenecks suddenly experienced a divine inspiration, instantly feeling that many doubts have been resolved with fresh insights. Within the seven-star sect, numerous disciples saw varying degrees of improvement in their cultivation, spells, and comprehension of realms. Even Nangong Xianwing's cultivation advanced from mid-nascent soul stage to late nascent soul stage. He was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Beyond the ninth heaven, the fortune belonging to the seven-star sect also fed back to Hidden Star Immortal Lord himself. He immediately felt his mind clear by about 10%, his comprehension enhanced by the fortune's blessing, accelerating his cultivation speed by roughly 10 to 20% compared to before. This kind of boost was the advantage of sect fortune. Although it was only a 10% increase in cultivation speed, accumulated over time, it would become incredibly significant. Su Yuan was very pleased to see this. It seemed the other party had truly sincerely joined the Seven Stars sect. Otherwise, the sect's fortune feedback would not have been so smooth. He looked above his head. The original third-grade purple fortune lotus had now astonishingly transformed into a sixth-grade purple lotus. He could feel that his comprehension, under the current fortune's blessing, had grown sixfold out of thin air. This effect was not caused by a mere status effect, but was formed under the fortune's feedback, although this boost would gradually decline as his realm advanced. At least until reaching Golden Immortal, the increase would remain substantial. And when the basic cultivation effect improvement was amplified by the work-life balance status, it would be a 6,000-fold or even 60,000-fold enhancement. For him, this was nothing less than an epic-level power-up. At this moment, far away in the immortal realm, Hidden Star Immortal Lord's personal fortune also changed, gaining the power of the Seven Star Sect's fortune. Hidden Star Golden Immortal revealed a smile. Finally, the calamity predicted by prophecy has been resolved. But now that I am in the immortal realm, how can I go to the Seven Stars sect? The teleportation array has already forbidden golden immortals from descending. Suddenly, a voice sharply sounded in his ear. Don't resist. I will send your true body to the Seven Stars sect. You will leave behind a clone to manage your territory in the Immortal realm. Su Yuan's voice suddenly appeared beside Hidden Star Immortal Lord's ear, startling him greatly. His expression was shocked as he looked around, but saw no sign of Su Yuan. However, he forced down his inner turmoil and respectfully bowed toward the Big Dipper constellation in the sky, by the orders of the Patriarch. With a thought, he sent forth a clone from his body. This clone had peak Xian Immortal Cultivation and was his strongest clone. Then, an invisible force seemed to envelop his true body. He did not choose to resist, his whole being entered a daze. Afterward, he felt as if he had switched worlds. He looked at Su Yuan standing before him with hands behind his back. Even though it was the true body who came personally, he still could not gauge the depth of Su Yuan's power. He suppressed his surprise and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch of the Seven Stars." Su Yuan slightly nodded. "You are already a Golden Immortal. Have you begun to fuse the laws?" Hidden Star Golden Immortal immediately felt ashamed. "For countless millennia, I have been studying law fusion. So far, I have only comprehended one source of the stellar laws." Su Yuan said calmly, "Follow me." Su Yuan took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared inside cave number 6. Hidden Star Golden Immortal was stunned, glanced at the Seven Stars realm, hesitated briefly, then stepped inside. The moment he entered the Seven Stars realm, the heavenly Tao of the realm immediately reacted. Countless law chains connected into a complex network resembling a giant eye, staring at Hidden Star Golden Immortal. Hidden Star Golden Immortal remained very calm, awaiting subsequent changes. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down from the eye of the heavenly Tao, enveloping Hidden Star Golden Immortal. He could feel a certain mark belonging to the immortal realm on his body dissipating, replaced by a new mark belonging to the Seven Stars realm. This operation was like changing citizenship, which was very rare. Normally, the heavenly Tao would not do such a thing. In fact, it was Su Yuan himself conducting this operation. Using the authority of the Seven Star Supreme, he changed Hidden Star Golden Immortal's realm registration from the Immortal Origin realm to the Seven Stars realm. The moment Hidden Star Golden Immortal completed the transfer, a strand of Golden Immortal Origin power merged into the heavenly Tao's origin within the Seven Stars realm. Based on this strand of Golden Immortal Origin power, the heavenly Tao origin of the Seven Stars realm underwent an astonishing transformation. Its essence leapt from immortal realm toward the spiritual realm. Although this transformation process would be incredibly long, it already represented a fundamental difference. Hidden Star Golden Immortals joining brought complete stellar laws to the Seven Stars realm. Beyond the 9th heaven of the Seven Stars realm, the 10th layer of heaven gradually emerged, where cosmic dust slowly condensed and began to transform into stars. Su Yuan sensed this change and immediately activated the Seven Star Supreme's authority over heaven and earth to manipulate the heavenly Tao's operational direction. The stars rapidly condensed into distinct celestial bodies, not randomly scattered, but arranged following the pattern of the Big Dipper constellation. Su Yuan astonishingly established a world-class 7-star magic altar beyond the 9th heaven of the Seven Stars realm. The moment the world-class 7-star magic altar took shape, the Big Dipper was summoned. Massive stellar energy pierced through spatial turbulence and violently crashed against the 7-star magic altar. Countless stellar energies fused into the stars, making each star increasingly robust. A great amount of stellar energy passed through the altar, dispersing into the Seven Stars realm and providing immense power, accelerating the realm's transformation toward the spiritual realm. Moreover, due to the extra layer of the starry heavens filtering, the Seven Stars realm's absorption speed of spatial turbulence greatly increased. Massive spatial turbulence was drawn in, shredded into spatial energy, and absorbed and transformed by the realm. Under the dual effect of stellar energy and spatial energy, The internal environment of the Seven Stars realm seemed to awaken spiritual energy, with its concentration rapidly rising. This demonstrated the immense power of a golden immortal. One person driving an entire realm was no joke. However, Hidden Star Immortal Lord did not pay much attention to the enormous changes he caused. He respectfully entered Su Yuan's cave dwelling and sat cross-legged in front of him. You have comprehended the complete seven-star law. Since that is so, I will explain some mysteries of the law's origins to you. Su Yuan said calmly. Hidden Star Immortal Lord took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement, quickly saying, "Please, Tao Lord, impart the law." Su Yuan opened his palm. 9 cosmic law runes instantly appeared in his palm out of thin air. These 9 runes transformed into 9 stars, rotating in mysterious trajectories. Strings of trajectory lines appeared above Su Yuan's palm. Eventually, these lines formed a flawless trajectory map. A faint thread of stellar energy began moving within the map. This stellar energy did not dissipate at all, but instead gradually intensified as it circulated. The quantity of stellar energy remained the same, but its power inexplicably increased. Hidden Star Immortal Lord immediately immersed himself in the profound comprehension of these stellar laws, intoxicated and enraptured. Su Yuan presented the profound origins of the 9 types of stellar laws without reservation before Hidden Star Golden Immortal. This gave Hidden Star an intuitive understanding and recognition of the law's mysteries. The profound changes resolved many doubts Hidden Star had accumulated over the years. He could not help but imitate Su Yuan's movements, generating a star law operational map in front of himself as well. Unlike Su Yuan, who showed 9 types of origin transformations, Hidden Star directly displayed all of his stellar insights. This made Su Yuan frequently glance aside, secretly observing Hidden Star's comprehension of the stellar laws. This was a golden immortal directly showing him the stellar laws face to face, not the kind of spiritual or immortal text found in books, much more direct and clear. Su Yuan's understanding of the stellar laws rapidly improved. At this moment, it was unclear who was teaching whom, but Su Yuan knew he had gained greatly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye during this teaching session. When Su Yuan dispersed the origin runes, Hidden Star's aura had increased by several tens of %. Hidden Star was overjoyed. I have broken through. I now master the mysteries of 3 types of stellar laws. Coming back to his senses, he deeply bowed to Su Yuan. Thank you, Patriarch, for resolving your disciples' doubts. He showed the disciples respect, expressing gratitude to Su Yuan. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that he had only comprehended 3 law runes. He thought to himself that it was just 2 extra stellar law mysteries gained, so he could still teach slowly without rushing to use the work-life balance status. Su Yuan's mind moved as he said, "The Seven-Star Sect is in a state of rebuilding. Since you have comprehended the complete stellar laws, go to the Scripture Pavilion, organize your stellar law insights, and leave them there for the sect's disciples to study. The process of compiling them into a book is itself a form of law cultivation." Hidden Star Golden Immortal heard this and did not hesitate, immediately replying, "Rest assured, Patriarch, I would never be selfish. I am willing to record all my lifelong learning and comprehension into the sect." Su Yuan said calmly, "Good. Find Guqing Zhu and choose a mountain peak to live on." "Yes." Hidden Star Immortal Lord nodded very respectfully. Then he left Su Yuan's cave dwelling. When he found Guqing Zhu had already received Su Yuan's voice transmission explaining the situation. When he heard that a golden immortal had joined the sect, his soul nearly fled in terror. Golden Immortal, did he hear correctly? The legendary immortal who was immortal and undying had actually joined the Seven Stars sect, and he, the sect leader, was only at the nascent soul stage. How was he supposed to face a golden immortal? Guqing Zhu, dizzy and overwhelmed, handed over a mountain peak within the Seven Stars sect to the other party. Hidden Star Golden Immortal then used that mountain peak as a foundation to open a cave heaven world as his cave dwelling. He began carefully sorting out his stellar insights, organizing them into books, and delivering them to the 7 Stars Sect's scripture pavilion. Yuan, who had been waiting quietly, secretly took these stellar law inheritance insights to study. Combined with the stellar law operational map Hidden Star had shown earlier, Yuan's many insights into the stellar laws rapidly increased. While Yuan was comprehending the laws, he sent out a trace of consciousness to check the system panel. Demonic Origin Realm. Ding, Fame plus 58. Ding, Fame plus 17. Ding, Fame plus 14. Ding, Fame plus 13. Immortal Origin Realm. Ding, Fame plus 152. Ding, Fame plus 1,520. Ding, Fame plus 15,200. The highlight color of the entry, responding to crisis, changed from red to green. Ding, lifespan plus 11.7 million years. Having resolved the crisis caused by the Golden Immortal, his lifespan suddenly increased by 10 million years. His life form underwent another astonishing upgrade. Patterns of laws appeared inside Yuan's bones, connecting with each other to form mysterious diagrams. Fresh blood began to replace the old blood, and his human bloodline once again experienced a fundamental leap. The potential of his bloodline was now comparable to that of dragons, even surpassing ordinary dragons. True dragons only reach the true immortal stage upon maturity, but Yuan's bloodline potential could easily grow to the Xian immortal level. However, this was just potential. If Yuan did not diligently cultivate, it would still take 1,000,000 years to fully awaken his bloodline potential. At the same time, Entry 9, Worldly Heart Refinement, flashed brightly. Yuan's spiritual realm suddenly increased by 2 great stages, leaping from the initial integration stage to the Great Ascension realm. The spiritual realm cultivation was the hardest to improve. Yuan had long stayed in his cave dwelling, and this spiritual barrier was originally an unavoidable hurdle for him. But the worldly heart refinement entry gave him the greatest confidence. Improving the spiritual realm allowed Yuan to raise his cultivation level more smoothly without fearing rapid advancement that might cause him to lose his true self or fall into demonic deviation. Finally, Yuan glanced over the system panel. Name, Yuan. Region, Immortal Origin Realm. Level, widely renowned, 16, 957/100,000. Region, Demonic Origin Realm. Level, somewhat famous, 160/1,000. Realm, Early Integration Stage, 20/100/Early Human Immortal, 2/100. Entry 1. Balanced Rest and Work LV7, 102, 180/1,000,000 Accumulated Rest Time. 20 days modifiable. Entry 2. Daoist Techniques Naturally LV6, 20,009/100,000 modifiable. Entry 3. 7 Stars Shine Bright LV6, 7/11/100,000 modifiable. Entry 4. Mind Echo LV5, 3/334/10,000. Entry 5. Great Being's Demeanor LV4, 830/1,000. Entry 6. Responding to Crisis LV4, 139/1,000 lifespan, 12,900,119 years. Entry 7. World Traveler LV3, 15/100. Entry 8. Corridor of Time LV2, 3/10. Entry 9. Worldly Heart Refinement LV2, 2 out of 10. The fame points on the system panel came from cultivators in the demonic realm and the Hidden Star Immortal Lord. The 8 demonic realm cultivators contributed over 100 fame points in total, raising his fame rank in the demonic realm once and granting him another chance to modify the balanced rest and work entry. Although the hidden star Immortal Lord was alone, he contributed multiple fame increments, causing Su Yuan's fame level in the immortal origin realm to rise twice. This granted modification opportunities for the Daoist techniques naturally and 7-star Shine Bright entries as well. Thus, 3 entry modification opportunities arrived effortlessly. Su Yuan immediately opened the descriptions of his entries. Balanced rest and work. You are adept at balancing rest and work. The longer the rest time, the better the cultivation effect. Accumulated rest time, 20 days. Daoist techniques naturally. You excel at comprehending nature. It is easier to perceive the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth. 7 stars shine bright. You have a profound connection with the Big Dipper constellation, granting many wonderful uses. Su Yuan fell into deep thought. He attempted to drastically modify the descriptions, but failed as expected. After dozens of tries, he finally settled on the changes. He inserted a word into the longer the rest time, making it the longer the rest or cultivation time. In the second entry, after Mysteries of Heaven and Earth, he added Daoist classics. In the third entry, he added the modifier extremely. The final results were balanced rest and work. You are adept at balancing rest and work. The longer the rest or cultivation time, the better the cultivation effect. Accumulated rest time, 20 days. Daoist techniques naturally. You excel at comprehending nature. It is easier to perceive the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth and the Daoist classics. 7 stars shine bright. You have an extremely profound connection with the Big Dipper constellation, granting many wonderful uses. At the moment the entries were successfully modified, Su Yuan, still comprehending the laws, immediately felt his comprehension multiply by more than 10 times. Although this multiplier was not as high as when he actively triggered balanced rest and work multiple times, this bonus could be extended indefinitely. Moreover, as cultivation time increased, the effect continued to slowly improve. At the same time, when reading the Hidden Star Golden Immortal's Law Tome, which had previously seemed obscure, it now appeared many times easier, and the new effect of Daoist techniques naturally was in full play. Though the added modifier in the 7-star Shine Bright entry seemed minor, its effect was equally astonishing. At this moment, Su Yuan no longer needed to rely on the 7-star magic altar to clearly sense the Big Dipper and could easily draw on some of its power. Under his stimulation, the star energy descended from the Big Dipper instantly increased by 100-fold. The enhancement of the 3 entries doubled Su Yuan's cultivation efficiency. Su Yuan's main body immediately immersed itself into the deepest layer of cultivation. His second nascent soul was responsible for handling affairs of the 7-star sect and vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Should any change occur, it would immediately summon the main body to escape, while continuously reading the Dragon Clan's classic inheritances. Though the second nascent soul carried Su Yuan's soul, many entry effects could not be perfectly manifested, such as the lifespan increase from responding to crisis, which only affected the main body. The cultivation effect bonus was the same. This also showed that the system's core seemed bound to Su Yuan's main body. Time flew by. Half a year later, his cultivation efficiency had risen to 128 times. Although it did not improve further, this was already astonishing. His entry modifications had been extremely successful. He continued cultivating, and with a 128-fold effect, cultivation was as effortless as eating and drinking. 1 day of his cultivation equaled 1 year for others. After just 1 more year, he comprehended 9,000 new strands of star laws. But it took a full 9 years before he comprehended 11,000 strands of star laws. The later the star laws, the harder they were to comprehend. After comprehending 20,000 strands of new star laws, he began to explore the origin of the laws. Previously, he had comprehended 9 types of star law essences, including destruction, melting, radiance, burning, and speed. These were relatively shallow law essences. Later law essences were certainly more complex and mysterious. Relying on luck alone, even with a 128-fold cultivation effect, comprehension would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, Su Yuan had the Dragon Clan's inheritance to guide him, giving him a certain understanding of the 118 types of star law origins, allowing him to follow the general framework for comprehension. Only 1 year later, Su Yuan comprehended the 10th star law origin. 3 years later, the 11th law origin. 10 years later, he completed the 12th law origin. At this point, Su Yuan felt that the difficulty of cultivation increased exponentially. But just as he planned to push forward, he suddenly realized that his cultivation realm had unknowingly reached the peak of the Great Ascension realm. This was the cultivation realm of his main body and had caught up with the second nascent soul's progress over 25 years. With a thought, Su Yuan casually chose to break through. Having obtained thousands of high-grade immortal stones from the hidden star Immortal Lord, he already met the requirements to break through to human immortal. Su Yuan's body absorbed the colorful immortal energy that overflowed from the high-grade immortal stones, integrating it within. His flesh, nascent soul, and magical power all underwent fundamental transformations nourished by the immortal energy. Under the tempering of immortal energy, the three, flesh, nascent soul, and magical power, could merge into one, becoming immortal body and immortal power, or disperse back into three separate entities. Gathering and dispersing depended on his will. The immortal body formed naturally. I never expected that without noticing. I have already become an immortal. Su Yuan felt no waves in his heart. For him, becoming immortal was extremely simple. He had no shortcomings and had not encountered any bottlenecks during cultivation. Becoming immortal was only natural. The human immortal lifespan could reach 320,000 years, which was only a slight increase for Su Yuan. But at that moment, a massive, unknown power pulled Su Yuan's consciousness, rapidly soaring upward. Before Su Yuan could react, his consciousness arrived on a starry, radiant road. This strand of his consciousness transformed into a blurry figure, gathering on the starry path. Su Yuan looked forward and backward in confusion, then saw other blurry figures standing on the starry road. These figures stood still, occasionally taking a step forward, but mostly remaining stationary. Feeling doubtful, Su Yuan sent part of his consciousness to the Dragon Clan's myriad books, to search for information. After a while, he understood what was happening. The road where his consciousness stood was a projection of the Starry Dao Road. Those blurry figures were cultivators who had stepped onto the Starry Dao Road. The minimum entry requirement here was comprehension of at least one star law origin by an immortal realm cultivator. While observing the surrounding cultivators, some blurry figures nearby cast glances at him. Oh, another newcomer appeared. A humanoid? Which clan does this cultivator belong to? There have been quite a few newcomers lately. The immortal demon war sure is training people. The surrounding cultivators chatted casually. Su Yuan understood immediately. These figures were also cultivator projections. Everyone on this Starry Dao Road cultivated based on the star law origins. Looking ahead, Su Yuan saw a road made of gathered starlight spiraling forward and upward, eventually resembling a winding mountain path. Further ahead, the figures vanished into the starlight, invisible to him. What he could see were hundreds of cultivator projections ahead. One cultivator projection standing before Su Yuan smiled and said, "My code name is Narrow Sky. What about yours?" Su Yuan replied casually, "My code name is 996. So you are the Daoist 996. Do you know where this place is?" Narrow Sky asked. "Oh, I don't know where this place is," Su Yuan answered calmly. Narrow Sky nodded. "It seems you don't know. Let me explain." Su Yuan smiled wryly, thinking this guy was a bit of a teacher. This place is the origin of the Starry Dao Road. All cultivators who cultivate the Starry Dao, as long as they comprehend one star law origin, can project themselves here. Then, with every increment in Starry Dao comprehension, cultivators can advance one step on this road. Narrow Sky sighed. This is the best place to test your cultivation achievements. Su Yuan suddenly understood. I see. Looking at Narrow Sky, who had only taken 30 steps ahead, Su Yuan said, It seems you also haven't been here long. Narrow Sky chuckled. Do you think my progress is small just because I'm only 30 steps ahead? Wrong, very wrong. Here, every step requires a huge amount of time and effort to comprehend. On average, newcomers take 700 years per step, but I only took 30 years for these 30 steps. Su Yuan nodded in realization, cupping his hands. Daoist Narrow Sky, you truly are a genius. Narrow Sky waved his hand. No big deal, no big deal. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, then said, This place is great. It blocks deductions, so I can fully showcase my talents. These years have been suffocating. A genius like me, protected and suppressed, never got a chance to show off. It's so miserable. Su Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Daoist, aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Ha ha ha, why be afraid? Here we are only projections. Though battles can happen here, death only costs a little magical power. We can reform our consciousness and project again. I even look forward to someone hitting me. It's a chance to train my combat skills. Narrow Sky's tone was filled with absolute confidence. You seem strong. Su Yuan asked. Hee, want to spar with me? Narrow Sky laughed. I don't want to bully a newcomer like you, but losing once is good training for newbies. Before Su Yuan could answer, a projection farther away spoke up. Narrow Sky, it's embarrassing to challenge a newcomer who just arrived. How about you fight me instead? Narrow Sky sneered. Snowflake, you're almost 300 steps ahead of me. Only then can you challenge me? I'm only 30 steps ahead of this newbie. The gap isn't that big. Ha, Narrow Sky, are you scared? You call yourself a genius. So why don't you use your exquisite law application and supreme divine powers to defeat me beyond your level? You're just bragging. Snowflake mocked. If my divine powers didn't expose my identity, I would have beaten you long ago. Narrow Sky retorted defiantly. Su Yuan listened thoughtfully. Narrow Sky then turned to Su Yuan. So, want to fight? Death here is nothing. Fighting quickly reveals your weaknesses, and I can give you some pointers. But I warn you, don't reveal signature divine powers or other methods. My elders say this is the origin place of the Tao, and we are all competitors. We might contend in the future. Revealing your identity prematurely might make you regret it after trillions of years. Su Yuan nodded dumbfounded. You're a good person. Bah, that's a curse. Good people don't live long. Narrow Sky said casually, I just think you guys won't be my competitors. I want to help you all so I can still be seen in the future. The surrounding cultivators were indifferent. Although Narrow Sky played the role of a fresh genius, no one really believed him. Su Yuan spoke. I see. Actually, I'm also a super genius from a powerful faction. My sect has at least 3 great beings. I want to see how my genius compares with Daoist Narrow Sky. Oh, you're so honest? Don't tell me you're bluffing, Narrow Sky laughed. Then show me what you've got. The moment they agreed to the fight, their projections rose from the ground, floating above the Tao Road. The space between them seemed to expand out of nowhere, stretching the original 30-step gap to 3 million miles. Su Yuan felt inside his body and found no magical power. Instead, 12 law origins formed law scripts within him. He tried activating the law scripts, and the nearby starlight responded, forming a defensive starlight shield around his body. You got it? Here you can use star laws and their origins to perform techniques. This place tests law comprehension and application. Bloodline, physical cultivation, and nascent soul cultivation don't matter much here. Narrow Sky explained lightly. You go first. Once I attack, you won't get a chance. Narrow Sky stood with hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a strong cultivator. Su Yuan nodded. Then I shall respectfully comply. The cultivators standing on the origin Tao Road paid little attention to the fight above. To them, Narrow Sky would definitely win, not only because his law comprehension was deeper, but also due to his skillful law application. They also believed he came from a major faction. Only a few idlers watched, including the cultivator named Snowflake. Su Yuan summoned his law origins, connecting with the surrounding starlight, and condensed a flying sword before him. Go! Su Yuan casually pointed, and the star sword formed by starlight shot out at lightning speed, crossing more than half the battlefield in an instant, aiming straight at Narrow Sky's forehead. Narrow Sky remained extremely calm. Using his law comprehension, he condensed hundreds of star fragments around him, combining them into a star formation. The formation crystallized into a starry fortress, instantly increasing his defense dozens of times. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. What profound formation mastery! Narrow Sky smirked. However, at that moment, the star sword reached the edge of the formation. When its tip touched the fortress, a razor-sharp force instantly exploded. Wait! Narrow Sky was startled. The starlight flashed and passed through the fortress's defense, instantly striking Narrow Sky's body. But the body immediately dissipated into starlight, evading the attack. Narrow Sky's projection appeared further away, a bit of east. Before he could finish, a starlight longsword pierced through his back and chest. Narrow Sky's projection instantly lost its lively expression. The entire projection fell to the ground like a stone. Then like a statue it stood motionless. This was because Narrow Sky's consciousness had been temporarily dispersed during the fight and had exited the Starry Dao origin place. However, his projection would not disappear unless his main body perished. He could re-enter consciousness and regain control at any time. Su Yuan's projection slowly descended and stood back at his original position. Narrow Sky lost. Snowflake exclaimed in surprise. Other cultivators nearby also looked over, showing astonishment. Narrow Sky had portrayed himself as a genius from a major faction, but was defeated by a newcomer. This was quite shocking. Oh, it seems a true genius has appeared. Narrow Sky was the fake meeting the real, exposed. Who watched? The fight was a bit fast. Su Yuan's expression was calm. Suddenly, the previously stiff Narrow Sky projection regained liveliness. Narrow Sky turned sharply towards Su Yuan, shocked. Your move just now was off. You definitely comprehended more than one-star law origin. Su Yuan did not explain but smiled. Though his face was blurry, the smile still looked cheeky. Narrow Sky couldn't help but say, try moving forward. As long as your law comprehension is sufficient, you can keep advancing. Su Yuan nodded. All right. Thank you for your help, Daoist Narrow Sky. Hope to meet again. Narrow Sky was speechless. You can't just disappear from my sight like that. Here, I can see projections of the 1,000 cultivators ahead of me. Su Yuan waved calmly and began to step forward. He felt no resistance. Step by step, Su Yuan walked, and in the blink of an eye, past Narrow Sky. Narrow Sky frowned. Seeing 990 SIXS easy pace gave him a bad feeling. Su Yuan's steps were light and steady. This caused the surrounding cultivators to all gaze at him. Before long, Su Yuan had walked 100 steps, surpassing 12 cultivators along the way. The projections of the cultivators were all quite surprised. And after Su Yuan reached 100 steps, almost every 2 steps, he would surpass another cultivator. Each time he surpassed one, Su Yuan would slightly nod to them as a sign of courtesy. Although Su Yuan couldn't clearly see their facial expressions, he could indeed sense the rich emotions within their hearts, including openly revealed murderous intent. In response, Su Yuan also slightly nodded in gratitude. After all, no one knew who anyone else was, so Su Yuan didn't care about others' killing intent at all. Why was Su Yuan so confident about this? Because even the system's reputation value notification did not appear. Not even the mind echo was activated. This was the first time Su Yuan encountered such a situation, meaning that according to the system's judgment, others could not lock onto him at all, not even a hint of his thoughts. Therefore, Su Yuan appeared very calm. When he reached 300 steps, he happened to meet the gaze of Snowflake. Snowflake exclaimed, I didn't expect your comprehension of the laws to be so strong. You're not a golden immortal? but a cultivator who has just entered the immortal realm. This explains your situation. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows and paused his step slightly. You, at the mere human immortal realm, have already started to comprehend the origin of the laws. To be honest, I admire that. But I still advise you to first fully comprehend the star laws and obtain the qualification for longevity before considering the comprehension of the origin of the laws. Snowflake added. Hearing this, Su Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist, but my master instructed me to comprehend the laws while fusing them, so I appreciate your kindness." Snowflake's gaze deepened as he said, "I now believe what you said earlier. It seems you really are a genius from a great sect. That Narrow Sky is just an ordinary talent." Narrow Sky snorted coldly and disdainfully said, "Do you think this is all my strength?" Suddenly, Narrow Sky took a step forward and began walking ahead. This surprised Snowflake. Narrow Sky walked step by step, seeming untroubled, and quickly caught up beside Su Yuan. Su Yuan was also slightly surprised. Narrow Sky glanced sideways at Snowflake. "Senior, I'm about to surpass you. You can judge for yourself if I'm a genius." Then he shook his head and strode forward. Snowflake frowned, seemingly not expecting Narrow Sky to truly be a genius as well. Only 30 years, and Narrow Sky had already caught up with his 6,000 years of cultivation and surpassed him. But compared to this, Su Yuan, who could easily defeat Narrow Sky, was even more abnormal than imagined. Snowflake subconsciously looked back at Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded at him, and then surpassed him as well, moving forward. At this moment, the actions of the two completely startled the surrounding cultivators. Su Yuan looked at Narrow Sky oddly and said, "Are you really a genius from a great sect? Aren't you as well?" Narrow Sky said calmly. Su Yuan smiled faintly and did not reply further. Genius from a great sect? He was just making things up. The two strode forward again, covering another 300 steps. A cultivator beside them couldn't help but say, "I comprehended 2 types of star law origins 300 years ago already. Do you two have to be so fierce?" Narrow Sky confidently said, "I'm building up strength over time. 30 years is enough for me to comprehend 6 types of law origins." Snowflake said from behind, "Keep bragging." Narrow Sky marched forward confidently and swiftly. Su Yuan casually followed along. When the two had just passed 1,000 steps, Su Yuan looked back and found the cultivator at the very end was already out of sight because the path ahead was vast. After crossing a certain distance, it was enveloped in starlight mist, making it impossible to see. Snowflake stood at the 300-step position with a complicated expression. He looked at the two backs and was filled with mixed feelings. Is this what a genius is? But Snowflake was not discouraged. This path was about endurance. Momentary speed was nothing. Finally, after losing sight of the two, he sat cross-legged and fell silent. The further forward Su Yuan walked, the denser the people became. He couldn't help but say, "There are actually more and more people. That's normal." Usually, the number of people is greatest near comprehending 27 types of law origins. After each bottleneck, many people gather there, Narrow Sky said casually. He then looked at Su Yuan and asked, "How many types of law origins have you comprehended?" Su Yuan replied, "A few more than you." "Then just wait. I'll surpass you soon." Narrow Sky suddenly stopped. Su Yuan was stunned, turned back, and saw Narrow Sky standing about 1,800 steps from the entrance. Obviously, he truly had comprehended 6 types of law origins. Su Yuan waved goodbye and continued walking step by step. Eventually, Narrow Sky could no longer see Su Yuan's back. So he could only ask the cultivator at the very front he could see whether they could see Su Yuan's position. That person seemed easy to talk to and told him Su Yuan finally stopped at around 3,600 steps, probably having comprehended 12 types of law origins. This utterly convinced Narrow Sky, and his consciousness left the origin realm of the Tao. In reality, deep inside a cave dwelling of a great sect, a young man opened his eyes. Opposite him, an elder nodded and said, "Not bad. Your disposition has been tempered a bit. The young man bitterly smiled. Master, I wasn't tempered, I was crushed. The elder asked with surprise, What do you mean? I spent 30 years to comprehend 6 types of law origins. But just now, a cultivator who just entered the origin realm has already comprehended 12. Oh, the elder remained calm and said, Maybe he had a sudden enlightenment. Comprehending 12 law origins is not that difficult. The young man's expression softened a bit. Master, I will catch up with him soon. Good. As long as you have that heart, it's fine. Although you are already a golden immortal, the path of cultivation has only just begun. The elder nodded. Now, come with me to the Star Sea. I will help accelerate your cultivation. The young man's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. The two transformed into a streak of light and vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's deeds began circulating quietly in other sects. But because his identity was uncertain, they only secretly gathered possible information. Especially among the great sects and big clans, some are quietly collecting information about possible super geniuses. At this time, Su Yuan was still within the origin realm of the Starry Dao Road. Ahead of him, a cultivator's projection surprisingly extended an olive branch. Fellow Daoist, I am a golden immortal from the cold, ice divine sect. Our sect has powerful guardians and strong influence. Are you interested in joining the cold, ice divine sect? Su Yuan shook his head and said, I am already in a great sect myself. I appreciate your kindness. The cultivator smiled slightly. You can consider it. If you have thoughts later, you can contact me. Su Yuan nodded, understood. Several other cultivators around also called to him, wanting to recruit him into their sects. But Su Yuan knew these invitations were meaningless because he would not join those sects or factions. The key was these people could not prove they were truly from those great sects, unless they were willing to expose their identity and aura, but obviously no one was foolish enough to do that. At this time, a cultivator behind Su Yuan spoke up. You were called 996, right? I am Tiandu. I heard you reach this level just after entering the origin realm. Are you interested in a battle? Hearing this, Su Yuan nodded, all right. The two ascended, and the surrounding space changed, clearing a huge area. Su Yuan's expression grew serious as he looked at the other. Their comprehension of the Tao was about equal. The battle would depend on law application skills and combat techniques. Several cultivator projections nearby also looked up. When the starlight filled the space, Tiandu decisively struck, raising his hand and summoning 12 fireballs. These 12 fireballs rotated around each other, evolving into a sea of flames that directly enveloped Su Yuan. Su Yuan's mind shifted, activating the origin of the laws to form layers of starry light mirrors around him. This was the stellar reversal technique learned from the hidden star Immortal Lord, capable of blocking and reflecting attacks. But Su Yuan soon realized his defense was futile. The terrifying flames completely covered him. The reflected fireballs in the mirrors merged into the fire sea, instantly assimilated by others' flames, and then burned the mirrors again. The mirrors only lasted a few breaths before shattering entirely in the endless flames. Su Yuan's consciousness was forcibly expelled from the origin realm of the Tao. Such powerful flame energy. Su Yuan closed his eyes and briefly pondered, knowing the opponent used a star law origin based on burning, fused with the remaining 11 law origins to enhance the burning attribute of the star law, forming a terrifying star flame. Su Yuan felt this display greatly benefited him, so he reinvested his consciousness and entered the origin realm again. This time, it was no longer others inviting him to fight, but he inviting surrounding cultivators to battle. Everyone gave this genius face. Su Yuan fought hundreds of times consecutively, battling hundreds of cultivators with equivalent levels of law comprehension, and exited the origin realm with a magnificent record of 399 wins and 1 loss. Lost this thoroughly? Su Yuan fell into deep thought. He truly had not expected to be defeated so miserably, but upon careful consideration, all these cultivators had comprehended the star law, for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. He had only been studying the star law for a few decades. It was normal that he couldn't catch up to them. However, Yuan also took this as a warning. He knew that his combat skills were indeed too weak, because his cultivation speed was simply too fast. And precisely due to this weakness in law application, it caused his comprehension of the law origins to slow down increasingly. Thinking of this, Yuan revised his cultivation plan, deciding to thoroughly study the first 12 law origins before attempting to comprehend more law origins. Time corridor. Entry activated. Yuan's consciousness delved deep into his soul, where he saw two distinct time corridors. Time corridor, upgraded to level 2. Previously, it only recorded one time fragment, but now it could record multiple. Furthermore, the time flow speed within could be adjusted up to 200 times normal speed. Yuan replayed his battle with Tiandu. This time, it was slowed down to 1/200 speed. The battle had been too fast before. Yuan had no time to analyze the opponent's law application techniques. But now, with slow playback, he could slowly review and study the subtleties. Stars, burning flames. The burning characteristic is demonstrated vividly here. Yuan quickly discovered that the opponent only used one law origin as the core to unleash the divine technique spell, while the remaining 11 law origins supported this one, representing the burning characteristic during casting. The way these were combined made Yuan nod repeatedly in admiration. What a profound combination method. How did I never think of this? Yuan was amazed. He hadn't expected that every law origin could have various connections, and their combinations could enhance the release power of a certain law origin by more than 100 times. No wonder he was defeated in one move. This combination was extremely advanced. Yuan pondered how to break this move. If he understood the combination method of this move's law origins, breaking that combination could greatly reduce the move's power. He could also find a law origin to counter the burning characteristic and confront it head-on. In short, once grasping the essence of these changes, solving it would become much easier. At the same time, he wanted to try to imitate the opponent's casting method and replicate this move. He also had comprehended 12 law origins, exactly the same set as the cultivator Tiandu had comprehended, so theoretically, he could reproduce the opponent's method. However, his initial attempts revealed it was not simple. Each law origin was actually constructed from at least 1,000 strands of law, each with its own effect. The combination of two law origins could derive countless variations. Relying solely on observation to reverse engineer someone else's casting technique was nearly impossible. Thus, Yuan spent 3 more years, repeatedly perceiving the space-time fragments in time corridor section by section, but still couldn't imitate Tiandu's technique. Strange, how exactly is he combining them? Yuan scratched his head in frustration. He could have directly searched for answers in the Dragon Clan's myriad books C, possibly obtaining ready-made law combination methods. But that would kill his own creativity, so Yuan chose to solve this difficulty on his own first. Yet Yuan was not stubborn. He then began watching the reverse time footage of the second battle. The second cultivator also used 12-star law origins to cast a divine technique, but this move was built around the destruction characteristic. Yuan learned the general framework, but still couldn't grasp the deepest subtleties. Fortunately, the time spent was greatly reduced, taking only 1 year. Yuan didn't lose heart and continued to study the third cultivator's divine technique. By imitating these cultivators' law application methods one by one, he gradually deepened his understanding of the 12 basic law origins. Though seemingly simple, the 12 law origins contained infinite variations that amazed Yuan greatly. After another 10 years, Yuan had comprehended the techniques of all the cultivators. Some divine techniques, through his unremitting effort or fortunate coincidences, he could replicate, but most were still stuck at the final step and couldn't reproduce the original effects. At this moment, Yuan opened the system panel and activated the work-rest balance active effect. He activated it 6 times in a row. The cultivation effect suddenly increased by 1 million times, although the cultivation time lasted only 3 seconds. But in these 3 seconds, Su Yuan's thinking reached an incredible level. Almost within 1 second, Su Yuan instantly resolved all doubts encountered over years of cultivation. In the second, he understood the principles behind the techniques of 400 cultivators. Su Yuan recalled Tiandu's move and with a wave of his hand, effortlessly imitated the opponent's method. 12 clusters of flames merged, forming a more explosive, starry flame. This flame's power was several times stronger than what Tiandu had unleashed. This was truly surpassing the master. At the 3rd second, Su Yuan looked at the flames. With his heightened comprehension, he could see strands of star law flowing within the flames. Su Yuan instinctively extracted these strands, and before him appeared an incomplete diagram of law strand operation. The cultivation time ended, but Su Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the law operation diagram, because on close inspection, the diagram looked like part of a certain overall pattern. Thinking of this, Su Yuan immediately imitated other cultivators' techniques and fully activated Daoist techniques naturally, extracting another law operation diagram. Using the same method, Su Yuan extracted many incomplete law operation diagrams, totaling 400 diagrams. Then, Su Yuan overlaid all these operation diagrams together. The overlapping parts were merged one by one. Finally, Su Yuan saw a nearly complete operation diagram. It was a spherical operation diagram, internally composed of tens of thousands of strands forming inner channels. The law strands looked like blood vessels supporting a sphere, which felt strangely familiar. Isn't this the eye of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled the heavenly Tao in the 7 stars realm, which looked like an eyeball composed of countless law chains. The spherical operation diagram before him already carried some essence of the heavenly Tao's eye. He looked carefully at the sphere and found some discordant parts, so Su Yuan removed them one by one. In the end, he eliminated 3 extra law origins. 9 law origins formed a nearly perfect pattern resembling the eye of the heavenly Tao. Could this be a more profound fusion of law origins? Su Yuan realized belatedly. A Tai Golden Immortal comprehends a complete set of 118 law origins, while a Daoist Golden Immortal fuses all 118 law origins into one. Obviously, law origins could be fused, and Su Yuan unexpectedly found a fusion method that was to base cultivation on law origins, form a divine technique, then extract the law operation diagram from the divine technique's move. Repeat the entire process. As more divine techniques were comprehended and more law operation diagrams obtained, one could gradually grasp a perfect method of combining law origins. Su Yuan was now very curious how powerful the spell divine technique formed by this combination would be. Thinking of this, Su Yuan projected his consciousness once again into the origin place of the great Tao. On the ancient star Tao, cultivator projections stood like immovable rocks for 10 years without any change. Those cultivators remained standing in the same positions. Su Yuan looked toward Tiandu and asked, "Tiandu dare to fight?" Tiandu glanced at Su Yuan, puzzled. 996? Didn't I just defeat you? If you challenge me now, you'll still fail. Focus on comprehending the law first. We'll talk about the challenge later. Su Yuan smiled. I made great progress. I feel I can easily defeat you now. Tiandu shook his head carelessly. Looks like you've fallen into confusion in your cultivation. You've only studied for a little over 10 years and dare to challenge me? Without hundreds of years of cultivation, surpassing me is almost impossible. Su Yuan calmly said, That's not necessarily true. As they spoke, they rose into the air to face each other once more. The cultivators on the great Tao showed interest. They had all fought Su Yuan and lost. Now he dared to challenge again, which was a bit arrogant. So they wanted to see Su Yuan's failure. Tiandu repeated his old trick. 12 clusters of flame appeared around him, forming a sea of fire intending to incinerate Su Yuan effortlessly. However, Su Yuan casually waved his hand and lightly slashed with his sword. Nine law origins combined in an extremely profound way into the sword light. The sword light instantly slashed out. The originally terrifying burning sea of flames was directly split in two by this sword. The sword light sped through the gap at an incredible speed toward Tiandu. How is this possible? Tiandu exclaimed in disbelief. The sword light instantly struck Tiandu, severing his consciousness from the origin place of the great Tao. The change was so swift that many golden immortal cultivators standing on the ground didn't even react in time. Su Yuan cupped his hands toward his surroundings before his consciousness departed from the origin place of the great Tao, leaving the other cultivators staring at each other in bewilderment. The deed accomplished, he withdrew without claiming credit, vanishing like the wind. Cave number 6. Su Yuan emerged from his secluded cultivation chamber. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the cave dwelling. Raising his head, Su Yuan saw a small fish radiating 12-colored brilliance swimming joyfully among the clouds. Countless star energies were being absorbed by it before transforming into streams of radiant energy that showered upon the earth below. The maidservant Su Mei stood beneath, busily collecting the overflowing multicolored energy from little Kai using a jade vial. The energy appeared extraordinarily potent. Without noticing, Su Mei's cultivation had already reached mid-stage divine transformation, granting her considerable speed. Little Kai kept dodging Su Mei's attempts, leading her on a merry chase across the sky, clearly enjoying the game. Ancestor, slow down. Su Mei pleaded helplessly. You can't catch me. Little Kai laughed heartily. Suddenly, she looked down and exclaimed excitedly, Su Yuan, you finally emerged from seclusion. She dove from the sky, crashing into Su Yuan's embrace with such force that he felt his chest compress from the impact. Your strength has increased, he gasped, recovering his breath before sensing Little Kai's cultivation level. Shocked, he asked, when did you reach Immortal realm? Little Kai nuzzled against him before tilting her head in confusion. I reached Immortal realm? I don't understand. I didn't realize. Su Yuan glanced skyward, using his authority as 7-star supreme to investigate past heavenly tribulations. He confirmed Little Kai had broken through to immortality without undergoing any heavenly tribulation or requiring his intervention. Patting her plump little head, Su Yuan inquired curiously, can you take human form now? Little Kai pouted no. Help me figure it out. Why can't I transform when even that silly Su Mei can? Nearby, Su Mei smiled wryly and bowed to Su Yuan. Greetings, master. Prepare some dishes and later invite sect leader Gu, Su Yuan instructed. As you command, master. Su Mei promptly withdrew. Su Yuan then extended his divine sense into Little Kai's body, discovering an incredibly intricate network of Tao patterns governing natural laws within her, far more complex than even his own repeatedly refined physique. Your bloodline is extraordinary, he murmured. How could the former Tianyuan realm have nurtured a being like you? Investigating further through heavenly laws, Su Yuan uncovered Little Kai's origin as a 9-colored stone egg. Tracing back through time, he saw this egg had existed unchanged until reaching the very birth of Tianyuan realm 100 million years ago, when a beam of 9-colored light had descended into the newborn world. The revelation shocked Su Yuan. He'd never imagined Little Kai's background was so astonishing. Continuing his examination, Su Yuan's divine sense arrived at Little Kai's Dantian region and discovered a vast space spanning thousands of kilometers. Within raged chaotic energies of earth, metal, water, and other elements, crisscrossed by terrifying lightning bolts. His divine sense rapidly depleted under the indiscriminate assault from these rampaging forces, while Little Kai's Dantian walls remained perfectly stable against the constant barrage. Your stomach. Su Yuan hesitated. Little Kai patted her belly mournfully. Su Yuan, I think my tummy's sick. I keep hearing thunder inside, and it feels ticklish but also hungry. After confirming no other abnormalities, Su Yuan nodded understandingly. Let me help organize the energies in your dantian. Okay. Little Kai obediently rolled over, exposing her belly comically. No need for that pose, Su Yuan chuckled. No. She covered her eyes with fins, seemingly embarrassed. Su Yuan extended a finger, channeling magic power into Little Kai's dantian. Upon entry, this energy began manifesting various natural laws. The 5 elements: wind, thunder, lightning, light, darkness, stars, and soared intent spread throughout the chaotic space. Wherever they passed, the unruly energies calmed into orderly arrangements. Earth energy gathered at the center, forming landmass. Metal energy reinforced this foundation underground. Fire energy rose to form a sun with stellar forces, radiating light and warmth. Water encircled the land as a lake, while wind currents carried moisture aloft to form clouds that rained upon the earth under thunder's guidance, bringing verdant life to the newborn world. The once chaotic dantian stabilized and expanded tenfold in size. So comfortable. Little Kai cheered as a new energy spontaneously condensed in her dantian, a strand containing profound mysteries of multiple laws floating above the newly ordered space. This is Grotto Heaven Power. Su Yuan gasped in genuine astonishment. Grotto Heaven Power represented a higher-order fusion of multiple laws, something cultivators normally only comprehended through existing sacred sites. Yet here it was, spontaneously emerging within Little Kai. A powerful domain manifested around Little Kai, pressing all living beings in the cave, dwelling to the ground except Su Yuan. Control your power. Su Yuan embraced her, using Great Being's demeanor to neutralize the pressure and force the domain back into her body. I didn't mean to, Little Kai apologized. As she reigned in the energy, a brilliant flash transformed her into a 5-year-old girl clad in 12-colored robes, her flawless jade-like face alight with wonder. Wow, I transformed, she cheered, jumping excitedly. Su Yuan observed the tiny figure, realizing that even as an immortal, Little Kai remained in her infancy, testament to her extraordinary lineage. Moreover, the emergence of Grotto Heaven Power in Little Kai's dantian benefited Su Yuan as well. Strands of this energy spontaneously merged with the 9 primary golden cores in his dantian, initiating marvelous transformations that made them resemble actual stars while significantly enhancing his dantian's capacity and stability, though still dwarfed by Little Kai's. Looking skyward again, Su Yuan observed the floating light sun-moon vessel bobbing amidst 7-star sex fortune clouds, undergoing continuous refinement. It had reached peak 9th grade, just shy of immortal artifact status. Sensing his gaze, Shaoli materialized her silver-white fox form midair, appearing beside Little Kai to pinch her cheeks playfully. "Stop that, sisterly," Little Kai protested. "Hee, you're too cute." Shaoli produced 10 immortal stones. "Want some?" "Yes." Little Kai snatched and devoured the stones like soft candy, crunching through their rock-hard substance effortlessly. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Immortal stones rivaled 8th or 9th grade spiritual treasures in hardness, yet she consumed them like snacks. Shaoli turned to Su Yuan, complaining, "Master, you neglected me during seclusion. I'm the weakest now. Even Su Qian became an immortal artifact." "Where is he?" Su Yuan asked. "Mooching off Guardian Hidden Star," Shaoli pouted. "That shameless cauldron has been freeloading resources there for years." Su Yuan's mouth twitched at the brazen behavior. "Why are you stuck at peak 9th grade?" he inquired. Shaoli explained, "I need to condense my intrinsic laws, but unlike that old relic Su Qian, I can't do alone. There are no artifact refiners in the sect to help either. Master, upgrade me." Nodding, Su Yuan summoned the floating light sun-moon vessel. His eyes flashed as the vessel became translucent, revealing its intricate network of law patterns forming an operational matrix. This vessel's original design used sun-moon energy to create a grotto heaven, he mused. Since I'm not versed in solar-lunar laws, we'll reconstruct it with stellar laws instead. After all, sun and moon are stars too. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled. Can you really refine it, master? No problem. 9 beams of starlight shot from Su Yuan's eyes into the vessel's core, imprinting new law patterns to replace the original formations. The painstaking process took half an hour before completion. As stellar laws integrated completely, derived patterns spread across the entire vessel, triggering its ascension to immortal artifact status. A tribulation cloud gathered above, but dissipated after one stern glance from Su Yuan. A wisp of lightning descended instead, striking the vessel, which then shone brilliantly, completing its metamorphosis into a true immortal artifact. Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, master. Thank you. Now I'm an immortal artifact, too." Su Yuan pondered and said, "From now on, your artifact name can be changed to Floating Light and True Stars Vase." "No, that doesn't sound good." Su Li stuck out her tongue playfully and immediately pulled little Kai away to play elsewhere. Having used Su Yuan, she simply ignored him afterward. Su Yuan sighed helplessly and sat down in the courtyard. By then, Su Lan and the other 3 maidservants had already prepared the feast. Su Yuan took his seat. Su Lan stepped forward and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, master. What dishes have you prepared today?" Su Yuan glanced over and saw unfamiliar dishes. "Master, please take a look. This is braised pork. The meat is from a 6th-grade demon beast, the iron-scaled pig, carefully prepared through 33 steps. This is stir-fried hollow bamboo shoots, made from the shoots of the 6th-grade spiritual bamboo. The serene heart hollow bamboo, stir-fried with lard from the iron-scaled pig." Su Lan explained each dish in detail. Su Yuan took a bite and immediately felt an explosion of flavor in his mouth, whetting his appetite. It was incredibly delicious. "Excellent, excellent. Su Lan, your culinary skills have improved tremendously." Su Yuan praised. Su Lan smiled. "I studied one of your alchemy techniques, Master, which focused on the precise ratios of ingredients. Many of those principles can be applied to cooking. After years of research, I've gained some insights." Su Yuan gave Su Lan a thoughtful look. This maidservant had dedicated herself to cooking from the start, and now she had truly achieved something remarkable. The knife skills, heat control, and ingredient pairings in these dishes had reached an impressive level. However, Su Lan's cultivation was still only at the nascent soul peak. Keep researching new dishes. As for cultivation, don't worry about it. Su Yuan pointed a finger, and a divine heavenly position materialized out of thin air, flying into Su Lan's consciousness. Su Lan's soul merged with the heavenly position, and her aura instantly surged to the void refining level. She felt as though she had suddenly gained 9 profound insights, including Su Yuan's alchemy techniques, a trace of flame law comprehension, and some blade techniques. Though she couldn't fully grasp the essence of these techniques, she realized she could now use them effortlessly. The other 3 maidservants watched with envy, their eyes practically turning red. Su Lan had ascended to the heavens in a single step. Su Lan immediately knelt. "Thank you for your grace, master." Su Yuan waved his hand. "Keep up the good work." "Yes." At this moment, Su He, Su Ju, and Su Mei looked at Su Yuan eagerly. After some thought, Su Yuan turned to Su Mei. "You've been accompanying little Kai all these years, and your contributions are not insignificant. Continue taking care of her." He then bestowed a heavenly position upon Su Mei as well. Su Mei's aura also skyrocketed to the void refining level, and she gained mastery in movement techniques and physical enhancement, essential for keeping up with the playful little Kai. Su Ju quickly stepped forward. "Master, let me brew tea for you." She moved to the side and began preparing tea. Her control over fire had reached an impressive level, and her tea brewing skills were exceptional. A thin stream of water poured gracefully from the teapot into the cup, the tea clear and fragrant, exuding a serene and natural aura. Su Yuan looked at Su Ju in surprise. This little maidservant had clearly devoted herself to the art of tea. She could be called a tea master. You've done well, too, Su Yuan praised before granting her a heavenly position in recognition of her efforts. Only Suhi remained, growing increasingly anxious. Master, I can clean, Suhi stammered. Su Yuan chuckled and gave her a heavenly position as well, though it was of lower grade, only reaching the nascent soul level. Yet Suhi was overjoyed to tears. Possessing a divine position meant she now had the potential for longevity. Truly, even the dogs and chickens of the household could ascend to heaven. The 4 maidservants were ecstatic. Outside, the green ox, who had been lying at the entrance, couldn't help but stand up and pace around the courtyard, its bovine eyes filled with anticipation as it gazed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan twitched his lips. Why are you still only at the early nascent soul stage? The green ox blinked in confusion. Master, isn't it normal for me to be at the nascent soul stage? You've been in seclusion for 30 years, not 300. Su Yuan paused and glanced at the 4 maidservants. Sensing traces of little Kai's bloodline within them, he realized their cultivation progress was actually absurdly fast, faster than even heavenly spirit roots. It was only because they stood beside him and little Kai that they seemed mediocre. This only highlighted little Kai's terrifying potential. Just a trace of her bloodline could propel cultivation at an incredible speed. Just focus on cultivating properly. Su Yuan flicked his finger and gave the green ox the lowest grade heavenly position. Further improvement would depend on its own efforts. After refining the heavenly position, the green ox's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It had always known that serving a genius came with perks. Su Yuan then turned his attention to the spiritual fields. Su De was leading the spirit fish children in planting medicinal herbs, their movements skilled and practiced. Su Yuan bestowed each of them with the lowest grade heavenly positions, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about lifespan. Low-grade divine positions like these didn't consume any of Su Yuan's own power. They were as abundant as heavenly soldiers in the celestial court. The children in the fields immediately knelt and thanked him profusely. At that moment, sect leader Gu arrived hurriedly at the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan opened the cave dwelling's entrance. Gu Qingzhu strode confidently into cave number 6, his aura radiating the powerful presence of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He quickly ascended to the mountaintop and bowed deeply upon seeing Su Yuan. Greetings, ancestor. His face still carried the same confident smile. Su Yuan nodded. Brother Gu, your cultivation has progressed swiftly. Hearing Su Yuan's casual address, Gu Qingzhu relaxed and laughed. Ancestor Su, my cultivation speed has increased dramatically in recent years. It feels like there are no bottlenecks at all. In less than 100 years, I might even attempt the void refining stage. Su Yuan nodded. Good. Gu Qingzhu's confident gaze swept over Su Lan, Su Ju, and Su Mei. Then he froze. The overwhelming aura emanating from the 3 made him feel as though he were facing primordial beasts, his heart skipping several beats. Even Suhi's presence exerted pressure on him. Su Yuan shot the 4 maidservants a look. Why are you still here? Leave. Yes, master. Su Lan and the others quickly bowed apologetically and suppressed their cultivation auras before retreating. Gu Qingzhu stared blankly at their departing figures, only snapping back to reality when they disappeared. His previously confident expression collapsed. Ancestor Su, how are their auras so strong? He blurted out. I granted it to them, Su Yuan said. Before this, they were only at the nascent soul stage. Gu Qingzhu sighed in relief, then froze again. They reached the nascent soul stage on their own. Su Yuan waved his hand. Don't dwell on the details. Tell me, how is the training of the new generation progressing? Gu Qingzhu composed himself. Ancestor, we've gathered geniuses from countless realms, recruiting 1.6 million disciples with top-grade spiritual roots or higher. Currently, 1.2 million have reached the golden core stage or above, 300,000 are at the foundation establishment stage, and 100,000 newly enrolled are still at the chi refining stage. He paused. Many of the golden core disciples have comprehended multiple insights. A few exceptional prodigies have even grasped fragments of laws. With sufficient energy, they could advance to the void refining stage soon. Su Yuan nodded. It seems the training has been effective. Gu Qingzhu hesitated. Speak freely. Ancestor, our aggressive recruitment of geniuses seems to have drawn the attention of the immortal realm. Recent intelligence suggests that envoys from the immortal realm have begun investigating certain worlds. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. So soon? It's only been a few decades. Due to the ongoing war between the immortal and demon realms, many immortal cultivators are stationed in the spatial turbulence of the lower realms. Sects with heritage can contact these immortals, who then send agents to investigate and even target our disciples. There have already been multiple casualties. Su Yuan frowned. His mind could cross realms to assist, but if a 7-stars sect disciple was instantly killed, even he couldn't intervene in time. Gu Qingzhu added, moreover, our slaughter in the mortal world aligned with the demon realm has also drawn the attention of demonic immortals, who are now targeting our people. Su Yuan tapped the table. Cease large-scale recruitment for now. Shift to small-scale, selective enrollment. Meanwhile, accelerate the expansion of the Merchant Association. Song Kai has already laid the foundation for the 7-stars Merchant Association, correct? These trained geniuses will join the association for experience. Our next goal is wealth, specifically war profiteering, while elevating the reputation of the 7-stars Merchant Association. Gu Qingzhu couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, if we trade with both the immortal and demon realms, won't we incur hostility from both sides? No, the 7-stars Merchant Association will not provoke, but we will not fear conflict. Transactions will be fair, but anyone who dares break our rules will regret it. Su Yuan spoke calmly. Yes, Gu Qingzhu affirmed. How many 7-stars bronze cards have been distributed? Su Yuan asked. Following your instructions, we've issued them to Great Ascension cultivators in every top-tier mortal realm. Gu Qingzhu replied respectfully. Su Yuan nodded. Good. The first 7-stars Grand Convention can now be prepared. Make the necessary arrangements and gather the required items. Gu Qingzhu accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, Su Yuan waved his hand, summoning Su Qian, who had been visiting Hidden Star Immortal Lord. Su Qian blinked in surprise before bowing. Master, transform into a large immortal arc. We're heading into the spatial turbulence, Su Yuan ordered. Understood. Su Qian nodded, and the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron instantly morphed into a massive immortal arc. Inside, a small marketplace rapidly took shape. Su Yuan's second primordial spirit appeared on the arc, which then flashed into the spatial turbulence. This was a space turbulence chosen at random by Su Yuan. Someone had once murmured Su Yuan's name here, so he had marked this coordinate. By reactivating Mind Echo, one could come directly here. Old Qian, how many types of renewable specialty resources from immortal realms do you have now? Su Yuan asked. The white-haired youth proudly replied, as many as 3 kinds. Su Yuan was speechless. How? Is that considered many? Su Qian justified. I can cultivate immortal realm resources using just ordinary spiritual energy. That's pretty incredible, don't you think? What are they? Immortal Ascension Water for tempering immortal bodies, Black Demon Flame for tempering demonic bodies, and Divine Power Crystals for tempering divine bodies. All are cultivation resources at the human immortal level. All right, that's enough for specialty products. But since you have immortal, demon, and divine, adding one for ghost immortal bodies would be even better. Su Yuan recalled some Dragon Clan scriptures and suddenly remembered a valuable item. Let's go to the underworld first. On Underworld, Su Qian was shocked. Su Yuan nodded. In truth, After death, souls go to the underworld, the realm of the dead. Only supreme experts can freely come and go there. Let's go. Su Yuan's consciousness enveloped the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. In the next moment, Su Yuan directly arrived with the cauldron in a dim, gloomy world. The sky was pitch black, thick with clouds of death energy condensed over countless years. Countless ghosts wandered and drifted on the ground. This is the underworld. Su Qian looked around in surprise. If he weren't living by borrowing a spiritual treasure, he probably would have ended up here too. Su Yuan's gaze fixed on a bone mountain in the distance, focusing on a yellow spring at the mountain's peak, which emitted pure yin energy. As if sensing his gaze, a true dragon ghost Immortal guarding the spring, several dozen miles long, suddenly opened its eyes. An aura of young living beings? The true dragon instantly locked onto Su Yuan in midair. Its pitch-black eyes flared with insane murderous intent. Just a mere human immortal? How dare you trespass into the underworld? Su Yuan calmly said, I want to borrow your yellow spring for a bit. As compensation, I'll give you a chance to reverse life and death, transforming yin to yang. Ha ha, I prefer taking it myself. The dragon, named AOZ, had already confirmed Su Yuan's physical state and no longer concealed its killing intent. Su Qian was horrified. Su Yuan, be careful. He's at early Earth immortal stage. The dragon sneered, I am AOZ, once a heavenly immortal in life. You should surrender now. It didn't want Su Yuan using too much power and wasting its yang energy. Su Yuan curiously asked, How did you die in your previous life? Seeking death. AOZ's body surged forward, death energy gathering on its claws. The death law and metal law fused, forming an even sharper and more terrifying death claw. The fusion of two laws had a tangible form and unleashed power over 10 times greater than a single law. Under AOZ's ferocious glare, Su Yuan raised his hand. Suddenly, the sky tore open, and dense starlight fell before Su Yuan, condensing into a transparent mirror surface. Reflection of the star law's profundity? It won't stop my attack. AOZ laughed lightly, swinging its claw to tear the mirror. But the mirror suddenly projected another golden-tinged, ghostly dragon claw. The two dragon claws collided unexpectedly. AOZ widened his eyes. The counterfeit dragon claw effortlessly tore apart his own. The key was that the replica had the same power, but easily found the weakness in his attack and destroyed it in one strike. How did you do that? AOZ retreated repeatedly. The great void golden claw is utterly rigid and radiant, fused with death law. Never thought you'd come up with that. AOZ's heart shook, momentarily doubting himself. But he quickly regained composure. This was the underworld. Of course it would be fused with death law. Yet, a ghost dragon claw formed from death energy and star power had already seized his momentary days, tearing open his ghost immortal body and grabbing his ghost dragon pearl. No! AOZ's eyes widened. Su Yuan coldly crushed the dragon pearl. Ah! A terrified scream abruptly ended. The enormous dragon body collapsed into countless pure ghost energies and dissipated rapidly. Su Qian's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the cauldron's mouth and rapidly devoured the surrounding ghost energy, gathering it all. This AOZ, it must be stupid to listen to the enemy. Su Yuan approached the yellow spring and scooped up some water, emitting pure yin energy. He inhaled, and the yellow spring's water entered his body. The pure yin energy surged into his soul, nourishing it rapidly. His nascent soul also grew noticeably, and his mindset calmed. Good stuff. Occasionally absorbing yellow spring's water during cultivation harmonizes yin and yang, stabilizes the mind, purifies the soul, and heals soul wounds. It's the main ingredient in various life-death flesh and bone pills, and a great material for forging soul-related treasures. Su Yuan looked at the spring and said, Su Qian, devour this. After absorbing the pure ghost energy, Su Qian looked over curiously. Is this natural? The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron could still only devour artificially forged treasures. Its fundamental law was the law of creation, and it had limits. Yuan said, "Try devouring it directly." Got it. Under Yuan's control, the cauldron covered the entire Yellow Springs spring and swallowed it. This is an artificially forged supreme treasure, Qian said excitedly. Hearing this, Yuan ordered, "Speed it up." Understood. The cauldron erupted with tremendous suction, detaching the entire spring from the world and swallowing it into its unique treasure refining space. The spring slowly vanished inside the refining space. Seeing the speed was too slow, Yuan immediately used his magical power to accelerate the refining. At that moment, the black clouds above suddenly roiled. A gigantic dog head emerged from the black clouds, and two crimson eyes instantly locked onto Yuan. Yuan looked up and saw two more heads alongside the giant dog's head. A total of 3 heads emerging from the clouds. Who dares disturb the underworld's treasures? Die quickly, the giant dog shouted arrogantly. Yuan's consciousness enveloped himself and the cauldron. His body transformed into starlight and vanished from midair. Try to escape? Can you evade my 9 nether eyes? The central head sneered sharply, scanning around. Its eyes penetrated the entire underworld. Nothing could hide from its scrutiny. Then it fell silent. A massive 3-headed giant dog emerged from the clouds. All 3 heads glanced around and then exchanged looks. What to do? The right head asked in confusion. Report honestly. Don't know which powerful being is idle enough to dig up an ordinary spring in my underworld. The middle head said dryly. Did you understand that last technique? The left head asked. No. Countless ghosts nearby bowed down. Hail the Ghost Emperor. The 3-headed dog glanced at the ghosts, shook its head, and disappeared into the black clouds. To be continued. Continuation. In the void turbulence. Yuan and the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron appeared out of thin air. He glanced behind him. There was nothing. Ding! Reputation plus 865. Yuan looked at the system panel in surprise. Name: Yuan. Region: Nether Primordial Realm. Level: Slightly Famous, 865/1000. Not bad, brother. Giving a big gift right on meeting. Yuan smiled. Master, what did you say? Qian asked, puzzled. Yuan smirked. Old Qian, you're quite flexible with titles. Qian pretended not to understand and transformed into an immortal ship. The ship's surface erected a defensive barrier, resisting the turbulence's impact and erosion. Yuan chuckled and stepped inside the ship. By now, the shops and buildings inside had fully evolved. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Let the shops take their places. With a thought, Songkai appeared before Yuan out of nowhere. Songkai felt the abrupt environmental change but remained calm. Seeing Yuan, he bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. HM, the 7-Star Trading Association has preliminarily established its framework. You deserve credit. Yuan praised first. To help the Patriarch, Songkai immediately said. But the 7-Star Trading Association's level is still too low, Yuan added. Songkai embarrassedly said, Master, our people's cultivation levels are still too low to involve higher tiers. But recently, the association's top fighters have been steadily improving. In 100 years, there will be at least several at the Conjunction Realm, capable of handling higher-level trades. Yuan waved his hand. No need to expand to all realms. I plan to build a market here. You'll be in charge. Songkai looked around the shops and buildings, puzzled. Where exactly is this? This is inside my spiritual treasure, evolved within the space turbulence. If you want to modify or add anything, discuss with Qian. Songkai was shocked. He had heard that beyond the world lay space turbulence, where Great Ascension realm experts couldn't stay long before perishing. Yet here was a market. How would they attract customers? Yuan sensed Songkai's thoughts and produced a card decorated with 7 stars. If someone could see through the card, they would find embedded within it a lowest grade heaven-earth divine seat. This divine seat silently chanted the names of the 7 stars according to a set program. Yuan said, "This is the 7-star card. I'm granting you an ability. You can summon anyone who holds this card to the flying ship or send them back to their original world. The card holders are the market's customers." Song Kai was amazed. What kind of ability was this? The key was that it could be bestowed on others. This ability must not be told to anyone, understand? Yuan said flatly. Understood, patriarch. Song Kai nodded seriously. With a thought, Yuan loaded parts of the abilities of World Traveler, Mind Echo, and 7-star Shine Bright into the Heaven-Earth Divine Seat within Song Kai. The principle was simple. The Divine Seat was still a derivative of Yuan's power and could carry some of his abilities. It wasn't truly granting the abilities, but transferring them from his big pocket to Song Kai's small pocket. Song Kai immediately felt hundreds of strands of consciousness emerge in his mind. He probed one strand and saw a 3-meter square view space. Inside, a cultivator seemed to be practicing with a 7-star card on the table. He sensed that if he wished, he could teleport that person here. Don't teleport them now. Later, they must stand on the teleportation array and inject magical power into the 7-star card before being teleported. Returning is the same. At least it should feel like teleporting requires the array. Yuan said. Oh, got it. Song Kai nodded. Good. Now, you arrange the 7-star market. Contact sect leader Gu and the Peak Elders. They will cooperate. You can even invite Golden Immortal Elders. Also, I'll boost your power a bit. Yuan stared at the Heaven-Earth Divine Seat inside Song Kai and increased the shared power. Part of his power transferred to Song Kai. Song Kai's aura instantly surged from void refining through conjunction, tribulation, great ascension, and reached human immortal level. This was the convenience of divine beings. If the higher-ups wished, power enhancement was instantaneous. Conversely, if despised, one could be demoted to immortal in an instant. Thank you, Patriarch. This is an early reward. Just do well with the 7-star market. Yuan said. Yes. When Song Kai looked up again, Yuan had disappeared. In his place stood the white-haired youth. Greetings, Elder Qian. Song Kai bowed respectfully. You're climbing the immortal ladder in one step, huh? Qian circled Song Kai, sighing. You played a one-step-to-heaven chess move before. All thanks to Master's nurturing. Song Kai cupped his hands upwards. Do well. If you mess this up, neither of us will have a good end. Qian said. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this. Song Kai immediately began organizing. He realized he could distribute 7-star cards to his subordinates. He summoned members of the 7-Star Trading Association to start setting up the market and establishing trading rules, client hierarchies, and so on. In a top-tier, mortal realm somewhere. Guyu, who had reached early nascent soul stage, knocked on the sect's main hall. Come in. An old voice came from inside. Guyu opened the door and entered, seeing a white-haired elder resting with closed eyes. He was nervous. This was the sect's founding ancestor, Lishan, at Great Ascension Realm. What's the matter? Lishan asked with closed eyes. Sect leader, do you know the 7-Star Trading Association? Guyu asked. Who hasn't heard of the 7-Star Trading Association spread across the world recently? The elder opened his deep, calm eyes. But they only deal in items below 4th or 5th rank, occasionally auctioning 6th and 7th rank treasures. They're not a top-tier power. Guyu felt as if he'd been seen through, but still said, Actually, I'm a core internal member of the 7-Star Trading Association. He hesitated slightly. The elder's expression remained indifferent. And, seeing the sect leader didn't get angry, Guyu said, the association will hold a grand trade fair soon. The participants' ranks are very high. I represent the association inviting you to attend. Oh, Li Shan's lips curled. You're finally showing your true colors. Guyu's expression changed. Sect leader, Li Shan looked at him. You broke through from foundation establishment to nascent soul in decades. Your cultivation method is extremely profound, surely with inheritance. Did you get the scriptures from the 7-Star Trading Association? Guyu was stunned, then replied, "Yes, ancestor. Actually, all my methods can be purchased from the association." "Oh, interesting," Lishan said lightly. "Few exist who can threaten me. I want to see what courage the Seven-Star Trading Association has to invite me to their trade fair." Guyu was thrilled to have completed his task so easily. "Sec leader, the trade fair is about 7 days from now. I will lead you there." Guyu cleared his throat. "Bring plenty of spirit stones and treasures. It'd be embarrassing if you can't afford anything. The trade fair opens irregularly, and the next one might be far off." Li Shan was amused and unconcerned. If Guyu hadn't shown potential to be the sect's next pillar, he wouldn't be so kind. Still, he prepared a bit. He figured at most a few peers of the same realm would appear, and barter might be involved, so he'd bring some treasures for exchange. 7 days passed in a flash. Guyu searched for a while and found Li Shan at the sect entrance, calm and relaxed. "Sect leader, you're here. I didn't see you in the main hall." Guyu teased. "Let's go. No time for nonsense." Li Shan walked out. "Wait, ancestor, that's not the direction," Guyu hurriedly said. "The sect has only one gate." Li Shan glared. "We'll take the teleportation array." Guyu said, "Our internal teleportation arrays aren't connected to the outer sect, right?" Li Shan suspiciously looked at Guyu. "You'll see soon enough," Guyu confidently said. Li Shan grabbed Guyu, and within a few breaths, they appeared in the sect's teleportation hall. Several teleportation arrays were there. "Greetings, ancestor." An elder immediately saluted. Li Shan waved his hand. Guyu casually picked an array and stepped onto it. "Sect leader, come up. We're departing." Guyu smiled. Li Shan asked the elder, "Where does this array lead?" To the extreme ice snow valley, thousands of miles away." Li Shan nodded and stepped on. Before the elder could activate the array, Guyu took out a card. "This is the 7-star card of the 7-Star Trading Association. Lighting a star makes it a 1-star card. We'll enter the 7-star market with this card." Guyu explained. "Oh," Li Shan raised an eyebrow. Guyu injected magical power into the card and loudly declared, "1-star card requesting entry to the 7-star market." The card glowed, enveloping both. The teleportation array activated. As space rippled, their figures vanished. Li Shan felt a flash and found himself in a completely new region, surrounded by closely packed buildings that stunned him. This was definitely not the extreme ice-snow valley. He looked up at the sky and involuntarily contracted his pupils. A thin protective shield covered the sky, and outside were surging black lines. Space turbulence. He gasped. "Where is this?" Li Shan immediately tensed. Guyu chuckled inwardly and said, "Don't panic, sect leader. This is the 7-star market, a place for trading. Fighting is forbidden here. You should suppress your aura." Li Shan took a deep breath, his expression grave. He looked at Guyu deeply and said slowly, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was afraid you wouldn't dare come." Guyu whispered. "You," Li Shan glared. "Am I such a coward?" "Yes." Li Shan's face darkened. "All right, show me around." Guyu led Li Shan forward, explaining, "This is the market connected to hundreds or thousands of worlds, so there's a huge variety of goods. Mortal realms are divided into 9 ranks, with 1 the lowest and 9 the highest. You can see the rank and item category posted outside each shop." Li Shan looked and indeed saw signs such as 5th rank spirit grass from Panshan realm for sale. "Are all these shops part of the 7-Star Trading Association?" "Most are. You can also rent a shop here to sell your own items or put items up for consignment." Guyu said. Li Shan nodded and entered a shop to look around. Inside was a young man at early nascent soul stage running the shop. Nascent soul cultivators were common, but Li Shan immediately recognized that this one was only 30 years old and extremely stable in aura, a genuine sect air genius. "Guest, what would you like?" "This is Panshan Realm Specialty Shop. Spirit ores, herbs, spiritual materials, and more." The young man greeted immediately. Li Shan shook his head. "Just browsing. What do you accept for payment?" "Spirit stones, spirit crystals, immortal stones, demon stones. All energy-containing currency." You can pay directly or exchange at the Star Crystal Pavilion for star power crystals, which are easier to price. The young man said. Guyu said, "You should have brought spirit stones already." Li Shan nodded casually. He looked around several more shops and finally realized all the shopkeepers were super geniuses. This made him realize the terrifying scale of the 7-Star Trading Association. One glimpse revealed the whole. The 7-Star Trading Association was no ordinary force. Along the way, he also saw some customer-like figures, all with Great Ascension Realm auras. They looked like invited guests, but their auras were all unfamiliar to Li Shan, which shocked him even more. The Great Ascension experts from his realm were all known to him. These were definitely not from his world. The 7-Star Trading Association was clearly a cross-dimensional superpower. After observing for a long while, Li Shan discovered that the items in these shops weren't as high-grade as he had imagined, which surprised him. Li Shan asked doubtfully, "Why do they seem lower grade than expected?" The highest grade items here appear to be only 7th or 8th tier. Guyu coughed and said, "The really good stuff is kept in the 7-Star Tower. Let's go take a look." He pointed toward the center. Li Shan nodded. Under Guyu's guidance, the two soon arrived at the market center, where a 9-story tower stood before them. This is the 7-Star Tower. As a 1-star member, I can only visit the first floor, Guyu explained. Li Shan gave the 9-story Jade Tower a strange look and asked, "The 7-Star Tower has 9 floors? Isn't that normal?" Guyu countered, "Everyone knows the Big Dipper has 9 stars, right?" After a brief silence, Li Shan asked, "Does the first floor have items suitable for Great Ascension Realm cultivators?" Naturally, they quickly reached the central 7-Star Tower. Upon entering the first floor, Li Shan was stunned by the dazzling array of rare treasures. 10,000-year purple marrow heart, void gold lightning bamboo, crimson sky fire chi, purple lightning martins thunder pattern eye. Li Shan's eyes nearly spun from the sight. These were all treasures usable by Great Ascension Realm cultivators. Normally, such items would spark fierce competition among Great Ascension experts if found in secret realms. Yet here, they were piled up in stacks. Even Li Shan couldn't help but feel the urge to snatch them. But his attention was soon captured by a middle-aged man at the tower center. The pressure radiating from him made Li Shan's heart tremble. That soul-deep oppression couldn't be faked. An immortal, Li Shan gasped. Hearing this, Guyu also looked at Song Kai with envy. His surname is Song, a true immortal who lives as long as heaven. He's in charge of the 7-Star market under the 7-Star Trading Association. Li Shan asked in surprise. From your tone, he's not the association's master? How could he be? Guyu laughed. Sect leader, he's just a manager. Someday, I'll reach the Golden Immortal Realm, or higher, through my own efforts. My status will far surpass his. These words made Li Shan's heart tremble. This implied the 7-Star Trading Association already had Golden Immortals among its ranks. Only then did Li Shan notice 4 platforms around Song Kai displaying clearly superior items. Several Great Ascension cultivators were making inquiries, their excited expressions visible, though their voices were blocked by soundproofing arrays. Let's go take a look, Li Shan said urgently, quickly moving forward. Sect leader, wait for me. Guyu hurried to follow. Upon entering the central area, they immediately heard customers' conversations. They actually have immortal ascension water here. Now I have hope for my immortal tribulation. Ha ha! Black demon flame. My path to a demonic body is secured. 2 voices spoke simultaneously, after which the 2 Great Ascension cultivators glared at each other. Demon cultivator? Spiritual cultivator? Ahem. Song Kai released immortal-level pressure, suppressing both excited cultivators. This is the 7-Star market. All who come here are guests. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will face consequences. His voice pierced the sound barrier, echoing throughout the market. The surrounding Great Ascension cultivators quickly calmed down. None dared act recklessly before an immortal. Someone immediately asked, Market Master Song, how do we trade for these treasures? Song Kai smiled. 10,000 one-star stones per portion. He produced a stone resembling a spirit stone, but containing pure stellar energy. You can exchange your possessions for star stones first, then return to purchase. Star stones can be physical or stored in your 7-star card for transactions here. Song Kai explained cheerfully. Tempted, Li Shan immediately went to exchange his assets. Guided by Gu Yu, they soon reached an exchange point where a white-haired youth sat boredly reading. Want to exchange for star stones? The youth asked upon noticing them. Yes. How many star stones can I get for everything in this storage ring? Li Shan asked immediately. Su Qian casually scanned the contents. Using the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron's abilities, he instantly calculated the value and produced a list for Li Shan. These are your items' exchange values. Note that prices fluctuate in real time. What's offered now may change later, he said offhandedly. Li Shan understood perfectly. In a market connected to multiple worlds, commodity prices would naturally fluctuate, making business here quite risky. Reviewing the list, he found treasures valued lower than expected, while spirit stones, spirit crystals, herbs, and materials fetched higher prices. Frowning, Li Shan asked, "Only 110,000 one-star stones? No cheating. Fair trade." The white-haired youth shrugged. "I'll take it," Li Shan said. "Physical star stones or stored in a membership card?" "I don't have a card. How do I get one?" Li Shan didn't plan to visit just once. Su Qian became serious, glancing at Gu Yu, who shrugged to indicate he hadn't explained. The 7-star card serves as identification for both internal and external members of the 7-Star Trading Association. Internal members fully join the association, enjoying great benefits like purchase discounts and access to headquarters training. Achieving immortality becomes easy. The catch? No betrayal allowed. Su Qian explained cheerfully. What about external members? Li Shan pressed. Simple. Temporary membership representing you as a guest of the association. No binding relationship. Just limited access to the 7-star market and eligibility to earn star stones through tasks. I'll take temporary membership, Li Shan decided. Temporary membership costs 10,000 one-star stones, granting 10 free market entries. Subsequent visits cost 10 one-star stones each, Su Qian continued. Li Shan winced at the steep price. He gave Gu Yu a questioning look. You could afford this? I'm an internal member. No charge, Gu Yu said calmly. Shocked, Li Shan asked, then why join the Backing Mountain sect? Doesn't that violate the no betrayal rule? Joining forces below Golden Immortal level doesn't count as betrayal against the association, Gu Yu explained. Li Shan fell silent. This was like him not caring if his disciples joined mortal families or kingdoms. The 7-Star Association viewed him similarly, as an insignificant figure. After some thought, he asked Su Qian, if I start as an external member but later join internally, can I get a refund for this fee? Su Qian's mouth twitched at this outrageous question. Giving Li Shan a strange look, he said yes. Then I'll take temporary membership for now, Li Shan sighed. Nodding, Su Qian reached into the void and produced a new 7-star card. Input your magic power and soul energy to bind it, he instructed. Following the directions, Li Shan soon held his own 7-star card. It's preloaded with 103,823 one-star stones and ready for use, Su Qian said. Thank you. Accepting the card with a respectful bow, Li Shan withdrew. He'd sensed Su Qian's vast energy fluctuations. This was clearly another immortal level being deserving of respect. Enough for 10 portions of immortal ascension water. I wonder if that's sufficient to temper an immortal body, Li Shan murmured. Not enough. You'll need 90 more, Gu Yu replied. You know about this? Li Shan asked, surprised. Of course. As an internal member, I have access to such information, Gu Yu said calmly. By the way, I forgot to ask earlier, how does one increase their 7-star card star rating? Spend money or complete tasks? Gu Yu answered simply. Understanding. Li Shan returned to the 7-star tower to find many great ascension cultivators already queuing to purchase treasures, each holding a 7-star card. Noticing that nearly all cards belong to external members, Guyu's internal card had different patterns. Li Shan nervously joined the queue. Soon it was his turn. What would you like? Song Kai asked, surveying the 4 items. Immortal Ascension Water, Black Demon Flame, Divine Power Crystals, and Yellow Spring Water. Li Shan hesitated at the last one. Is this the legendary Yellow Spring Water from the underworld that heals all soul injuries? Song Kai shook his head. Disappointed, Li Shan sighed. Song Kai continued, it is Yellow Spring Water, but only treats certain injuries. Fundamentally, just another cultivation resource, though it does heal most injuries for mortal beings. Suppressing the urge to argue that this was indeed Yellow Spring Water, Li Shan quickly said, I'll take 5 portions of Immortal Ascension Water and 5 of Yellow Spring Water. Done. With a swipe, 100,000 star stones vanished from Li Shan's card as Song Kai handed him 10 packaged items. Use these immediately after opening, Song Kai reminded. Thank you, Market Master Song. Li Shan turned to leave. Suddenly, Song Kai called out, wait. What is it? Li Shan asked, quickly securing his new treasures. Would you like to learn about our buy now pay later service? Song Kai asked cheerfully. Li Shan remained silent for a moment before asking, aren't you afraid I might perish midway and default on the debt? Song Kai pointed to the Yellow Spring Water and chuckled. Would you like to know where this Yellow Spring Water was obtained from? Li Shan's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Song Kai in shock. Suddenly, his face lit up with excitement. I had a disciple who died a century ago. Could I ask the 7-Star Trading Association to check if he... Song Kai waved his hand dismissively. Go searches start at 100,000 1-star spirit stones with no upper limit, and we don't accept credit. You can consider this later. Li Shan's face darkened. How much treasure can I get with the use first, pay later option? 100 portions. Song Kai raised a single finger. That much. Li Shan had exchanged nearly all his treasures and assets, barely scraping together 100,000 1-star spirit stones. Yet here they were offering 1,000,000 1-star spirit stones worth of treasures up front. Song Kai asked, want to proceed with use first, pay later? It takes immediate effect. I'll take it, Li Shan declared firmly. Excellent. Which treasures would you like to purchase and in what quantities? 95 portions of Immortal Ascension Water and 5 portions of Yellow Spring Water. Song Kai promptly handed over the treasures to Li Shan. When Li Shan stepped out of the 7 Stars Tower, he seemed somewhat dazed. This single trip had left him saddled with massive debt. More importantly, learning that the 7-Star Trading Association could access the underworld made him recall his long-deceased disciple. Knowing this possibility, he couldn't help but wonder whether his disciple still lived in the underworld. Guyu coughed lightly and asked, Sect Leader, didn't you want to know about my cultivation techniques? The 7 Stars Pavilion has them. Would you like to see? Li Shan sighed. I only have about 3,000 1-star spirit stones left now. Then let's not look. Take me there. Li Shan suddenly changed his mind. All right. When they arrived outside the 7 Stars Pavilion, they saw numerous cultivators exiting with expressions mixing astonishment and embarrassment. This greatly piqued Li Shan's curiosity. Upon entering the 7 Stars Pavilion, Li Shan was greeted by waves upon waves of books flooding his vision, an ocean of texts. With just a casual glance, his eyes fell upon an Earth Immortal level sword cultivation manual, alongside its reading price. 10 2-star spirit stones, equivalent to 100,000 1-star spirit stones, for 12 hours of access. Then he glimpsed higher-level manuals priced in 7-star spirit stones, and immediately turned to leave. Sect Leader, we just got here. Enough. Where do we accept missions? Let me see what tasks are available, Li Shan said solemnly. Oh, Guyu led Li Shan to the mission board area. Li Shan noticed several Great Ascension Realm cultivators coming and going, all appearing extremely busy. Their eyes met awkwardly. Clearly everyone was here to earn spirit stones through missions. Li Shan stepped inside. Soon he saw the massive mission board in the hall. It listed numerous tasks: collecting immortal artifacts, hunting immortal beasts, refining immortal pills. None looked simple. The easier ones had probably already been taken. Li Shan regretted not coming to the mission hall earlier. However, he soon spotted an unlimited mission in the corner. Mission: spread the reputation of 7-Star Trading Association or 7-Star Daolord. Invite high-quality cultivators to the association. Rewards automatically calculated based on reputation spread and invitations. Unlimited completions. Li Shan immediately looked at Guyu. So this was why the kid had been so eager to bring him here? Guyu gave an innocent smile. Li Shan reconsidered the mission, already forming ideas about reputation spreading. As for inviting others, he asked Guyu, how many spirit stones did you earn? 1,001 star spirit stones. Guyu replied, that's not insignificant. Li Shan nodded. Guyu thought to himself, plus sect contribution points, but no need to mention those. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, if the sect leader takes this reputation mission, do I even need to stay at Backing Mountain Sect anymore? His original plan had been to take over Backing Mountain Sect, develop it into a subsidiary of 7-Star Sect, while completing the worldwide reputation mission. But now sect leader Li Shan intended to do the mission himself. Oh no, I might have made a huge mistake. Guyu froze in realization. Li Shan searched for other missions, but found nothing suitable, reluctantly giving up for now. I'm returning to the sect. What about you? Li Shan asked. I'll exchange some cultivation resources, then return to 7-Star Trading Association headquarters for closed-door cultivation. Guyu said, work hard, kid. Li Shan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait, sect leader, where's my reward for bringing you here? Guyu called out in disbelief. Li Shan paused, then waved his hand, sending a shower of star points toward Guyu. Guyu hurriedly took out his 7-star card to receive them. His card balance increased by exactly 101 star spirit stones. Guyu's eyes widened, but when he looked up, Li Shan had already vanished. Damn, that old man is so stingy. After all my careful planning to invite him here. I mean, my sincere invitation. Guyu grumbled angrily. In his frustration, he turned around, only to see Li Shan standing with hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. Ahem, sect leader, I was just joking earlier, Guyu said awkwardly. Li Shan took out his 7-star card again, sending another shower of starlight toward Guyu. Guyu quickly caught it. This time, his card balance increased by 3,000. Guyu was stunned. When he looked up joyfully, Li Shan had disappeared again. After confirming Li Shan was truly gone, Guyu burst into laughter and swaggered toward the teleportation area, vanishing in a flash of white light back to the 7 Stars realm. Meanwhile, Li Shan reappeared. He sighed while looking at where Guyu had disappeared. He'd long suspected Guyu had secrets, but not of this magnitude. His chosen successor for Backing Mountain Sect was now unreliable. Though lacking evidence, Li Shan was certain Guyu had always been connected to 7-Star Trading Association or its backing forces, joining Backing Mountain Sect just for missions. Shaking his head, Li Shan entered the teleportation area. Channeling energy into his 7-star card, he instantly reappeared at Backing Mountain Sect's entrance. Several elders rushed over anxiously. Ancestor, you finally appeared. Earlier you teleported to Extreme Ice Snow Valley, but they reported not seeing you. We thought, Li Shan snorted. What's there to panic about? Do I look dead to you? Where's Guyu? Another elder asked. Gone. Li Shan snorted again. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether this was anger or truth. He's no longer in this world. Hurry up and find a new successor candidate. This time, no more geniuses who appear out of nowhere. Li Shan ordered. Should we hold a funeral? An elder asked. He's not dead. What funeral? Li Shan scolded. The elders were at a loss. When he returns, send him to me, Li Shan said sternly. Also, immediately summon all sect elders and disciples. I have announcements. Yes, the elders confirmed Guyu was alive, but not in this world, likely trapped in some secret realm, a common enough occurrence. But why strip him of his successor status? It seemed the sect leader had changed after this trip. Some bold elders even briefly wondered if Li Shan had been possessed. You're all so unreliable. Li Shan sighed at the flustered elders. The elders secretly thought the same about him. Soon, the entire sect gathered. Standing at the highest point, Li Shan announced, "From today, Backing Mountain Sect unilaterally allies with 7-Star Trading Association. They are now our formal allies. Notify all sects. Henceforth, 7-Star Trading Association shops and caravans are under our protection. Anyone damaging their business becomes Backing Mountain Sect's mortal enemy." The disciples listened in stunned silence. Unilateral alliance? Mortal enemies? Was this outright groveling? Ancestor, 7-Star Trading Association seems just an ordinary merchant group, an elder whispered. No objections. Everyone follows my orders. Li Shan thundered. The disciples could only nod. Li Shan checked his 7-star card. It now showed an additional 7,000 one-star spirit stones. He was stunned, just from shouting orders to his sect, and the mission rewards calculated so quickly. This demonstrated 7-Star Trading Association's power while strengthening Li Shan's confidence. One more thing, Li Shan continued. We're changing our sect's founding ancestor. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Change it to 7-Star Dao Lord. Any questions? 7-Star Dao Lord? They exchanged bewildered looks. They'd always known their ancestor was eccentric, but this exceeded all expectations. Could founding ancestors be changed so casually? Good, it's settled perfectly. Notify all factions. Li Shan declared. Yuan had been monitoring the operations of the 7-Star market. This time, he had invited over 100 Great Ascension Realm cultivators, a modest number for a trial run. Overall, things were progressing smoothly. His attention then turned to his system panel. His reputation level in the underworld had recently increased, prompting him to check his status. Name: Yuan. Region: Immortal Origin Realm. Level: LV4. Widely known 18-510/100,000. Region: Demonic Origin Realm. Level: LV2. Somewhat famous 241/1000. Region: Underworld Origin Realm. Level: LV3. Rising Reputation 1-200/10,000. Realm: Early Human Immortal Stage 5/100. Entry 1. Work Rest Balance LV8 1.85 m/10 m Accumulated Rest Time 20 days can mutate. Entry 2. Daoist Techniques Naturally LV7 200,000/1 m can modify. Entry 3. 7-Star Shine Bright LV7 110,000/1 m. Entry 4. Mind Echo LV6 50,000/100,000. Entry 5. Great Being's Demeanor LV5 9/510/10,000. Entry 6. Rise to the Occasion LV5 5/541/10,000 lifespan 15.15 m years. Entry 7. World Traveler LV4 500/1000. Entry 8. Corridor of Time LV3 15/100. Entry 9. Tempering Heart Immortal Dust LV3 15 out of 100. Yuan was surprised to find that the first entry, Work Rest Balance, no longer offered the option to modify, but instead displayed Can Mutate. Meanwhile, the second entry, Daoist Techniques Naturally, had gained a modification opportunity. He first modified the second entry. Daoist Techniques Naturally. You excel at comprehending nature. You can more easily gain insights into the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth, Daoist classics, and battles. He added battles to further expand the scope of comprehension. Then, he turned his attention to the first entry. When he mentally clicked Can Mutate, a prompt finally appeared. While retaining the original effect of the entry, mutate an additional effect. Curious, Yuan examined the options. Work Rest Balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer you rest or cultivate, the better the cultivation effect. Accumulated Rest Time. 5 years. Mutation 1. Laziness is the original sin. The longer you rest, the more karma you accumulate. Mutation 2. Plunder is an art. Your rest time is long? Hand it over. Killing allows you to plunder a suitable target's lifetime accumulated rest time. Mutation 3. Cultivation maniac possession. Rest time is permanently reset to 0, and cultivation effects are permanently increased by 100-fold. Su Yuan's lips twitched. These so-called mutations were outrageous. The first mutation nearly made him lose his composure. Who wouldn't suffer misfortune from karma? Only a fool would choose that. But then he reconsidered. For cultivators specializing in karma systems, this first mutation would be invincible. Unfortunately, he wasn't one of them. The third mutation, which permanently increased cultivation effects 100-fold, was also excellent. But what did rest time permanently reset to 0 mean? Would he never be able to rest again? The second mutation was the most intriguing. His rest time could only be accumulated slowly, but now that he could also stack cultivation effects, accumulating rest time had become more challenging. This second mutation perfectly solved that problem. Cultivators were still human and needed rest, especially slackers who had accumulated absurd amounts of rest time. If he could take that rest time for himself, wouldn't he skyrocket? With that thought, he immediately chose Mutation 2. A golden light flashed over the work-rest balance entry on the system panel, but nothing else changed. The description remained the same as before. He wondered how the mutation actually worked. Casually, he arrived at a mountain forest and casually swung his sword, striking a wild boar. The boar died instantly. Ding! Rest time plus 0.0001 seconds. After a brief silence, he took a step and instantly appeared elsewhere, casually slaying a 7th-rank magical beast. Ding! Rest time plus 5 minutes. Surely these creatures didn't only rest for 5 minutes in their entire lives. But Su Yuan had already guessed that suitable targets likely referred to beings at or above his realm. Those below his realm would yield drastically reduced rest time. Even if it's reduced, slaughtering countless beings across a world would still accumulate a massive amount of rest time. A strange glint flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. This was truly a mutation. It tempted one toward the bizarre. Option 1 was Sinner, Option 2 was Slaughter, and Option 3 was Berserk. Each had its drawbacks. However, Su Yuan's mental state, bolstered by Entry 9, was now fully stable and unaffected by such fluctuations. He believed Entry 9, Tempering Heart in Mortal Dust, was the most broken entry of all. Seemingly unremarkable, it was the true king. Suddenly, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as his attention was drawn to the actions of a great Ascension Realm cultivator. His consciousness traversed countless worlds, arriving at a special realm. Zheng Jiqing was a great Ascension Realm cultivator, a superpower in the Cloud Sky realm. On the surface, he was a native, but in truth, he was a member of a realm pirate group. The Realm Sea referred to the chaotic spatial currents and the realms of spirits and mortals. Though seemingly empty, the spatial currents housed many cross-realm organizations. These groups weren't particularly high-level. The truly powerful ones operated in immortal and demonic realms. Those in the spatial currents were mediocre at best. Zheng Jiqing had unexpectedly obtained access to the 7-star market, which had caught his interest. His discernment far surpassed that of ordinary natives. He could tell that the so-called market master was merely at the early human immortal stage. After several rounds of observation, he hadn't detected any strong cultivators, not even Earth immortals. The invited guests were mostly great Ascension Realm cultivators, with some even at the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, clearly a low-tier operation. The so-called 7-star tower only had a few simple immortal materials. The floors above the second level were undoubtedly empty, just for show. He had confirmed this through special means. Thus, Zheng Jiqing was certain this was an extremely ordinary small cross-realm faction. However, even if the faction was small, their immortal ship was a rarity. Immortal ships capable of lingering long-term in spatial currents were at least mid-grade immortal artifacts, each incredibly valuable. So Zheng Jiqing immediately contacted his captain. He stored his 7-star card in his cave dwelling and headed alone to a teleportation array. Soon, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was in a completely new world. He had used a cross-realm teleportation array. Oh, little Zheng, on a small natural void island. 3 immortal ships of varying sizes were docked. Members of the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates were stationed here. An Earth Immortal Elder guarding the array smiled at Zheng Jiqing. Didn't you return to your world to cultivate? Have you broken through already? Zheng Jiqing shook his head. No, Elder Tuesday. I encountered something important and need to report to the captain. Oh, what requires the captain's attention? Zheng Jiqing cut to the chase. I discovered a small cross-realm faction that seems new to the Realm Sea. They have a high-quality immortal ship. An immortal ship? That's no small matter. Exactly. Come, I'll take you to the captain. The two soon arrived at the captain's residence. The captain of the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates was a stunning blonde woman. Her beauty was striking, but her aura radiated ruthlessness. Her cultivation had reached the mid-Xian immortal stage. What is it? The captain asked. Captain Sacred Hall, I encountered a small cross-realm faction. Zheng Jiqing quickly recounted his observations and even presented a jade slip containing his memories. The captain glanced at the slip. When she saw the yellow spring water, her pupils contracted. Yellow spring water? They actually have yellow spring water? Her face lit up with delight. Zheng Jiqing was startled. Captain, do you need this? I bought samples of all 4 immortal materials. Show me. Zheng Jiqing hastily produced the 4 materials. The captain carefully took the yellow spring water. After breaking the seal, her eyes gleamed. It really is yellow spring water. To think they could obtain this. This 7-star trading association isn't simple. Zheng Jiqing was puzzled, but I didn't see anything special about them. The captain nodded. Your information is valuable. I'll take this yellow spring water. Your contribution is significant, so I grant you 1 opportunity to exchange for a treasure from the vault. Zheng Jiqing was overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. As for that faction, we shouldn't act hastily. Return and continue visiting the 7-star market. Find a way to confirm their location in the Realm Sea. Only after investigating their background or trump cards should we strike. The captain wasn't blinded by greed. Though she coveted the yellow spring water, she remained cautious. Elder Tu patted Zheng Jiqing's shoulder, envy in his eyes as he transmitted, You hit the jackpot. The Sacred Hall Vault contains treasures beyond your imagination. Choose wisely. Don't settle for mediocrity. The captain clearly intends to let you pick freely. Understand, Zheng Jiqing said excitedly. But he knew better than to push his luck. He wouldn't aim for the most precious treasures. He had already decided on a mid-grade immortal artifact saber. Mid-grade artifacts were suitable for Earth Immortals, and many ordinary Earth Immortals didn't even possess them. For a great Ascension cultivator, to obtain one was a heaven-defying opportunity. The captain was decisive. She immediately led Zheng Jiqing to the heavily secured vault. Upon arrival, Zheng Jiqing was dazzled by the sea of treasures. Many radiated such powerful auras that he couldn't even approach them. Fortunately, the captain's protection shielded him from harm. Composing himself, he headed to the Immortal Artifacts section and selected a mid-grade saber. Captain, I'll take this one. Oh, just this? Your information is worth more than a mid-grade saber. The captain's tone was calm. The ship was secondary. What intrigued her was their ability to sell large quantities of yellow spring water at reasonable prices. Yellow spring water was an ingredient for longevity pills, which had extremely low tolerance buildup and could be taken repeatedly. For someone like her, nearing her lifespan limit, this was invaluable. Xian immortals lived for 10 billion years, a long time but still finite. And she was a Xian immortal with only 100 million years left. This was exactly what she needed. Yes, this is enough for me, Zheng Jiqing said. He marveled inwardly. The so-called 7-star trading association was trash compared to the Sacred Hall Vault. Now this was true wealth. Very well. The captain casually sealed the saber and handed it to Zhang Jiqing. The two soon left the vault. Only a wisp of consciousness remained, leaving behind a mind mark. Well, they actually set their sights on my 7-star market. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Clearly, he hadn't noticed that among the invitees, there was actually someone from a cross-realm organization. This was his first encounter with such a transdimensional force. Putting aside their strength for now, Su Yuan couldn't help but drool at the sight of the vast treasures in the vault. So many treasures. His eyes gleamed as he surveyed the items. Although he now had a golden immortal under his command, that hidden star golden immortal had voluntarily joined the 7-star sect. While the immortal undoubtedly possessed many valuable items, Su Yuan, as a great being, couldn't possibly go begging for treasures from hidden star. Thus, he remained relatively impoverished, his wealth still at the local level. Only the sentient cauldron spirit, Su Qian of the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron, had the shamelessness to squeeze some resources out of Hidden Star, using them to create slightly more presentable premium goods for the 7-star market. Compared to this treasure vault, Su Yuan had to admit his 7-star market seemed rather shabby. No wonder Zhang Jiqing thought the 7-star Trading Association was all show, not even believing their claims of having a golden immortal guardian. If Su Yuan weren't privy to the inside story, he wouldn't believe it either. Su Yuan didn't rush to act when faced with the mountain of treasures. He waited patiently for the right moment. Zhang Jiqing soon returned to his own world, made some preparations, and headed back to the 7-star market, this time carrying a special tracking treasure given by the beautiful leader of the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates. The Sacred Hall Realm Pirates immediately pinpointed the 7-star market's location. Their leader mobilized immediately, leading 3 immortal arcs and most of their members toward the arc housing the market. Su Yuan waited until long after the Sacred Hall leader had departed before materializing right in the middle of their treasure vault. He examined the vault entrance, completely undisturbed. The tightly woven formation showed no signs of detecting an intruder, making Su Yuan smirk. Seems they're quite confident in their formation. Turning back to the countless treasures, his grin threatened to split his face. Jackpot! Absolute jackpot! With a flip of his hand, the floating light sun-moon vessel appeared in his palm. The little fox materialized on his shoulder, looking around in shock. Where is this? The aura from all these items is incredibly powerful. Ha ha! This is the accumulated wealth of a realm-spanning pirate group over countless years. Let's start relocating everything. Jay, just take it all? Won't they notice? Shally cautiously glanced toward the door, mimicking Su Yuan's earlier action. Su Yuan smirked. No problem. They're overconfident. This vault probably hasn't had issues for billions of years, so they didn't arrange internal alerts. Well, they must have security measures just placed outside the vault. Would normal people put alarms inside their treasure chests? Of course not. This vault is just a bigger treasure chest. Let's begin. Okay. Shally was equally excited. She opened her mouth as if inhaling, and her true form flew out, enlarging hundreds of times. The vessel's suction force intensified, drawing countless treasures into its opening like a flowing river. After a while, Shally rubbed her belly. Su Yuan, I'm full. The secret realm space is packed. Without hesitation, Su Yuan sent her back to unload into another large secret realm space he'd prepared in his cave dwelling, then brought her back for more. They repeated this process 100 times before finally finishing. The entire vault was nearly emptied. Only a single jade box remained at the center. Standing before it, Su Yuan was surprised to see the box connected to the entire Void Island's formation patterns through intricate lines. Unexpected, there's actually a protective formation on an item inside the vault itself. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shally examined the patterns and shook her head. Too complicated. Can't understand it. Su Yuan fully activated Daoist techniques naturally. To his eyes, countless dense formation patterns appeared on the jade box's surface. Metal law, fire law, spirit law, illusion law. This person's studies are quite scattered, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yuan, I think it is scattered one. This person only mastered 4. That counts as specialization. Shaoli retorted. You don't understand. I'm a specialized one. I only comprehend the star law. The others are just supplements to the star law, just that there are rather many supplements, making it seem scattered, Yuan explained honestly. I don't believe you. Li pouted. Yuan sighed and ruffled her head. Long fur, short sight. Read more books later. Don't just settle for being an administrator. Shaoli swatted away his teasing hand, grumbling, reading speed can't keep up with book production speed. How despairing. No reading, no way. Yuan had no comeback. Returning his attention to the jade box's formation, operation routes began appearing before his eyes until the complete protective formation gradually revealed itself. He started understanding how the 4 laws interacted, deducing thousands of possible changes for the next moment. By comparing his deductions with the formation's actual changes, he continuously refined his reasoning. When his predictions infinitely approached a single possibility that matched reality, for law, energies simultaneously coiled around his hand, combining into a key that enveloped his palm. With this, he effortlessly reached through the formation, placed his hand on the jade box, and gently lifted it out. Sleight of hand. The effect of that term I encountered before has been achieved, he murmured inwardly. He'd once encountered a special term that allowed free passage through formations to retrieve treasures, but he hadn't chosen it, believing he could eventually achieve the same through his own cultivation. Now he'd finally done it. The moment the jade box left the formation, ear-piercing alarms blared throughout the vault as external formations activated. Yuan smirked. By now, his figure vanished instantly. 3 true immortal elders rushed into the vault, only to stand dumbfounded at the completely emptied interior. Their despair peaked when they saw even their leader's most prized treasure at the center was gone. Who could have done this? We're finished. Absolutely finished. The leader will kill us. The formation isn't damaged at all. Who could have entered and stolen everything? Meanwhile, aboard the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates' Immortal Ark heading toward the 7-Star Trading Association, the beautiful leader who had been meditating suddenly paled. She turned toward her base's direction, her face darkening like a pot's bottom. Bastards! Someone touch my treasures! She immediately contacted the base's guards, and the news she received made her heart sink completely. Gone. The entire vault was emptied. That was the accumulation of countless years. Although she kept many treasures in her storage ring, that particular item couldn't be stored there due to special properties. Now it was lost to her forever. Taking deep breaths to calm herself, she realized this wasn't the time for blame or turning back. The theft was done, and returning would achieve nothing. The thieves must have planned meticulously for years. There'd be no traces left. Her only option now was to continue to the 7-Star market and recoup her losses there. Yuan and Shaoli were organizing the treasures. Inside the large secret realm of Cave Number 6, the treasures were piled up like mountains. Though they appeared numerous, sorting them wasn't difficult. They simply needed to arrange them according to how the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates had organized their treasures. Shaoli exclaimed excitedly, Master, we have 90,600 low-grade immortal artifacts, 3,000 mid-grade ones, 100 high-grade ones, 20 top-grade ones, and even 2 supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Yuan was equally delighted. These were just the immortal artifacts. They also had massive quantities of pills, formations, talismans, materials, rare treasures, medicinal herbs, and more. With so many treasures, the previously empty shelves of the 7 Stars Pagoda would be fully stocked in an instant. The Realm Pirates' treasury was indeed bountiful. However, Yuan knew these were just ordinary treasures. Though some were high-level, most weren't the best in their categories. The truly valuable items must have been carried by the Sacred Hall leader personally. There was one exception, though, the sealed jade box that had been tightly secured by the pirates. He was extremely curious about it. After roughly organizing the treasury's contents, Su Yuan examined the jade box in his hand. Xiaoli stood nearby, equally curious. Using his profound knowledge of runes, Su Yuan unlocked the box's seal. As he gently opened it, they saw inside an unremarkable oval-shaped object covered in fine wrinkles. "What is this?" Xiaoli wondered. "It looks like a seed." Su Yuan studied the seed and attempted to probe it with his spiritual sense. Unsurprisingly, his consciousness sank into it like an ox into quicksand, disappearing instantly. "How strange! It's devouring my spiritual sense." Su Yuan sent a wisp of his magic power into it next, but that too was swallowed without a trace. Su Yuan immediately sent his consciousness to the corridor of time, arriving at a temporal fragment showing the Dragon Clan's myriad books C. His consciousness rapidly browsed through the records there. After 5 full days, he finally found information about this seed. Low-grade innate spiritual root, green olive tree seed. Requires celestial merit irrigation to grow. Takes 100 years to bloom, 100 years to fruit, and 100 years to mature. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then went to the mountaintop in cave number 6. He prepared a plot of land and buried the seed. Then, invoking his authority as 7-Star Supreme, he communicated with the Heavenly Tao. "Heavenly Tao, I've obtained a low-grade, innate spiritual root seed. This tree's growth will benefit the 7 Stars realm's development. It requires celestial merit irrigation. I request your assistance." As Su Yuan spoke calmly to the sky, the Heavenly Tao responded. A golden cloud appeared, followed by a golden pillar of light descending to earth, celestial merit in its purest form. If the Sacred Hall leader had witnessed this scene, her eyes would have popped out in shock. But Su Yuan remained completely composed. As the 7 Stars realm's supreme being, commanding the Heavenly Tao was perfectly normal for him. After 2 full hours of golden light irrigation, a tender sprout finally emerged from the soil. Under the radiance of the celestial merit, it grew at astonishing speed, from seedling to sapling to mature tree in just 7 days. The Heavenly Tao's golden light continued pouring down throughout this entire period. This spectacle attracted countless creatures' attention, though none dared approach due to the overwhelming heavenly pressure that made even looking up difficult. Su Yuan could sense the Heavenly Tao's origin source weakening. Celestial merit was essentially the world's origin energy. Normally, the impartial Heavenly Tao would never use its essence to nourish a tree. Only Su Yuan's command could make this happen. When the green olive tree fully matured, it immediately began releasing pure spiritual energy. Vast amounts of energy spilled from its leaves, invigorating even Su Yuan. This is innate spiritual energy, what we call immortal qi. Indeed, immortal qi referred precisely to innate spiritual energy. This was the energy immortal realm cultivators truly needed. Without direct access to innate spiritual energy, immortal cultivators had to painstakingly convert acquired spiritual energy through their cultivation techniques, severely limiting their progress. The green olive tree could directly transform earth vein energy into innate spiritual energy, meaning the 7 Stars realm now had the capacity to produce its own immortal qi. This wasn't just about gaining a spiritual tree. It represented a fundamental transformation from nothingness to existence. Su Yuan could see the tree's innate spiritual energy operation patterns being recorded and replicated by the Heavenly Tao, a sight only visible to him as the realm's supreme being. Within the Heavenly Tao's cosmic web, a brand new law was being added. This is a branch of the creation law, the transformation from acquired to innate. Realization dawned upon Su Yuan, and he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. Xiaoli quickly stood guard to prevent any disturbances. 7 days later, Su Yuan awoke to discover changes within himself. The natural formation restrictions in his spiritual apertures had all transformed during his enlightenment. Now, under the operation of these new restrictions, his acquired magic power would gradually convert into innate magic power, a tremendous benefit that would drastically reduce his dependence on external innate spiritual energy. Observing the heavenly Tao's cosmic web, he saw the transformation was complete. A new branch of creation law had been added. The world's constraints had loosened significantly, now allowing great ascension cultivators to break through to the immortal realm on their own. Across the realm, some spiritual veins underwent mysterious changes, emitting faint traces of innate spiritual energy, though most degraded back to acquired energy upon contact with the world. Still, this accelerated the Seven Stars realm's overall spiritual energy concentration. All these changes stemmed from a single seed. Yuan was extremely satisfied. The realm's improvement directly enhanced his own power. As its supreme being, he could mobilize the entire Seven Stars realm's strength. He was essentially its absolute ruler. The stronger the realm grew, the stronger he became. Now, the Seven Stars realm had fully entered the category of spirit realms. The heavenly Tao's power instantly matched that of a heavenly immortal and was still rapidly increasing. This was the charm of world advancement. Each new level revealed entirely new vistas. Yuan willed the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron to move toward the Seven Stars realm. Meanwhile, in the spatial turbulence, the Sacred Hall leader detected Zheng Jiqing's coordinate changes and immediately adjusted course to pursue the cauldron-shaped immortal arc. She wasn't particularly suspicious of its movement. It was normal for immortal arcs to periodically return for maintenance and energy core replacements rather than remain permanently in the spatial turbulence. Is it heading toward the Seven Star Trading Association's headquarters? Her eyes gleamed with new plans. If so, perhaps the method to obtain yellow spring water lies there. She decided against immediately seizing the ark, opting instead to follow it to the headquarters. 3 days later, her ark finally caught up, but she didn't attack. Instead, she carefully probed the cauldron ark's interior for powerful guardians. Using the Sacred Hall Realm Pirates methods, she quickly confirmed there was only a single weak Earth immortal aboard, a force so insignificant she'd normally ignore it completely. But knowing yellow spring water was involved, she grew excited at the prospect of finding its source at the headquarters. Finally, she saw the Ark dock outside a world. Her scouts immediately infiltrated to gather intelligence, which soon reached her hands. Seven Stars Realm. Dominant force. Seven Stars sect, possessing powerful great ascension cultivators. Legend says the Seven Stars Tao Lord is a reincarnated mighty being with peerless strength. The Sacred Hall leader found this information increasingly bizarre. Wasn't this just a mortal realm? Then she made a startling discovery. This was actually a newly ascended spirit realm. A spirit realm, and a newly ascended one at that. She was overjoyed. Spirit realms were rare compared to numerous mortal realms. They were perfect for cultivation from human immortal to Xian immortal, but more importantly, they typically nurtured one to several golden immortal fruition positions, meaning one could break through to golden immortal here. Her excitement soared. She could occupy this spirit realm as the Sacred Hall's new base. If she could use it to achieve golden immortal status, it would be a dream come true. Murderous intent thickened in her eyes as she watched the Ark enter the so-called Seven Stars sect without obstruction. The meat was already in the pot. The Ark, yellow spring water, and the spirit realm itself were all now hers for the taking. Annihilate the Seven Stars sect, then help me conquer the Seven Stars realm. As you command. Her subordinates responded eagerly. 3 immortal arcs charged toward the Seven Stars sect, their weapons charging for attack. However, the moment they entered the Seven Stars realm, the world's heavenly Tao locked onto them. Why do I feel this sudden sense of dread? The Sacred Hall captain's expression changed abruptly. Yet in the next moment, the sky darkened instantly with thick clouds. The Sacred Hall captain immediately looked up and saw tribulation clouds condensing at a visible pace. A giant eye appeared in the sky, its pupil woven with countless threads of law forming a net, while streaks of pitch-black lightning crackled across its surface. Heaven's Eye. The Sacred Hall captain's face paled. This is divine retribution. How is this possible? We just entered this world and haven't done anything outrageous, someone cried out in shock. Something's clearly wrong. Damn it, let's get out of here. Panic spread among the group. However, heaven's retribution waits for no one. A thick, black bolt of lightning descended with terrifying speed, striking before anyone could react. Its velocity was too fast, its power too overwhelming. It chilled them to the bone. In an instant, 3 immortal arcs were engulfed in the black lightning. Within mere breaths, cracks appeared on their protective barriers. Though the power of heaven's retribution was only at the celestial immortal level, its sheer volume made up for it. Countless black bolts, as if tens of thousands of celestial immortals were attacking simultaneously, made the assault unbearably fierce. This was clearly meant to exterminate them. Retreat from the 7 stars realm. The Sacred Hall captain barely managed to block the lightning strikes, but the divine retribution continued to rain down. After half an hour, the barriers of the 3 immortal arcs shattered completely. The overwhelming retribution energy surged inside, wreaking havoc. It was as if tens of thousands of celestial immortals had stormed the arcs, unleashing indiscriminate destruction. The horrifying sight filled everyone with terror and despair. I'm burning. A cultivator screamed as he rolled on the ground, his body ablaze, not with ordinary flames, but with karma fire. The fire of sin. The more sins a cultivator had committed, the fiercer the flames burned. This was an additional effect of the black lightning. Such an attack was nothing short of a dimensional strike. The entire Sacred Hall realm pirates were caught completely off guard. Among the pirates, 9.5 out of 10 were deeply sinful, making them utterly defenseless against this kind of attack. In mere moments, the karma fire consumed most of them. Within 15 minutes, over 80 to 90% of the Sacred Hall realm pirates had perished. This outcome was so shocking that even Yuan, the mastermind behind it all, was left dumbfounded. He had merely wanted to test heaven's power, expecting it to serve as a prelude rather than the main attack. After all, its strength was only at the celestial immortal level. Yet the pirates had several Xian immortals among them. But heaven's retribution wasn't just about raw power. Its vast network of laws could pinpoint the most fitting punishment, delivering effects akin to a natural disaster tailored to annihilate its targets. Thus, under Yuan's watch, pirate after pirate fell to divine retribution, including 1 Xian immortal. Even 2 of the immortal arcs were reduced to ruins under the lightning strikes. Only the Sacred Hall captain and 3 remaining Xian immortals survived aboard the last arc. Run! The Sacred Hall captain gritted her teeth. She had no idea why the 7 stars realm's heaven had taken such a disliking to them, but she knew the principle of survival. As long as they lived, they could recover. After enduring a 3rd lightning strike, she immediately fled toward the void beyond the realm. By now, she was already injured. The 3 Xian immortal elders followed closely, also resisting the retribution. Moving at incredible speeds, they employed intricate movement techniques, narrowly dodging several more lightning bolts. Just as the Sacred Hall captain felt a glimmer of relief, the divine retribution lightning altered its trajectory, locking onto her soul. It pierced through space instantly, striking her directly. Ugh, she grunted, summoning her weapon to deflect most of the lightning. But the remaining energy seeped into her soul, grievously wounding her. Heaven had effectively overpowered a Xian immortal by 2 whole realms. Without hesitation, she drank yellow spring water, its potent energy mending her soul. Realizing the direness of the situation, she knew it was time to use her trump card. She crushed a talisman in her hand. In the next instant, she and the 3 Xian immortals vanished, reappearing outside the 7 stars realm. We made it. Thank goodness the boundary escape talisman still worked. The Sacred Hall captain exhaled in relief. But the moment she let her guard down, a sword materialized out of nowhere, piercing straight through her heart. Condensed starlight erupted violently inside her body, ravaging her already critically wounded soul and pushing her to the brink of death. This ambush was beyond unexpected. Looking down, the Sacred Hall captain realized the weapon looked eerily familiar. It was a top-grade immortal sword she had once used, stored away in her treasury. Now, it had appeared in an enemy's hands, delivering her a fatal blow. What a cruel joke! With great effort, she turned her head and saw a young man staring at her calmly. I surrender. I'll serve you. Just spare my life. She put on a pitiful expression, her delicate demeanor stirring a strong protective instinct. But Su Yuan's gaze turned icy. The starlight within the sword erupted a second time, utterly obliterating her soul. Ding! Rest time plus 23.71 million years. Ding! Mental state improved. A surge of overwhelming joy flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Absolute jackpot. He inhaled sharply, counting the digits, 10,000, 100,000, million. It was over 23 million years of rest time. This was the mutated effect of work-rest balance. He had actually extracted over 20 million years of rest time from a single person. Just how lazy was she to have accumulated 20 million years without cultivation? The sheer magnitude of the reward left Su Yuan momentarily stunned. This was an unimaginable windfall. Who are you? Stop, bastard. Only now did the three Xian immortal elders react. Their faces twisted in fury as they glared at Su Yuan. They attacked simultaneously. 3 strikes shot toward him. Insolence. A thunderous voice boomed. The attacks froze midair. Hidden Star, Immortal Lord, having sensed the intruders, rushed out to prove his loyalty. Seeing 3 Xian immortals daring to attack the 7 Stars Dao Lord, he immediately intervened, halting their assault. With an apologetic bow, he said, "Forgive me, Dao Lord. As the sect guardian, I failed to detect them until they nearly reached the 7 Stars sect. This negligence is inexcusable." Su Yuan sighed inwardly in relief. He had been ready to flee, but Hidden Star arrived just in time. "Suppress these 3, Su Yuan ordered. At once, Dao Lord." Hidden Star snorted, amplifying his pressure. The 3 Xian immortals were crushed to the ground, powerless to resist. With a swing of his sword, Su Yuan ended all 3. Ding! Rest time plus 560,000 years. Ding! Rest time plus 230,000 years. Ding! Rest time plus 150,000 years. Strange, their rest time pales in comparison to the captain's. Were these 3 cultivation maniacs? Su Yuan glanced regretfully at the wreckage of the 3 immortal arcs. The pirates who died under heaven's lightning couldn't trigger plunder rest time. What a waste. Meaning, he could only claim rest time from cultivators he personally killed. Over 24 million years of rest time. This haul is insane. A total of 24.65 million years, an astronomical gain. And in his arms, he now held dozens of storage rings, loot from the fallen pirates. Their combined value rivaled that of a treasure vault. Hidden Star Immortal Lord paid no mind to Xian immortal-level treasures. Dao Lord, these invaders may have lingering connections or backers. Allow me to clean up the aftermath, he said. Oh, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Since you're offering, I'll send you there myself. Hidden Star blinked. In a flash, his surroundings shifted. He now stood before a floating void island. A quick scan revealed it was the invaders' base. The Dao Lord's methods are peerless. To deduce their hideout in an instant, Hidden Star felt another wave of gratitude for siding with the 7 Stars Dao Lord. Against such power, escape would be impossible. With a thought, starlight descended upon the island. In moments, the remaining Sacred Hall pirates evaporated into nothingness, utterly annihilated, with no chance of even reaching the underworld. Bowing respectfully toward the sky, Hidden Star announced, "Dao Lord, the loose ends have been dealt with." Then, he reappeared outside the 7 Stars realm. With him came the Void Island, the Sacred Hall's former headquarters. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuan erased all existing structures. New buildings rose swiftly, forming a marketplace akin to Seven Stars Bazaar, but 100 times larger. Strands of starlight from the Seven Stars realm wove into formations, encasing the island in an immense protective array within breaths. Su Yuan then recalled the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Flipping it, he released Song Kai and the other merchants into the newly expanded Seven Stars Bazaar. Song Kai looked around in confusion. The treasures within Seven Stars Pagoda had multiplied exponentially, all at immortal grade or above. Spotting Su Yuan and Hidden Star in the sky, he hurried out and bowed. "Greetings, Seven Stars Patriarch. Hidden Star Guardian." Su Yuan nodded. "Hidden Star, guard the bazaar. I'll be in seclusion." Hidden Star clasped his hands. "Leave it to me, Dao Lord." "Good." Su Yuan patted his shoulder before vanishing. Su Yuan returned to cave number 6. His main body and second nascent soul sat facing each other. "Go to the Big Dipper," Su Yuan said to himself. "Understood." The second nascent soul nodded. "World Traveler activated." The second nascent soul instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it had already arrived above the Big Dipper constellation. Unlike when only consciousness visited this place, the moment his physical body set foot here, an overwhelming pressure assaulted him, capable of instantly crushing an immortal to the ground, rendering them immobile, a terrifying pressure that sent chills down one's spine. However, at that moment, Su Yuan activated the Great Being's Demeanor trait. The previously hunched second nascent soul instantly straightened its posture. It could even soar into the sky, overlooking the entire Tianshu star. The Tianshu star was extremely vast, boundless to the point where neither the naked eye nor spiritual sense could discern its edges. The surface wasn't covered in flames, but rather endless crystalline formations of stellar energy. Su Yuan detected no signs of life, only an aura of deathly silence. As Su Yuan flew across the star's surface, he saw countless mountain ranges condensed from stellar energy. One day later, ding, lifespan -1 year. A system notification instantly stunned Su Yuan. A full year of his lifespan had vanished without reason. This discovery made Su Yuan's expression turn grave. No wonder no living beings exist on the Big Dipper. This place actually consumes lifespan for no apparent reason. Su Yuan realized the Big Dipper's secrets ran deeper than imagined. He found a mountain peak and sat cross-legged. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's main consciousness entered the corridor of time. Fragments of time unfolded before him. Scenes of peculiar worlds, wondrous vistas of the immortal realm, the endless books of myriad books see, even the manifestation of Seven Stars Realm's heavenly Dao's law network and its celestial eye. Su Yuan's focus shifted to the system panel, locking onto the trait Balance Work and Rest. At level 8, Balance Work and Rest already provided a 256x boost to cultivation efficiency. On this foundation, Su Yuan activated the trait repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. 6 consecutive activations in an instant. Cultivation effectiveness skyrocketed by 256 million times. A 250 million-fold enhancement. Even at minimum efficiency, 1 year equaled 250 million years of cultivation for ordinary practitioners. And Su Yuan would maintain this state continuously for 24.65 years, meaning at worst, upon completion, it would equate to over 6 billion years of cultivation for normal practitioners. An unimaginable cultivation speed that would elevate Su Yuan's power to unfathomable heights. The first second, the entire Seven Stars realm erupted with astonishing activity. The massive world-level 7-star magic altar formed by the 10th heavenly star realm beyond 7 stars instantly activated. Endless starlight descended from the Big Dipper, forming a world-spanning pillar of stellar energy that shot directly towards 7 stars' sex location. Beyond the world, Hidden Star Immortal Lord gazed in horror at the stellar pillar. Its torrential, overwhelming stellar energy poured into Seven Stars' realm like an inverted heavenly river. The heavenly Tao trembled as its lawn network emerged, siphoning a fraction of this energy to nourish the entire realm. But the majority surged toward cave number 6's mountain peak, flooding into Su Yuan's body. His form generated boundless suction. All stellar energy entering him was instantly refined into mana in bulk. His physical body and nascent soul underwent frenzied advancement, shockingly without the slightest instability despite the rapid growth. His dantian seemed to contain 9 black holes. The 9 golden cores also voraciously absorbed stellar energy, their forms hinting at transformation into immortal stars. Little Kai appeared within the starlight pillar, swimming joyfully. Her body also functioned like a black hole, greedily devouring stellar energy for growth. Though her capacity paled in comparison to Su Yuan's, barely 1/10,000th of his absorption rate. Meanwhile, all 7-star sect cultivators bathed in this ocean of stellar energy. Even without active cultivation, the energy automatically permeated their bodies. Everyone felt the difficulty of practicing Su-style techniques plummet by over 100-fold. The brilliantly lit Big Dipper shone with unprecedented clarity in the sky above. On Tianshu Star, the second nascent soul generated terrifying suction. Countless stellar crystals on the surface released massive amounts of energy that surged into the second nascent soul, accelerating its cultivation at breakneck speed. Yet these advancements were merely side effects of Su Yuan diverting negligible mental focus. His primary consciousness wasn't focused on cultivating mana, body, or nascent soul at all. It had already entered the time fragments within the corridor of time, comprehending the wonders of various realms and the Big Dipper's profound laws. Su Yuan first focused on star laws. With 100-million-fold comprehension enhancement, he felt like a prophet. Previously obscure law insights now advanced at several strands per second. Though each new strand increased comprehension difficulty, such hurdles meant nothing before his boosted perception. After just one day, Su Yuan had comprehended 100,000 strands of star laws. His main body reached Earth Immortal Realm. Upon this breakthrough, his dantian completely transformed into a miniature world. The 9 major golden cores and 3,000 minor ones evolved into celestial bodies within this space, becoming his primary stellar energy conduits. Each minor core turn star contained energy equivalent to a full Earth Immortal's cultivation. The 9 major stars required hundreds of times more energy than Su Yuan's main body and nascent soul combined. Unconcerned, Su Yuan continued his law comprehension. 10 days later, star laws reached 120,000 strands. Only 9,000 strands remained to complete mastery. His cultivation reached peak Earth Immortal, yet his stellar golden cores were barely half filled. 1 month later, star laws advanced to 129,000 strands, merely 600 strands remaining. Su Yuan immersed himself in comprehension. During this period, he didn't exclusively focus on star laws, but made balanced progress across all laws, though his primary focus remained stellar principles. However, the later stages saw difficulty increase exponentially. After one final year, Su Yuan reached 129,599 strands, 1 strand from perfection. This final strand required another full year of comprehension. At the moment of completion, star laws condensed into a law fruit within his nascent soul. The fruit radiated immortal essence endlessly. Bathed in its power, Su Yuan's nascent soul skyrocketed. Within 3 days, it reached golden immortal level. Initially, Su Yuan worried his mental cultivation might lag behind his advancement. But once cultivation began, such concerns proved unnecessary. Because tempering hard in mortal dust, his mental enhancement also benefited from balance work and rest. His 100-million-fold boost. His mental cultivation actually outpaced his power growth, reaching mid-golden immortal level before his law comprehension. Meanwhile, the second nascent soul, lacking the 9 major and 3,000 minor golden cores, faced no physical limitations. After over 2 years, its mana cultivation had reached early Xian immortal stage, racing toward golden immortal realm without bottlenecks. Su Yuan's main body saw his soul reach golden immortal level, while mana remained at earth immortal stage. His internal stars still voraciously consuming stellar energy without signs of satiation. Without rest, Su Yuan delved deeper into comprehension, now exploring the fundamental mysteries of star laws. 1 day later, he mastered the 13th origin. 3 days later, the 14th origin. 10 days later, the 15th origin. Progress slowed over time, but encountered no true bottlenecks. His supreme comprehension made grasping law origins as natural as eating and drinking, a sight that would shock any observer. In the immortal realm, within the secret realm, Star Sea, narrow sky, laughed triumphantly. Success! I've comprehended the 12th star law origin through my own cultivation. He boasted. 996. What does it matter that you attained 12 origins through epiphany? I've matched your achievement through diligent practice, and I'll surpass you. The Star Sea contained 118 slowly rotating stars, each representing a different stellar origin, making this an ideal cultivation ground where comprehension difficulty decreased hundredfold. The moment narrow sky mentioned 996. A thread of awareness spontaneously formed in Su Yuan's consciousness. Now possessing golden immortal level mental capacity, Su Yuan could multitask infinitely. He allocated a sliver of awareness to investigate this new thread. Thus, a portion of his consciousness arrived at Star Sea. Upon seeing the 118 stars, his previously slowing comprehension rate instantly reignited. Within half a day, he mastered the 16th stellar origin. An excellent place. Su Yuan left a mental marker here, stationing a permanent fragment of consciousness to accompany narrow sky in comprehending stellar origins. Just 1 short month later, Su Yuan had already comprehended the 37th type of star law origin. His law realm had also risen to the mid-stage of golden immortal. After his nascent soul reached the early golden immortal stage, further advancement required massive amounts of energy, so it didn't progress to mid-stage. Another year later, Su Yuan comprehended the 72nd star law origin, bringing his law realm to the peak of mid-stage golden immortal. The second nascent soul's magic power cultivation reached the peak of Xian immortal, currently absorbing vast amounts of star power in preparation for breaking through to the golden immortal level. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's main body finally reached the heavenly immortal level in magic power cultivation. The 9 major stars and 3,000 minor stars in his dantian had completely condensed into star golden cores. The massive magic power condensed into stars emitted even stronger attraction, requiring even more star power. Su Yuan remained unconcerned about this and continued comprehending star law origins. After another full year, he finally comprehended the 73rd star law origin, stepping into the late-stage golden immortal realm in law comprehension. From then on, progress was smooth. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan comprehended the 108th star law, reaching the perfected late-stage golden immortal in law realm. Only 10 years of cultivation time remained. However, comprehending law origins became extremely difficult. Although he still faced no major obstacles or bottlenecks, the complexity of law origins had increased to unimaginable levels. When the final 10 years were exhausted, Su Yuan had only comprehended 3 additional law origins. His law realm reached peak golden immortal, still 6 law origins short of the Tai golden immortal realm. The second nascent soul's star power absorption speed suddenly decreased by 100 million times. The previously rapid cultivation growth slowed to a snail's pace, making Su Yuan extremely uncomfortable with the sluggish progress. It felt like dropping from light speed to a mortal's walking pace. At this point, the second nascent soul's magic power cultivation had reached mid-stage golden immortal, physical body early stage golden immortal, and nascent soul cultivation mid-stage golden immortal. Combined with peak golden immortal law comprehension, this equaled solid late-stage golden immortal combat power. The main body's physical realm also reached early-stage golden immortal, with nascent soul cultivation at mid-stage golden immortal. However, magic power cultivation remained at Xian immortal level, though the 3,000 minor star golden cores and 9 major star golden cores in his dantian contained even more total magic power than the second nascent soul, only slightly inferior in quality. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's mental cultivation had remarkably reached mid-stage Tai golden immortal during this period. The mutation effect of the work-life balance trait was absolutely astonishing. Additionally, Su Yuan had read all ordinary books in the myriad books C. The inheritances of all immortal realm races stored there became part of his foundation. Among the dragon clan's 100,000 supreme techniques, those below golden immortal level were all comprehended by Su Yuan. For techniques above golden immortal level concerning star laws, Su Yuan had mastered about 70 to 80%. This was why Su Yuan could comprehend star law origins so quickly. Besides star laws, Su Yuan had also comprehended over 129,500 strands each of the 10 basic laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, light, and darkness, just one step away from fully understanding entire laws. The remaining 3,000 laws were comprehended to varying degrees between 90,000 to 120,000 strands, mostly reaching Xian immortal level comprehension. After comprehending so many laws, Su Yuan also developed 3 corresponding divine abilities. First was, the net of heaven has large meshes, but it lets nothing through. Modeling after the heavenly Tao's law net, using star laws as the main framework, 10 basic laws as supplements, and 3,000 laws as threads, Su Yuan comprehended a trapping divine ability. However, while the ability was good, it lacked a suitable treasure to activate it fully. Net-type treasures were rare. Second was upgrading the previously comprehended 7 stars, 5 elements Thundersword. Using star laws as the foundation, he developed the Big Dipper Sword divine ability matching his law realm with unparalleled offensive power. This ability had a matching treasure, Su Yuan's Lifebound Treasure. The 9 stars linked Pearl Sword had upgraded along with his realm and was now nurtured within the 9-star golden cores, reaching the pinnacle immortal artifact grade. Lastly was the improved Stellar Reversal, enhancing its defensive effects further. If he could obtain or forge a mirror-type treasure, this ability's power could increase again. Notably, Su Yuan discovered golden immortals actually had lifespan limits. Exactly 1,296 billion years. One great culpa. Golden immortals couldn't achieve true immortality. This was a fundamental lie difficult to expose. With this, his cultivation had concluded. The star pillar in the sky dissipated. The heavens and earth returned to normal. When Su Yuan scanned the 7 stars realm, he was stunned. The spiritual energy concentration had increased over 100-fold compared to before. This was a world-level transformation. The 7 stars realm's upper limit, including cultivation limits, had risen to golden immortal level, becoming a top-tier spirit world. The entire world's area had expanded 100-fold, becoming enormous. Within 7-star sect, several great ascension realm auras had appeared, with even a new earthly immortal emerging. When Su Yuan saw this additional earthly immortal, his expression turned peculiar. At that moment, Tenju Wanderer stood hesitantly outside Cave Dwelling 6, looking at the silver fox beside him. "Ha, old man, what are you afraid of?" Su Yuan isn't the type to stand on ceremony or be arrogant. He's extremely approachable and friendly beyond measure. No need to panic at all. Suli laughed boisterously. Tenju Wanderer coughed and shook his head with a wry smile. Su Yuan's voice suddenly appeared beside them. Come in, Su Li exclaimed joyfully. He's finished seclusion. Come, come, let me show you your successor. Yuan is incredible back when he... She chattered on excitedly. Tenju Wanderer listened awkwardly, repeatedly signaling with his eyes for Su Li to stop. Upon entering Cave Dwelling 6, they discovered the entire dwelling had unknowingly transformed into an independent blessed land, with all spiritual energy converted to innate spiritual energy. Each breath Tenju Wanderer took made him feel his cultivation improving slightly. Su Li, who didn't need cultivation, paid little attention and quickly pulled Tenju Wanderer to the dwelling's peak. Yuan was currently admiring the innate spiritual root green olive tree, which had blossomed, its fragrance bringing mental tranquility. Upon smelling the flowers, Tenju Wanderer's body underwent immediate purification, expelling impurities and gradually healing hidden injuries in his soul with a nourishing fragrance. Su Li jumped onto Yuan's shoulder upon reaching him, tugging his hair. Master, why did you cultivate for over 20 years? Managing Floating Light's secret realm has been exhausting. All right. I know. I'll play with you later. Yuan chuckled while patting Xiao Li's head. Meanwhile, Tenju Wanderer stood rigid with nervousness. After one glance at Yuan, he dared not look again. The life-level suppression and Yuan's supreme aura left him speechless and frozen in place. Su Li gave him a strange look, finding his bowed, unmoving posture ridiculous. She introduced, Yuan, this is Tenju Wanderer, the one who left the inheritance in Floating Light secret realm. Seeing his stiffness, Yuan restrained his aura. Instantly, he seemed like an ordinary mortal without any presence. His godlike demeanor completely vanished. But Tenju Wanderer dared not take this at face value, making Yuan seem even more terrifying. T10. Shuren pays respects to 7 stars patriarch. Tenju Wanderer said respectfully. Su Li looked oddly at him. This was her first time hearing his real name was Shuren. Yuan smiled. No need for formality. His words felt like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling Tenju Wanderer's unease and tension. This only increased Tenju Wanderer's awe, as he detected no trace of divine ability or spell, just natural, effortless influence, as if heaven and earth obeyed Yuan's words. How did you return? Yuan asked. Tenju Wanderer hastily replied. 20 years ago, Elder Nangong Xianweng used my spatial coordinates to reach the spirit world I went to. I had established a small sect there in a remote area. Hearing of Patriarch's might, I led my inheritors back to 7 Stars sect. During this time, I broke through to earthly immortal but... Speak directly, Yuan said calmly. After breaking through, no immortal tribulation appeared. I felt uneasy, so came to seek Patriarch's guidance. Yuan chuckled. The heavenly Tao is too busy enhancing its own origins to bother with you. Tenju Wanderer paled. When the heavenly Tao finishes. Su Li rolled her eyes. Master, stop teasing him. Yuan smiled. Don't worry. 7 Stars sect disciples enjoy privileges in 7 Stars realm. You can exempt yourself from tribulations if you wish, though this only applies within our realm. Tenju Wanderer's eyes widened at the implications. Yuan observed other great ascension cultivators in the sect. Unsurprisingly, they were the previous founding ancestors who hadn't perished. They were diligently practicing Su-style techniques, looking excited though occasionally confused by the difficult comprehension. On Tenju Wanderer, Yuan noticed a mark. He laughed. It seems someone's been fishing in that spirit world you visited.